Iceland is calling.
Hello ကဲhello မင်္ဂလာပါဒီမျိုးစလို့ final day 3မှာ YG champion ဖြစ်ဖို့အတွက်သူအပိတ်ကြဖိုင်နေတော့မင်္ဂလာပါတရားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါသူအပိတ်ကြမယ်လေ final day 3ဆိုတော့ share ပေါ့ဟုတ်တယ်မလား5မိနစ်လောက်တော့လူသေးတယ်တူကြည့်ကြမယ်မ share ရသေး share ပေးကြပါအောင်အကုန်လုံး World Cup ကမ္ဘာဖလားမှာမြန်မာချန်ပီယံယူမဲ့ပွဲလေ ဟုတ်လား
Pesan kopi enak ya.
ကောင်းမလေးချောတယ်ဟာ
Ada Cici di sini. Iya. Sejak kapan di sini, Ci? Dari tadi. Oh, dari tadi. Ya pakai ditanya ya. Iya. Ci, aku pengen dong yang enak buat nyegerin. Ini kan panas banget di luar.
မကလာပင်းနဲ့ရူပီလေးမင်္ဂလာပါ
Ada ice latte.
တူကြည့်ကြမယ်မယ်ဆိုလို့အတန်ဒီပါကြီးကြားရလားမကြားရင်ပြောနော်
Vina cappuccino.
မင်္ဂလာပါကိုချစ်ကိုထိုက်မင်္ဂလာပါရှင်
Iya, pakai racikan yang paling spesial boleh gak?
ကဲလောက်ပါအောင်သူအပိတ်ကြအောင်ဝိုင်းကြည့်
Ini racikannya
ဒီ
gimana?
ရက်တည်းမျက်စုကိုပြခိုင်းနေတယ်မျက်စုကလည်းဟိုမအားဖြစ်နေရတယ်လေဒီနေ့ကတော့မဖြစ်မနေဆိုပြီးတော့
Gambar kemarin.
ဒီနေ့ကတော့လုံးဝမှဖြည့်အားပေးရမယ်ဆိုတော့ပြဟုတ်တယ်
Kak dengan yang manis-manis.
Betul.
Tapi habis itu semakin diseruput, semakin hambar. Itu permainan alter ego kemarin. Tapi kalau hari ini semoga racikannya merata.
Coba ya tes kali ya.
Boleh.
Tes ya. Enak, merata. Hari ini mainnya bagus.
Berarti cappuccino buatanku
Numero uno. Coba suruh nonton semuanya, Ci, dukung
ပချီနိုကြီးညာနေတာ
sulap.
Oke, boleh.
Kosong.
Kosong. Jadi jangan lupa dukung Alter Ego di PWC 2025. Alter Ego, go! Sekarang kan udah pengen masuk hari kedua nih ya, Sans, ya kan? Menurut lu gimana nih Alter Ego, Sans?
Yang penting sih jangan terlalu banyak speed yang nggak bisa di cover dah.
Kemarin banyak yang gitu tuh.
Kemarin banyak yang keculik-culik sendiri-sendiri kayak nggak main satu tim, main bener-bener sendiri-sendiri aja di mereka.
Padahal bagus banget di group stage ya kan? Jadi itu PR-nya itu doang tuh.
Yang penting main rapet aja, main bareng-bareng aja. Kayak nggak akur aja itu mereka kemarin.
Harusnya sih akur ya kan?
Akur, aman, udah
Aman ya?
terkendali.
Terkendali. Ini kalau yang di belakang kita kayak di arena gimana nih? Terkendali juga gak nih?
Day 2ရဲ့ result မှာနော် YG က118
Tapi
ABG က1ခွန်
gimana lihat Alter Ego? Kira-kira bisa
WBG က82 AE 88 Smash Rule ကဒီနေ့က128လို့
masih aman ya?
တွေ့ရပေါ့နော်128ဖြစ်သွားမယ် Smash Rule ကကြတော့
Lu keluarin, Sans.
Kalau kata orang-orang,
share ပဲဒီနေ့တော့ကြည့်ကောင်းမယ်
ayo kita dukung Alter Ego.
Let's go, dukung terus di PWC 2025 Alter Ego. Go!
ဒီမှာလည်းချောပါတယ်အော်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါရှင်ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ရှင်
Semua player
အော်ဒီ World Cup Champion အသင်းတွေက YG ကဘာလဲဆိုတော့သူတို့တေချာမလေ့လာကြဘူးလားမသိဘူးနော်
dan
ကမ္ဘာဖလားမစောခင်မှာ
dari Esports.
YG ဆိုတာဘလို့အသင်းမျိုးလဲဆိုတာသူတို့တေချာမလေ့လာထားအောင်နဲ့တူတယ်ကြည့်ရတာ
Dan sebentar lagi kita akan melihat apa saja yang terdapat di Boulevard. Dan di samping kiri Windy di sini ada sign yang menandakan ada STC Gaming Hall, tempat Totem berada, dan itu adalah tempat paling
Sport
bersejarah.
Arena တဲ့
Itu membuktikan diri mereka untuk
အပေးရမှာပေါ့ဗျာတဲ့ Okay တူတူအပေးကြမယ်
di PUBG Mobile tentunya nantinya untuk tim Alter Ego. Semoga ya, let's go. Jadi kalian jangan sampai kelewatan keseruan lainnya di PWC 2025. Jadi sekarang Windy sudah ada di tempat yang paling bersejarah untuk Esports World Cup. Kalau kalian pantengin terus untuk di Esports World Cup, kalian tahu sekarang Windy lagi berdiri di mana. Ini adalah tempat terakhir yang akan dituju oleh champion di Esports World Cup, di mana mereka akan menanamkan ataupun menempelkan bingkai frame kuncinya mereka sebagai penanda bahwa mereka adalah yang terkuat di Esports World Cup. Dan kayaknya nanti akan giliran untuk tim PUBG Mobile, dan semoga itu akan ditanamkan oleh tim Alter Ego. Dan ini di lantai sebenarnya adalah kunci-kunci yang sudah dihancurkan sebelumnya oleh para pemenang. Jadi
sorry
Alter Ego harus
PMWC Champion
mereka bisa memenangkan
𝐓𝐴𝐚𝐸𝐼𝐸𝐿 ဆိုပြီးတော့မှ 𝐌𝐲 ဆိုပြီးတော့
Grand Finals PMWC
မပြောနဲ့
untuk kalian yang
မလာမပြောနဲ့
baru di hari yang pertama dan juga di hari yang kedua, jangan sedih. Windy akan rangkum untuk kalian momen-momen serunya. Dan seperti yang kita ketahui, di segala sosial media lagi heboh banget sama performance-nya 𝐒𝐚𝐦𝐚. Mereka luar biasa di hari yang pertama mengoleksi 67 poin dan masih berlanjut sampai ke puncak klasemen untuk di hari yang keduanya. Tapi selain 𝐒𝐚𝐦𝐚 juga ada tim-tim lainnya yang masih cukup konsisten. Seperti halnya ada DRX, ada APG dan juga 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐤. 4 tim yang benar-benar on track, maka tidak keluar dari top 5-nya. Dan sayangnya berbicara top 5, Alter Ego sedikit keluar, sedikit melenceng mereka karena mungkin poinnya tidak sebanyak di hari yang pertama. Tapi ada momen comeback yang harusnya menjadi titik balik bagi tim Alter Ego. Di hari yang kedua, game yang terakhir, Chicken Dinner mereka dapatkan 2 melawan 4 versus dari 𝐒𝐚𝐦𝐚 Esports. Dan ini akan menjadi momentum baru yang kita harapkan akan menjadi angin segar bagi Alter Ego untuk bermain kembali di hari yang ketiga. Jadi terus dukung Alter Ego di PMWC 2025.
Okay, Salam.
To Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Riyadh,
City where
Saudi.
who meets the future. And the battleground.
အန်ကြားရတယ်မလား
This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup, one of the most thrilling global tournaments on the PUBG Mobile calendar. It's a stage where skill meets heart, and every match could be the one to change everything. 24 teams. One global battleground. These squads have fought their way from all corners of the world, earning their shot at glory on this massive stage. It's not just about who lands the first shot. It's about teamwork, clutch plays, and keeping your cool when the pressure is on. Only one team will rise to the top, claiming the trophy and the title of PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup Champions, and all the glory that comes with it. This is where legends are made. This is the PUBG Mobile World Cup, and the battle starts now.
That starts now. Okay. Show me. ဟိုဒီနေမရတော့ကြားပါရဲ့ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါရှင်မြစုတန်ကျင်နေလဲပြောတော့ခင်းတန်လေး
16 tim terbaik
Ini tadi,
di
Pak,
dunia
ya.
akan melakukan semua cara untuk bisa jadi juara. Tapi kita nggak cuman berbicara mengenai bakat, talenta dan juga kerjasama, tapi pun juga hasrat, mimpi dan juga harapan yang akan dijadikan kenyataan. Selamat datang di PUBG Mobile World Cup at Esports World Cup 2025 di Grand Final hari yang terakhir yang akan ditemani oleh gue ada Fiska, ada Flo, ada Junior dan juga 𝐿𝐷𝐸. Halo
ဒိုင်
guys.
ဒိုင်ရတာတော့ဒါ prisoner တွေဖြစ်ပါတယ်တဲ့ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါတဲ့အဲ့ထက်မှကျမချောလားမသိဘူးတဲ့
Harus dong, parah. Hey,
Masa singgah?
အချောတစ်ယောက်ကို3ယောက်ဖြစ်နေတယ်တပါတော့
yeah, Loyo dan Sototoy. Yeah.
Masuk.
Aduh.
Bener lagi. Bener terus nih gue lihat-lihat nih.
တဲ့ပေါ့တယ် This is not a game for all gamers visit www.stc.com
Desert gitu.
အဲ့ဒါတော့မသိဘူးနော်
Bener lagi. Bener terus.
Bener terus ya.
Jarang
အာရှာတော်တော်လိတ်တာပဲဟာ
Nggak pernah karena gue juga selalu sabar orangnya. Apalagi untuk hari ini sabar banget untuk bisa menantikan dan juga menunggu Alter Ego Ares karena gap point mereka untuk bisa mendapatkan smash point itu 50 totalnya. Tapi mungkin kita bakalan bahas itu agak-agak nanti. Tapi gimana Flo, semangat untuk hari ini hari yang ketiga. Apa yang lu harapkan untuk terjadi Flo?
Harapan gua lepas aja mainnya, jangan ada beban, jangan ada pikiran, mungkin juara
စပါတော့စကားတွေများနေရဲ့ကြည့်ချင်နေပြီပွဲက
dan mainkan sebaik mungkin untuk tim Alter Ego. Bagi tim-tim lain ya semoga adalah celah-celah dikit lah buat Alter Ego lah ya, tipis-tipis lah ya.
Aha.
Karena nggak semudah itulah untuk Alter Ego bisa juara kali ini. Butuh extra effort dan juga pastinya butuh ada sisi luck-nya juga.
Itu dia. Kalau dari lo gimana Gus? Hari ketiga nih. Walaupun agak ke distract dikit tadi.
Iya,
Gimana,
bener
gimana?
lagi. Oke, untuk Alter Ego Ares, just have fun. That's all.
Oke, have fun.
Have fun, have fun.
Karena have fun adalah awal dari
Tenang,
tenang,
dan mereka bisa all out.
all out.
Kalau mereka nggak have fun,
ဗန်ဒီယာကွယ်ကိုစမ်းမော
akan penuh tekanan.
စမ်းမောမြတ်စွာရှိတယ်လေမြတ်စွာနေတိုင်းရှိပါတယ်အဲ့လေးနဲ့ချင်မှာကွာ
Bagus communicate-nya, pasti
ဘာမှတော့နားမလဲဘူးဒါပေမဲ့အတန်လေးမကြားရင်လည်းတိတ်မကောင်းသိရမလား
kayak gampang banget tuh
Jangan,
buat
ya,
promosi
they
satu
say
sama lain, but have fun.
Tapi
That's
kita
all.
bakalan lihat terlebih dahulu ini dia dari Alter Ego Ares.
Dari.
Prediksi sebelum semuanya terjadi.
ကြည့်ချင်မင်းတို့ကြည့်ချင် YGO ကြည့်ချင်တာဖျောင်းဖျောင်း
Apa itu? Final, saatnya kita bersinar.
ဖိုင်နေလားတဲ့လူကတဲ့ချန်ပီယံလုမှာတဲ့ဒါပေမဲ့ YGO တော့ကြော်နိုင်မယ်မထင်ဘူးတဲ့ဟုတ်တယ်တဲ့
Paling bagus tim kita.
And that's it.
တော့တသိ
Alter Ego
ရဲ့
Ares.
သူတို့ရဲ့ဟိုဟာဒီ
Semangat yang
Like.
sebenarnya gua harapkan,
Ya.
tingkat kepercayaan dirinya pun juga yang gua harapkan untuk mereka bawa terus untuk hari ini karena ini adalah hari yang terpenting Jan. Jadi mungkin pertanyaannya masih sama dengan dua yang lainnya, gimana untuk hari ini, hari terakhir lu coming to the studio.
Tentu vibing tadi, have fun tadi, mentality tadi juga harus dibarengi dengan kesiapan mereka. Jika ada momentum tidak boleh disia-siakan. Hari terakhir atau hari kedua kemarin di game yang terakhir sudah bisa membuktikan sebagaimana kita lihat saat ini bagaimana dua player mereka
Australia
saja
ya,
bisa
kayaknya.
untuk meratakan salah satu raksasa tim PUBG Mobile.
နားရီရှောက်ပြောနေတာလေ
Jadi gua harap hari ini play
အထင်
together,
အမဟုတ်ဒါ
strong
လုံးဝ
together,
အမှန်
and slay
ဒီ
together.
တကယ်အမှန်ကန်
Win also
တော့အကောင်းဆုံးတော့စူးစမ်းမှာပဲတဲ့ဒါပေမဲ့ YGO ကတော့တိတ်ကြောဖို့မလွယ်ဘူးတဲ့
biar vibingnya bagus terus. 6
ဘောချန်ပီယံကလည်း YG ဖြစ်ဖို့များနေပြီတဲ့
To be the champion is hard, tapi memang posibilitasnya ada. Jadi Alter Ego, let's go.
Sebentar, 6 game.
6 game.
ပြောမနေနဲ့တော့တဲ့ကောင်မလေးကပြော
Menurut
ပြောမ
lu
နေ
6,
နဲ့တဲ့
6 semua? 6 ya?
4.
ရလို့ရှိရင်နင်တို့တဲ့စော့ခံရမယ်တော့တဲ့
PUBG 2 kali game bagus, smash.
Oh,
လိုက်
itu
ပါ
untuk
တဲ့
Alter Ego,
Oh,
jangan yang lain.
Iya.
Oke.
Enggak, jauh-jauh yang lain.
Walaupun agak-agak
Optimis,
Oh,
optimis.
optimis ada,
Optimis,
tetap optimis.
optimis.
Itu adalah Doctor's Note delivered by Al-Habib Medical Group dari Flow Wolf.
အကြောင်းညာဝင်နေတာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါ
6 game,
6 game.
cuma biar ada challenge aja, biar
ညာ
ada
ဝင်နေတာ
feel
က
yang
အခု stream ပြနေတယ်မနေ့ဆိုရတယ်တော်တော်တယ်လို့ပြောတယ်တဲ့
greget
Ada tuh
betul
ya,
sekali
YouTube
untuk
channel လေးကိုလည်းတဲ့
memenangkan
subscribe လုပ်ရ
dari
တဲ့လုပ်ပေးလိုက်ကြ
game
ပါဦး
ini.
နဲ့
Jadi Alter Ego Ares akan menang di 6 game dengan smash point. That's it.
Oke, mungkin membawa beberapa pernyataan-pernyataan.
ဒါမနေ့က day 2ရဲ့ overall ranking ပေါ့နော်118 YG FR 119 Weibo က82 Alter ကတော့88 DRX 86 နော်94 69စသဖြင့်ပေါ့
Karena mereka bermain full selama semua
6တင်းမှာ YG ကဒါထိတ်ဆုံးပါ
winner chicken dinner atau WWC.
Elimination point က
Coba kita
66
lihat terlebih dahulu untuk overall rankingsnya 118
Fireflix က
teratas untuk
Power
saat ini
66
sudah dipegang
ဘာလို့
oleh
ဒိုင်ဒိုင်ဒိုင်ဒိုင်ဒိုင်ဒိုင်ရှိရပေါ့အဲ
atau Yangon Galacticos.
ရန်ကုန်
Kalau ditambahin
Galacticos
10 itu berarti 128, betul?
Betul.
Dapat pentol nggak?
Mau pentol apa kotak?
Aduh, kotaknya nggak kelihatan mas, masih ada di overall rankings. Tapi anyway,
Overall
on
ranking.
serious notes berarti
Event
ada
itu ya,
sekitar 50
result
total
Pipa,
game point yang harus
Pipa.
dikejar sama tim Alter Ego Ares, dan ini dia untuk bisa divisualisasikan.
The next match to become the champion people to step 1 reach the match point secure L WCD ချစ်ကန်စားရမယ် become the champion match point match rule ရဲ့ match point ကတော့round 1 point plus 10 point
Yangon nggak sih Jan?
နော်မလီမျိုးလုံးတွေဝါတာ
Sebenarnya lumayan mudah untuk mereka.
တစ်ချက် match မှာဆိုလို့ရှိရင် match 1 by
Tentu
overall
kalau kita
point
berbicara angka
Ya.
Yangon, tapi
လုံး
sebagaimana
လည်း
gua
တည်ပြီးသား
katakan
ပါ
kemarin,
smash rule ရဲ့ပုံ
kenapa
Ya.
gue tetap melihatnya justru Alpha?
Match 1 ရဲ့ point က plus 10
Karena fight mereka oke banget. The only teams yang sudah sampai ke 78 eliminasi.
ဘာပြရမလဲ
Bahkan
ကို
berbeda
ကြကြော
12 eliminasi
Ya,
dengan
Masya.
Yangon, dan graphical-nya naik banget. Jadi either these two
Smash
atau
rule ကကျတော့
sebenarnya
128 point
balik lagi ya.
ဖြစ်သွားပါတယ်
Things atau the team yang gue pengen ya tetap Alter Ego Ares Don.
Ya,
Nah, makanya 6 game not win by default tapi win by smash points.
Oke.
Itu yang pengen gue lihat.
Oke, supaya kelas abis gitu ya.
Abis.
အဲ့မစသေးဘူးမစသေးဘူးလောပြမစသေးဘူးလားပြအခုစတော့မှလေအခုဒါသူတို့ overall ranking တွေပြောနေပြီဆိုတော့ဒါစနေပြီပေါ့နော်ဟိုဘက်မှာကတော့သူတို့ပြိုင်နေပြီပေါ့မျိုးတို့ဒီ
semuanya.
လေးစောင့်အောင်ပါပေါ့ဒါလေးရှင်းပြတာလေးစောင့်ပြီးလို့ရှရင်စတော့မှလေ
Dari lu Flo mengenai tim Alter Ego Ares ini sendiri.
YG ဒုံဒုံဒုံနဲ့ဒါပဲ YG အင်ဂျင်ဝဲကျင်လို့တဲ့ဘယ်လိုဝဲရမှာလဲ YG အင်ဂျင်တွေပါရကြတော့ဒီသူ့ရဲ့ရန်ကုန် Galacticos ရဲ့ဟိုဟာကိုသွားလိုက်လေဟို Facebook page တို့အဲ Facebook page မှာဆိုလို့ရပါတယ်မေးလို့ရပါတယ်
Lumayan mengganjel nggak dari diri lu, atau lu lumayan takut gitu?
Enggak sih, kalau dari tim Alter Ego sendiri gue sama sekali nggak ada keraguan ataupun ketakutan dari gameplay mereka, terutama di game terakhir kemarin ya. itu skema permainannya menurut gue udah 90% dari mata orang yang lihat mapnya udah perfect menurut gue. Miss-nya itu wajar 10% namanya orang di dalam game gitu kan.
Ya.
Dan gue lebih khawatirnya ke 𝐓𝐸 dan juga benar APG gitu. Kita tahu 𝐓𝐸 itu udah mesin chicken lah. Chicken terus mereka gitu. Dan APG meskipun nggak mesin chicken tapi poinnya bakal tinggi banget mereka. Gue lebih yakin dari tim
𝐷𝐸 𝐿𝐴
poin
Nice
tersebut
shit.
ketimbang dengan 𝐓𝐸. Tapi kalau siapa yang bisa end duluan, menurut gue lebih ke arah
哦
𝐓𝐸.
damage မှာကြည့်ရင်3366ကျော်ကျော်ဘက်က2400ပဲရှိ knockout point ဆိုလဲ160 YG ကဒီဘက်က128ပဲရှိတယ် elimination မှာဆို YG က154 Alter Ego က124ပဲရှိတယ်ပေါ့120
Mereka bisa close the
ဒီနေ့
deal
ပွဲ
fast.
စဉ်မှာဆိုSunhawk Range မီယာမ6ပွဲဆော့
Mereka bisa main kayak game terakhir kemarin atau kayak di group stage.
Kalau misalnya Rul gimana Gus?
Ya, APG masih mengendalikan juga ya untuk mereka coba bermain sampai dapetin chicken. Cuma mengandalkan eliminasi pun juga menurut gue nggak cukup. Tiebreaker mereka pun kalau memang nanti ya sampai close game ke-6 kalah juga ya. 𝐒𝐚𝐦 tetap menjadi pemenang ya. Dan ya
Oke, kita bakalan start aja hari yang terakhir ini dengan
Halo.
satu yell
Jangan.
yang membuat kita semua semangat.
Jangan.
Alter Ego, go go go! Langsung menuju ke arah main stage untuk bisa melihat who's gonna beat the hit.
大家咪買到嗱，非洲買到 YouTube 買啦。
呢就話 YouTube 話送嚟有咩數幾秒？ James Young
My name is James Young, Senior Director of Global Esports Center at Level Infinite.
我都係 Senior Director 嘅 Global Esports 嘅。
is shaping up to be our most exciting year yet. And I'm thrilled to announce what's ahead for PUBG Mobile Esports this year, starting with the biggest event, PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, the PMGC will feature 39 world's best teams battling for the glorious champion. 16 slots for grand finals will be decided through 3 stages. The Gauntlet. 16 top teams will fight for 6 slots. This new stage will provide more excitement and opportunities. Group stage. 32 teams including bottom top teams from the Gauntlet and 22 teams from each region will fight for 8 slots. There are 2 groups, so top 4 of each group will take the slots.
Group stage တစ်ခုချင်းစီမှာ၄သင်းက
16 teams from group stage will fight, and only the winner take one grand final
Grand
slot.
Final မှာတော့16သင်း
The last slot will be given to the host region invite. Then, who will be invited to the Gauntlet stage, and who will be for the group stage? The Gauntlet includes the top 2 to 3 teams from each region based on fall ranking. The group stage welcomes the next best performers by PMGC point. Let's see the
PMGC
top
point
teams on the
တက်လာ
current
ပြီ
PMGC point leaderboard. I'm sure you will recognize some familiar logos, but it's still all to play for, and anyone can be on top. Okay.
ဒါအရင်များတယ်ကြော်လို့မရဘူးလားတဲ့အမကပြောတာမဟုတ်ဘူးတော့သူကဒါရှင်းပြနေတတ်နိုင်တယ်
Updating the map pool
ကြည့်ရမှာပဲကိုရီးယားပွဲကြည့်ခြင်းညာတော့သူတို့ရှာရှိတာကိုရီးလည်းနားထောင်ရမှာ
Saho will be replaced by Londo, joining the map pool with Erangel and Mirama. In response to
YG Fly ယူမဲ့ပွဲတဲ့ဟုတ်တယ် YG Fly ယူမဲ့ပွဲ
system in Londo, letting teammates revive in match, bringing esports gameplay closer to the authentic PUBG Mobile experience. Only Londo will have the
ဒီ
recon
ချိန်မှာ
system.
တော့ player တွေကတော့ဟိုမှာပွဲစရင်စနေပြီသူတို့ကဒီမှာ
While the Blue Zone stage
Yeah.
standard, some key
Yeah, yeah,
changes such as sentry guard and drops will make the change in the course of fight. The sharp system remains disabled to ensure balance. These all changes will bring a more exciting strategy and action-packed highlights
သူထည့်လာတဲ့
to keep us at the edge of our seat.
ဒီဒီမှာ
Now, besides tournaments, let's talk about PUBG Mobile Esports story that involves everyone,
Esports
including
story အကြောင်းပြော
players,
ပြအောင်မယ်
teams,
တဲ့
everyone, and you. Take part in this amazing community with their own PUBG Mobile story. Southeast Asia fans may recognize Glue Squad from the community team to the top of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. Fans in Africa may have heard about the name Memohito, the first female player reached top 3 in Kenya series. in Nepal with Hora Esports
Ama liya
celebrate
ya
to
no
play
tao song.
PMWC Grand Finals for the first time. This all
Kenya
proves
Kenya cậu mà đi.
anyone can be the one. Also, I'd like to share more personal stories. Team Nile's 11011 enemy, who, despite managing limited mobility due to sickle cell disease, pushes past his limit and
Anyone
even
can
earned
share.
an MVP and represented Nigeria in the 2024 competition in Saudi Arabia. The representatives from the Turkic community of gamers without disabilities have also shared their stories of how PUBG Mobile helped them create a supportive group of PT players, bring them together to form genuine connections. We also saw the soccer celebrity 𝐒𝐴𝐚𝐦𝐢𝐧𝐠 finding love through PUBG Mobile, and our pro player fathers stood proudly to give all their love and support to their son, just like Silas and 𝐒𝐴𝐻𝐻's dad, as their #1 fans. We'll be sharing more of this touching story, and one day, your story will shine too. That's all from me. We can't wait for the next chapter of PUBG Mobile Esports. See you on the battleground. Be the one.
Thank you so much, James. And so, hi everyone. Have you heard about NextStar? This is PUBG Mobile's official program for content creators. Whether you have followers or not, if you love the game, you're welcome to join. Since 2021, NextStar has helped thousands of creators, help grow them with funding, in-game perks, and of course, official partnerships. Anyone can be a star. The program offers a total annual prize pool of over $6 million, plus exclusive in-game rewards and collaborations. The best creators will be together and now it is going Western Europe, North America, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, South America, Latin and Africa. So, if you've ever wanted to share your PUBG Mobile moments and build your own community, now is your chance. All you need is passion, and we will help with the rest. So if you want in, just scan the QR code to apply, and of course follow all of our channels for the latest updates. We can't wait to see you there. Good luck, and we'll see you on the battleground.
Oh, nó còn đi ạ. Yes.
Kembali lagi bersama kita semuanya masih di studio yang bakalan membahas selain pastinya nanti yang akan masuk ke stage-nya nanti, kita bakalan ya sedikit ngobrolin tadi pengumuman-pengumuman yang sudah dilontarkan oleh Mr. James yang mungkin terutamanya untuk PMGC sendiri ya Jan, yang dimana pengumumannya kan juga sudah resmi dari beberapa waktu yang lalu akan diadakan di Bangkok atau Krungthep Mahanakhon di Thailand, Jan. Wah, apa yang menarik yang bisa lu lihat dari pengumuman-pengumuman tersebut, Jan? Selain rondo ya, rondo tahan dulu. Nanti dulu rondonya. Yang lain selain rondo. Halo.
Gak boleh dulu nih rondo nih.
Tahan.
Tentu Thailand menarik lah ya, karena ya cukup dekat sama Indonesia. Jadi mudah-mudahan akan banyak yang datang juga. Dan mudah-mudahan caster berangkat tentunya. Ayo dong. Amin.
Gua support Jan, gua mah suportif Jan.
Terima kasih. Jadi saya ini kan banyak sekali dari PUBG Mobile juga. Jadi mudah-mudahan semakin ramai. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua tadi melihat bagaimana untuk PMGC ya. Ada beberapa perubahan. Itu ada gauntlet something. Kemudian for the invitation. Nanti pasti akan dijelaskan di PUBG Mobile Sport ID.
Atau spotnya pun
ya
juga.
Kan? Itu akan ada perbedaan-perbedaan. Jadi ya tentu exciting moment lagi buat end of the year.
Iya, passion banget seperti kata Banks tadi ya.
Harus dong.
Apalagi lu dengan rondo yang akan masuk.
Bisa recall lagi.
Waduh, cuman kita bakalan bahas terlebih dahulu. Ini adalah Aramco Power Rankings. Dari Wolfie Junior out.
If you had to equate how much you learned from me versus Maxman, what would you say? Me, like,
I would say a solid 99 and 1. Jeez Louise.
Okay, I take
He said I was being too nice. So.
James Yang did say you could be the one. There you go.
I am the... No, I'm the hashtag one.
Yeah, there you go. There
Tôi
you
tôi
go.
định nói
All
mà
right.
thằng gì
Let's
English
move
luôn
on
thằng
then.
à.
A lot of things to be excited for PUBG Mobile Esports here, but we've got to talk about PMWC, of course, because we've got
AC9
reactions
thì
coming
quên
in from everything that was going on Neptura throughout these last 2 days. Emotions were riding high for some of these teams, but Yangon looking fantastic.
They really are. Just 10 points left until they hit that match cutoff, right? Or the cutoff point, rather. So Sandhawk, if they can just do that, that's not even a hard threshold to reach, right? 10 points in one game for these teams, the way they've been going at least, not all that difficult. I would like to see them do that thing again. I think the way the zones have been going, the way they've been able to handle the zones over the last 2 days, if we see those same zones today, they have an excellent chance of actually making it and smashing.
Honestly, even if we don't see the same zones, the way that this team plays, I was talking with Blank and we kind of both agree that this team just plays to win. They let everybody else fight it out. They don't really worry about anything that's going on. And yesterday they showcased that perfectly, being able to third party. One thing I am looking forward to seeing the most, Max, is seeing if they get the 10 points here in Sandhawk, if they can finish it on the second match, because this team has gotten back-to-back wins on the second game every single day of the finals.
It's going to be really a tough one going into this one, how they're going to be playing it out. I mean, Yangon Galacticos are the quintessential wide-rotating team. I even talked to Falcons, like, how are you guys feeling about Yangon? They're like, they wide-rotate, and they just keep getting the circle. It's because the rotates are good. They find the path of least resistance every single time in the circle, and so far, as you can see on the leaderboard, it's been working out.
All right, so here we are. Let's spell it out for you. If Yangon Galacticos gets 10 points, they're then eligible to move into the Smash Zone, correct?
Exactly.
Likewise, Alpha Gaming, 11 points, able to move into the Smash Zone. Those two teams are head and shoulders above the rest. If they smash, the tournament is over 7, and there's a very real possibility with how they're playing that it could occur here today.
It is. Honestly, going into the second game, I think both of these teams might end up passing that threshold with the day that they've been playing. We saw what Alpha Gaming was able to do yesterday in Neptura.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how they've been playing that yesterday in particular, right? They tend to get into a mid or center position, and then as the zone moves closer to them and pushes them further out to edge, they start sweeping other teams. It's a really effective strategy. It's why they have so many eliminations. There is a lot more eliminations than placement. Could that end up being a problem for them if they're trying to reach that that could be a factor. They've done enough to get into second place. They could easily get the win as well.
For sure. I mean, look, of course, we know the main storyline, Yangon Galacticos, Alpha Gaming. The teams below them, they would need to get 50 points before they get realistically can achieve it by the end of the day. Depending on how quickly Alpha Gaming and Yangon Galacticos get those 10 points, they're not going to have a lot of time. Are they going to try and target them, though, knowing that they need to get 50 points? That's a massive risk. Is anyone going to be willing to go and take that risk?
One team that I'm going to be looking at targeting, especially if they don't start off hot in Sandhawk, is going to be Alter Ego. Because after Sandhawk, Alter Ego, keep in mind, we're going to be playing 3 Erangels. This team has been absolutely awful when it comes down to Erangel. Day 1, 11th place average. Day 2, 13th place average. This is not what you want to see out of Alter Ego. So if you were asking, anybody's going to target them? Neptura, I think maybe Alter Ego will try to target them in Erangel.
Exactly. I really would like to see also for Alter Ego for them to go back to the angles and the splits that we were seeing from them in the group stage as well, right? Because they had some really, really good controlling angles, particularly in Erangel. But since the finals have started, we just haven't seen that from them. So if they go back to that, again, yeah, they start trying to control other teams. They start trying to control the zones. They have a real good chance.
Here's our 9th through 16th as well. And do not forget, yes, of course, we're focusing a lot on who will become the champion here at the World Cup. But there's still a lot of money on the line here for every single one of these placements, Max, to try and scramble above your competitors.
Thunder Talk in particular, at the bottom of the rankings, right? They've had so many limbs, very little placement points. If we can see them have a decent day today, maybe they could just able to jump up onto the first page, and that prize point increase would be huge for the side of Thunder Talk. So even if you're at the bottom, you still have a lot to play for in this final day.
And the question all the way at the top from me, Seven, is what do these teams prefer? Do they prefer to try and go for the crazy glory of trying to knock these teams off the pedestal because you constantly have to target them if you want to try it? Or do you protect what you currently have in terms of prize pool? Because it's still a lot of money for 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, etc., etc.
I think the tone will be set after Sandhawk, depending on where the top 5, depending on where they end up in Sandhawk, what the gap is going to be looking like going into the later matches. Then we might start seeing a little bit of targeting, especially if we there. One thing though is that all the other teams from 3rd, I think, to 14th place, technically, along the lines of what you're saying, Max.
Well, this is 𝐓𝐸 Motorsports' arrival here for all these teams to get ready and good to go. You can see the tension rising here for some of these teams again, especially for those two.
Manny လည်းမဖတ်ဘူးအောက်မှာ Manny ရေးနေကြတာ
ဟိုမာကြီးတဲ့ဖတ်တယ်မြတ်စွာဘုရားကြီးလေခုနလည်းဖတ်တယ်လေအမကြီးတဲ့ဖတ်တယ်ခုနကမကိုတက်ခိုင်ကိုမနာဖတ်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်ချိန်စမှလဲဆိုပြန်အောင်ပြန်လိုက်သေးတယ်ပြောပြောလိုက်သေးတယ်
Do you want to try and go for 𝐓𝐸 send hot drop the top team so they can't get the smash? Do you want to try and slow down your main competition just above you? You just want to play it safe and get points so you can hopefully get high in the rankings. This is why I love smash rules so much. It changes the whole dynamic.
Smash rule 128 point
It goes down what the strategy is for these teams. In CSA it was all over the place. For PMWC.
And with that, what you're saying is I'm starting to think about Yangon Galacticos. They need to make sure that they actually get within the smash zone, Neptura, because if they don't, this is a team they tend to just play their game. They tend to just play for the win. And if for some reason they're able to transcend that smash zone, I don't see Yangon Galacticos being aggressive enough to try to hunt down APG.
Team performance မှာဆို YG က performance red line ပေါ့နော်ပြတာ
They take advantage of the opportunities that they're given, right? And I think they do that very well. But I do see your point as well, where it's like when they're actually confronted in a very aggressive way, like some teams are about to might just falter a little bit, and that's a bit of a concern for today.
I don't think they're going to falter. Like, look at their graph here. It's so consistently just going up. Every point they bring in points on the board. Every single battleground. And the thing is, because of their wide rotates, they always get into the circle. They always get into that middle to late game section. You play some points. 10 points. It's not even a win. It's like a podium, maybe even a top 5 with a few eliminations. That could be very easily achievable for Yangon Galacticos.
Very rarely do we see the graph like that. Very rarely do we see two teams being able to just protrude over the other teams at an international tournament like this. And it does concern me, Seven, especially when it comes to the pressure that will start mounting on those two teams in particular today. But I think there's a different dynamic for the pressure for those two teams, because I think Yangon Galacticos may crumble to the pressure a bit harder than 𝐓𝐸. 𝐓𝐸 is absolutely a veteran roster that I think might have the perseverance today to be able to overcome that pressure. What do you think?
I was over here smirking because I was just waiting for you to say the words. I was waiting for you to say, yeah, 𝐓𝐸 is full of MVPs. 𝐓𝐸 is full of PMGC MVPs as well. And to be honest, I don't see them troubling, and this is why I just continue to pick this team. 𝐓𝐸 letting off the gas, especially with the way they're playing.
It's kind of crazy because for I think a lot from
ဒါတော့မှတစ်သက်လုံးမပါဘူးတစ်သက်လုံးမပါတယ်မှတ်တရမျိုးပေးရမှာဟုတ်တယ်မလား
It's kind of destiny against
YG ရတော့ကလွန်မင်္ဂလာပါဘုံတော့ YG တော့ပါ share ပါအောင် YG ဆိုတဲ့ option လေးရေးပြီးတော့မှ stream လေးကို share ပေးကြပါအောင်
We always think that they're going to win an international tournament, Max.
So YouTube မှာလည်းပြနေเนาะအဆင်ပြေတဲ့ရှိမှကြည့်လို့ရတယ် YouTube ရော Facebook ရောအဆင်ပြေတဲ့ရှိမှကြည့်ပြ
Nobody really expected them to take this position, but here they are.
Champion
Going to win one of the big ones.
You would ask anyone if they predicted Yangon Galacticos before this tournament. I could tell you that number is extremely low. The dream is creating currently a massive gap between themselves and 3rd place. And then you have 𝐓𝐸. We've been supporting Star Wars back in the day, Collage, for ages. Never winning a global event. This tournament would mean so much to especially Top and Doc to join up onto 𝐶ZEOL, and 𝐶ZEOL could also confirm his 2nd global trophy. This would be a massive achievement if they can make it happen. But again, the pressure is going to be high.
Let's take a look at the power rankings. Everything down. You were saying, Neptura?
I was saying something back. I want to see. I'm curious to see, because 𝐓𝐸, right? They played so well, and as A7 mentioned, Top was not on his best form, right? This is a star-studded roster, and if APG win like that, play like that with Top not being his best, if he comes in today at the top of his game, APG are just going to fly through everybody.
champions potentially here. 𝐒𝐚𝐦𝐿𝐴𝐚 and Alpha. Villains in who could upset the balance here, Seven. And maybe they're really outside comebacks, but I think a lot of eyes might be on some of those villains to upset the balance for today.
My favorite role when it comes down to finals day, championship Sunday, it comes down to those teams that just have absolutely nothing to lose. Now you're going to see
villains that come back.
Right of villains power. The reason why I want to see what power is going to be doing in regards to villains is because this team has just been so aggressive. Remember, at one point in day one, Neptura, they ended up with 30 eliminations, 0 placement points. So for those teams at the top, maybe trying to hunt them down, they better watch out for those villains.
Absolutely. I think them and also 4Thrives are two teams that I think would definitely hot drop one of the top 2 teams if they get the chance. I could see them doing that. We've seen 4Thrives hot drop all the time, even when we don't want them to. So for them, they're in the top 8. They're not too far behind. This could be very advantageous for both of those teams to actually do that.
I just want China back on top, man. I've been waiting. But since then, except maybe Tiamba got relatively close at one point, I want a Chinese team here to dominate. 𝐒𝐴𝐤, you know what, Sook? Maybe drop the explosive bow. Maybe pick up a GB. Maybe then it will be enough to climb back into the top 2.
Quick predictions then. Who's taking it? APG.
APG.
I'm staying quiet. No, I'm not.
That is fair. It's an exciting time. It's an exciting day. And it's an exciting road that we've been on here for PMWC because we now have an opportunity to crown a new PMWC champion. We have either the dream, the destiny, or destruction here for day number 3 of the grand finals. Let's do this.
Okay. Let's do this. 这一集有件很快呢。操啊！对，到，OK。打一下嚟，拉比，sorry。nhàဝင်không thế này.
The defending champions will not be going through to the finals.
Cái cục nhìn này nó nung khiển à đúng không?
This is a sad sight for Alpha 7.
Bây giờ anhပြန်ထပြီးတော့ပြေးသွားတာ
4Thrives on top again and again. Power has more control over the circle. Alter Egos are looking like the top dogs here.
The heat. Ông choáng đi nào, giấy chặt.
It all comes down to this. 16 teams, $3 million, and 1 trophy. This isn't just any tournament. This is a legacy.
1 trophy.
My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for the PMWC at the 2025 Esports World Cup. We've seen unbelievable plays, we've seen heartbreaks, and we've seen comebacks. But now only one thing changes. Today, Smash Rule comes into play. So get loud and get ready as we introduce your teams to the main stage for one final time, starting with the next generation of players from Turkey. They are 𝐒𝐴 Esports.
Intro. Yeah, intro.
Dominating day 1 and 2 of the finals. Can they cross the finish line in style? 𝐒𝐴𝐚𝐽𝐿𝐴𝐚. After dominating their region, they were crowned champions of PEL, but they are in need of a spectacular Smash Sunday. It's Thunder Talk Global. this tournament as the reigning club champions. They are also the reigning champions of PMSL Europe and finishing top 3 in their past 2 global events. It is Team Falcons! After closing day 2 in glorious fashion, can they bring a global trophy back to Indonesia? It's 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚𝐭. Your reigning champions of PMSL Southeast Asia, 𝐸_ARENA. They made light work of the group stage. They are the only team from Pakistan to ever make it to a global grand final. They are for 𝐓𝐨𝐤𝐴 Esports. A familiar face on the main stage. They are your 2025 Rivals Club champions, Nongshim Red Force. The enigma of the PMWC, battling their way to the finals. They are Team Secret. Your hometown heroes and the last MENA team standing. It is Power Esports. On paper, they stand out above the rest. A team with 3 global MVPs. Alpha Gaming! Their player, Silas, has the chance to secure the global Grand Slam right here. They are the reigning PMGO champions. It's Regnum Carrier Esports. The all-star lineup of PEL with 2 PMGC MVPs on the roster. It's 𝐓𝐸𝐤 Gaming! The team who smashed their way through the survival stage. They are Hora Esports. The champions of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series and currently in 5th place on our leaderboard from Korea, DRX. And finally, can the veterans secure a global title at the PMWC? Turkey's very own Fireflux Esports. Each of these teams began their journey with the same dream to become champions. And now, 6 maps, 6 efforts, 6 chances at glory. Some were favorites, some were underdogs, but all of them gave us unforgettable moments that reminded us of why we love this game. And so, we come to the final chapter of a truly incredible story, and we want to see how this will end. So, to the players, this is your moment. And to the fans around the world, welcome to Smash Sunday!
There were so many good teams entering the group stage here at PMWC 2025. We had 4Thrives, 𝐓𝐴, the side of Horror Esports. All of the CSA teams were looking so incredibly good
World
at the start.
Championship World Cup
And
League
of course,
apply.
with Order and Sogda, I had a lot of hope behind this team as to could they possibly make it into the finals. And to make it to the top 8 was always going to be incredibly rough at that stage. When it comes to a team that impressed me during the group stage here at PMWC, one team instantly comes to mind, and that is going to be 4Thrives. Every player performed exceptionally well. You're looking at T24OP, 𝐓𝐴, 𝐼QSD, but especially 𝐷𝐞𝐧𝐬 stepped up big time, able to secure some really key chicken dinners in the group stage, and able to secure themselves a second place to move on into the final. For my favorite moment in the group stage, I think it would have to be the almost 1v3 clutch from 𝐷𝐞𝐧𝐬 on 4Thrives against 𝐓𝐴 and Miramar. That clutch would have just been absolutely historical for the Pakistani region as a whole. And it didn't quite work out for him, but it highlights again how good 𝐷𝐞𝐧𝐬 is as a fragger and how he can clutch up in really key moments just like this.
Survival stage was full of opportunities for teams that weren't able to qualify to grand finals via group stages, especially with the top dogs from group stages not being there. Opportunity, that's pretty much what it came down to. This team was a completely different team.
တို့မှာ stage ပေါ်မှာနေရာယူပြီးတော့သူတို့ရဲ့ဟိုဟာလေးစီမှာတွားရအောင်မလေးကွယ်နေရာအခုမှနေရာယူကြတော့ဒီလိုဖြုံးမယ်
kind of game style that we saw out of
I know
the
a song.
stage will translate going to the grand finals.
နေရာတော့ယူပါတော့
When you think about
It's a-
dreams
a time
being
banyak
crushed, there's
terkesan,
only
eh.
one team that comes to mind, and that is none other than the defending champions, 𝐓𝐴. Coming into PMWC at EWC 25 this year, 𝐓𝐴 was one of the favorite teams, being the defending champions. But what we saw out of this team was not champion caliber gameplay. It was actually very lackluster gameplay, indecisions, and just calls that this team had never made before. And this has been a pattern for this team when it came down to global events. It is a big wake-up call for 𝐓𝐴. For me, the best moment, as much as it pains me to say this, it came down actually after the last match. When Horror Esports, a team that nobody has been counting, especially when you think about it from last year, they just look over towards 𝐓𝐴 and they did this.
For the grand finals, I expect nothing less than the best that these teams have to offer. They have proven to us that they deserve to be here. And so now we want to see them perform one last time.
ပြောမလဲအပြင်းမှန်းနေပါတော့
The stakes have never been higher at PMWC. Not only do we have a $3 million prize pool, an epic trophy, and the all-important key, we also no longer have 𝐓𝐴, which means we are guaranteed a new champion to both claim those prizes and crush every other team's key.
All right, it's time to rev up those engines because we have one final day here for PMWC as all of these players get ready to head on into Sandhawk to determine who is going to become our champion live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have Seven, we have Neptura, we have Maxman. Maxman did enough talking in that segment. So Seven, the analyst, what do you think coming into our first Sandhawk?
I mean, we already said anything there is to say in regards to some of these top teams. I think we got to look at the middle of the pack, Maxman. You even said there's just so much money at stake. You're going to be looking at DRX, you're going to be looking at Esports. One team that was able to step it up yesterday, 4Thrives. They're looking to move up on the leaderboard and trying to see if they can possibly get a top 5.
We had a glimpse of the group stage again here yesterday in their matches. Definitely a lot more presence on the Miramar in particular, leaving Picardo, able to get so many extra points on that chicken dinner. Very impressive from Pakistan. Again, the first time ever we've seen a Pakistani team here in a global finals. Can they jump way high in the leaderboard? That is going to be their main goal for today.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see them not only be the first, but to be the first that's so strong as well. 4Thrives coming in, showing what they're made of, making other teams respect them. A little bit of a falter in day 1, day 2, but coming back really, really good into day 3. I'm very excited to see if they can contend that top 2 position.
You got so many storylines that are just going to be colliding in all of these matches. Possibly 6 matches, maybe way less, we'll have to see. But also, MVP. Who could it be? So far, there's so many contenders at the top. You're looking at 𝐓𝐴. 𝐷𝐞𝐧𝐬 is currently leading, followed up by Reefus, which is a big surprise. 𝐒𝐿 is currently in 4th position. There's a high chance 𝐓𝐴 could be taking at least 1 award at the end of today.
That is true. That Sony Grand Finals MVP will be focused on towards the very end. There are some big names, Seven, that could be taking this spot.
Yeah, I think right now, you mentioned it, Max, top Doc, I mean, Top actually needs to be able to improve with what we were saying earlier. Doc, with the way that he's been able to continue to improve on the performance in that time, usually be the one that gets first eliminated for his squad. That's not the case anymore coming into this grand final.
Saving the day, actually, surviving at the start of these matches and able to get extra placement points. As we see right now, was very impactful to allow them to just stay just behind 𝐷 Galacticos. But I think one play we were talking about quite a bit for Alpha Gaming, Nubchura, was Reefus. The player that's been way more silent in PMSL CSA, but he's really just like 𝐷 before Thrive, just risen up to glory.
Yeah, it's really nice to see a lot of those players that you can kind of call support players, right? They're the ones that are making the things work for those fraggers to come in and sweep the lobby. But it's so nice to see them come into their own limelight as well. You've got Reefus coming in, some really good angles, some really good hits, great shots. He's doing very well. He's getting into that MVP position, and that's just making Alpha Gaming that much stronger.
Let's get to it then. SanHoC is on the cards for our first game of the day. Will the Assassins come at the two kings at the top here for our first match? Let's head over to the commentators.
The bookend map for the PMWC here live in Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup. We started so long ago on SanHoC, and of course this will be the beginning of the end for these teams today. So close to that smash rule coming into effect, and as Barney Banks said down on the stage, it's gonna be Smash Sunday. There's gonna be intensity, action, blood, sweat and tears. 15 of these keys will be crushed blank, and only one squad will walk away champions.
15 teams battling it out to dismount Yangon
Galacticos.
The two kings in APG and Yangon Galacticos sitting high
Hello.
upon those thrones. Can those teams underneath dismount them? Like 𝐒𝐿 says, it's a wonder here, but we're getting SanHoC to start things off in just a short moment. No smash ruling will come effect on this first match. It's all about getting over that match point.
That's what we're working with. We'll keep you up to date as things flow, as the teams start to show us what they're made of today. But all you can do, if you're watching at home or in the arena here live, give these teams you up for these games.
We're cutting across SanHoC to the horizontal like a slice from a katana. One of these teams will be showing up in this game to get above of that match. 28 all 6 maps today. We can only wait and see as all the teams get out the plane and situated on this match. It looks like Power and 4Thrive are not done on their duel up towards Hattin.
It's been a fitting name for Power because it has been a power struggle between these two teams. It's happened again and again. We'll see if they actually have some reservations. Obviously, the first time it was Power that pulled it off. Second game it was 4Thrive that came out on top. And this time they both on the adjustment drop.
Smart move from Power here. They know they're in 10th place. Going to push this further. Surprisingly, 4Thrive over the top of them was 68, but the middle portion of the points is so interchangeable.
As you head further
and further on those tables, we're going to sit ourselves over towards the eastern side. Surprisingly, surprisingly with the circle look that we've seen from them, Yangon Galacticos in a great position in Paradise Resort.
A team that has proved so much in such a short space of time. Tons of talent, very exciting to watch, and I think it's been quite an amazing storyline with how obviously some of us were looking at this thinking, yeah, okay, you're kind of making it work, but is the consistency there? Is this sustainable? Is this repeatable? And I mean, all we've had from the playoffs has been a yes and again.
It's been more of that, please, the entire time. For Yangon Galacticos, their maneuvers have been sound. It has been smart when it needs to be. Some god grenade been sent over the top from this team. Really strikes out either. Yangon Galacticos. There has been some moments of absolute domination from some of the players. Key moments. It's a different player each time stepping up to the plate to deliver for that squad, and I think that's what makes them so great. Is that all can perform at such a high level. No one's lagging behind on that team. Everyone's running in lockstep with one another. There's a couple of teams would be focusing on this match, and this is gaming. currently in third place on
Okay, that's
2 points, having a real standout
Yeah,
year
man, yeah.
for their region.
Lắm rồi. Quanh gì bữa còn, quanh gì bữa ngã tông
Oh,
đi, ý bữa ngã tông đi.
Right here.
Này nếu còn nó tông quay ra mày.
Iya, man. Iya, man. Yeah, man.
He's quite consistently
Yes,
bringing
ang
the
ama.
gavel down on teams inside of these lobbies. We've seen his impact time and time again, but this whole squad goes explosive like the
အမေစုကအတူတူကြည့်ရဆိုတော့ဘာမှတော့မပြောတော့ဘူးเนาะအတူတူပဲကြည့်ကြမယ်
now they're thrown into a clash versus
ကြည့်နေရတူ
That's good.
အာကတ်ဖို့လောကင်းဆူစိုက်ချင်တယ်အဲ့လိုမျိုး
Takes down Jiggle, backline for no fear.
Order goes down pretty quickly as well, playing behind the stairways, but Horror's taking a side swipe angle here.
ပေါ်တာနဲ့ white ပုံနဲ့တွေ့နေရ
Starts to get slightly involved. Sky moves up, but
Holy
he's in
God.
the grass, waiting like a blade of grass to stab and strike from the back.
He's getting these audio cues as well. All about timing for this one. Slowly makes his move forward. The jump up from Sky might have given the game away, but the periphery wasn't spotted. He instantly engages. Angle peek as well. Good tag from Sleepy. The bite back. It's a hefty hit. Looking for more.
33Z steps up though. We'll find
နေ
him.
နေချက်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ကစတာတန်လေးနဲ့တိုးရင်ကောင်းပါပဲ
And 𝐒𝐲𝐤𝐞, they've been taking knocks here and there, but this is a resounding success from this team. And again, it's a real fast start here for 𝐒𝐲𝐞 Gaming. They know that they need big elims on these matches if they hope to catch up to APG as well as Yangon Galacticos.
လိုက်ွက်ဒီလိုက်ွက်ဒီ
No fear. The opposite of his name
Oh,
at the
yeah,
minute,
huh?
man. You are going to be sweating bullets. Head down. Hope to avoid being just an additional point on that
ဟော
mark.
လဲလောင်းမယ်တဲ့လောင်းလေး
Grabbing those
လောင်း
with
မယ်
both
ဒီလောင်း
hands.
ပါလား
Already some more action from the squads that are at the top. It's Alpha that are back on screen. Looking for a bit of a drive-by. A couple establishing shots that were thrown out towards Fireflux.
𝐒𝐲𝐞 Gaming get themselves back up on their feet now. All 4 players. Alpha Gaming on our screens. Down towards the southwest side. Coming in contact with Ida probably quite soon, alongside with their Turkish brethren in Fireflux, who are just off towards the east. This is around Quarry. Not an easy position to play. Obviously, will siphon a lot of teams down towards the south side. And they'll have to break fast on either the east or the west.
မြစုပေးခိုင်းတာ
Yangon Galacticos
Hello, I'm baby.
targeted.
Yeah, I don't know.
Give yourself
I
extra
do
time
other
if you're
Hora
Reggie Pryor. They've had some okay games, honestly,
Or minimize
currently
လို့မရ
74 points, but they'd like to be further up the leaderboards.
ဘာလေးကိုတတိလေးလောက်ထား
Success over towards PMGO, and overall from this team, they want to extend these playoffs as much as possible.
They would need to climb. And like you say, that's starving out these teams from being able to get themselves into a position to win off of that smash rule. Here, opportunities could present themselves.
ပိုင်လေးလို့မပိုင်လေးလို့
Phải biết bí. Có này ở thầu và biết thầu ở con này.
That was so quick.
The 180 off that one, what was that? If you're Regnum Kaya, you think to yourself, I'm working against a reaction speed machine. That's terrifying. That would scare me. That would really scare me. It's like Regnum Kaya now realize that they need to be instantaneous on a knock. They need to get this team shot on board quickly now, because they know they can't take any of these quick stabs in the dark. If they're not successful, immediately Yangon Galacticos is going to know the position.
If that's not a good litmus test of what their form's looking like today, I don't know what is. That was absolutely balmy, mate.
They're wired right now. They are wired.
They know it's at their fingertips. The trophy, the title, the lion's share of the prize money. Oh boy, you talk Alliance, maybe there's a couple looking for an opportunity to pounce 4 Thrives on a bit of a rotate around.
From the north side, going down towards the south now. We'll see if they just wrap round. Yangon Galacticos actually sets themselves up nicely on this eastern edge. There's a very good area of escape here for them, but the circle will center up on the eastern island, giving both Regnum Kai and Yangon Galacticos a nice springboard here from Paradise Resort. 4 Thrives are going to make their way down though. It looks like they're heading towards the southern arena here. just on the northern precipice of
ဒီမှာတော့တည်သွားရင်လည်းအကောင်ချီတာလို့ပြောလို့ရလာကြရတယ်အကုန်လုံးကဒါချီတာတွေအကုန်လုံးစုပြီးကြိုင်ရတဲ့ပွဲဒီပွဲကတော့အရန်နေကြည့်လို့ကောင်းတယ်ချီတာတွေအကုန်လုံးပြပွဲ
78 points. They're slightly
YG တဲ့မမရှင်းသွားပါအောင်
middle of the pack, I would say, in terms of point scoring.
For gaming, making their move bit by bit here. Quick scan from Doc up on the elevated angle. See if he can catch whiff of anyone's positions and get a read on this. Puerto Rico not far out, just over towards boot camp.
There's a weird one for us as well, Jackie.
The
announcement from 𝐓𝐨𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 earlier. This is likely the final ever Sandhawk will cast.
Kind of crazy, man. It's always a fun map. Provides for some very interesting games. But hey, Rondo's looking exciting.
That it is. So we'll make the most of this one. I know it's not any secret, as I say it multiple times, especially the audience at home, that Sandhawk has always been one of my favorite maps and holds a special place in my heart for chaotic action. And that's what I'm looking for towards the end of this map. To look to secure those match points for certain teams towards the top to set themselves up nicely, to tee themselves off into match 2 and 3.
𝐓𝐨𝐤𝐞, the shots downrange. It's DRX that are on screen now. We get their POV. Nades over the top.
Oh my god.
Time on that is pinpoint.
Yeah, it's that.
To get that opening conversion instantly blank. No opportunity to
Need about session down no apply time you know.
No matter what, even if he tried to crawl inside the rock, those nades would have still done the trick. So 𝐓𝐴 Gaming are forced off of this one, and 3 elims is not enough so far. They need more off the back of this one, and right now they're sandwiched between 4 Thrives, DRX, Horrors underneath, Team Secrets guarding out towards the west. Smile did move down from 𝐷𝐴 𝐞𝐳𝐿𝐴Cos over towards a small shack on the south side, which gives them a comfortable position, an anchor point for the rest of the team to drag themselves towards. But 𝐓𝐴, they lose order, they lose Sook. 2 very prominent players on the team are now down. He and 33Z will now need to move off. This is not the game they wanted to start off things with. And like we said, there were so many teams around them.
You're just being pushed from pillar to post as well. It was 4 Thrives that found the stab onto the second player, with Sook being taken out. Secret catch vision, fire shots their way, soften them up. And ahead of them, it's 𝐴, so no matter where you go, you are terrified at this point.
Next circle coming in fairly shortly now over towards stage 3, and we'll see where this bad boy ends up, because I think a lot of teams would prefer it not to go down towards Quarry side, where Ida, Arena, as well as Fireflux currently are placed. Much easier prospects over towards this area of the map. A lot of nice little bits of high ground to play around outside of boot camp. APG currently just guarding though for Thunder Talks, who are coming in from that western side. Falcons haven't found a home. Still in the blue, down towards Cave. They have to wait things out. There's a lot of teams that move through Camp Charlie.
Looks like we're getting some Rondo gameplay early, because those bird cages are going to be startled when they make their move over towards the zone. Max unloading. The DBS rattles back over though, and 4 Thrives might come unstuck. You think you finished the job, and T24 has to do it himself from the back line. A messy engagement. 𝐷𝐴's gone. You can at least get that pick-me-up play back over on the foul. Unless another squad pulls up, as well, being headhunted by 𝐴𝐤𝐿𝐴. That's another point to the tally for Yangon.
Bad start for some of these teams though, Jackie. 𝐓𝐴 down to 1 player and a sliver of HP. DRX out with all 4 players down. Not a lot of eliminations to speak of. The 2 terrors towards the top, towering over the rest of the lobby. It is the twins in Yangon Galacticos and APG, just 1 point apart.
You can feel a bit of a different air with how these teams are approaching it today as well. On each of these points. And for Yangon, The path ahead of them could be found with resistance from Power. A team that have been
အ
no
ချင်း
strangers
ဟိုင်းလိုက်ဖလားရမှာလားဗျာတဲ့
games
ဒါသာ
here
ကြည့်
on
တာနားမလည်လို့ပါတဲ့ကိုမိမမူလာပေးတာဟိုင်းရွှိုင်းရဖလားရမှာဗောဘလူရဲ့ချန်ပီယံလေးဟိုင်းရွှိုင်းရရင်ချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ပြီလေချန်ပီယံတော့မှကမ္ဘာဖလားချန်ပီယံဖြစ်မှာ
This game's about getting over match point. I think
Kaba
for
champion.
it's a slightly different
Yeah,
story.
Kaba
For them, it's
champion.
quite aggressive team. For Yangon Galacticos, they sort of just need to play their own game. We'll have to switch things up so much on the outer edge, but for APG, this is where they'd go to die right now if they're not able to get over that match point early in the day. Yangon Galacticos is able to fix that one for themselves. Right now, I'd say APG is playing a smart game. They're not trying to push too far. They're securing that location on the western side. They do not want to be backstabbed. This is nice. This is nice. They can certainly play this one. They're keeping it all nice and calm, which is kind of uncharacteristic for that team, but they have been making these adjustments where it's required during these playoffs, and it has been so fantastic to see a more controlled approach for Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to watch. And they've been running those more passive games. We've seen that on Sandhawk from them. Placements have been huge, and especially at this point, getting those placements, getting into that smash zone, that could be a whole different story. We get the shift on the zone as well. Team Secret, not in a bad spot whatsoever, centered up with some cover to play with.
𝐓𝐸 taking down Redox as Falcons made a quick rotate towards the center of the circle, going for a lot more of these recently. APG trying to move through the circle. This is slightly late. They cleared the western side, but they were bold on their push towards the east. 𝐒𝐲's already down. Rufus has knocked out the vehicle. Oh, it's a dangerous gambit, Jackie.
It's a very deadly game they're playing. Trying to focus on so many different angles because of where they found themselves trapped. Limited cover to play with. Shots in the back line still coming in from 𝐷𝐷𝐸. Ahead of them, it's he that's also trying to take Peaks back over. In the meantime, seems like Power and versus Yangon as well. Gets stolen away from Red and Karia, whilst 4-5s continue the fight versus 𝐸𝐴rena, and Alpha Gaming just try and find some form of cover.
Considering how strong he's been for the squad, they do get a renom. Yangon Galacticos down to 2 versus the 3 coming through from Power. 𝐴𝐸 is fully flushed out there. So a 3v3 effectively, unless another player goes down, dropping Yangon to just 2. In a similar boat with APG in those moments. Ragnar, a match point might just not be
with Yangon's name. But for Alpha, the journey continues. Fragmented though, down to the 2 players, just Doc and Rufus. Bullets out from Rufus onto the back of 𝐷𝐷𝐸. He's trying to take the peaks on this.
Tough game now for Alpha Gaming with just the 2 players. This is really rough. Rufus hits the deck also. Almost about 𝐷𝐸𝐸 out in the blue. You'd be furious if you're 𝐴lter Ego. This was a very, very good opportunity for them to catch up in the rankings.
Nonshin. I don't think this will be a Dr. Dre play. They won't forget about Doc trapped in behind the rocks. Fireflux taking the head-to-head versus Regnum Karia with a third party from Team Secret as well. 𝐓𝐸 has already shown us how much turmoil he can cause in this lobby with the shots over onto Krypton of 𝐴lter Ego. You get the replay here of a very important fight as well. That was Power versus Yangon that resulted in them going out.
𝐴lter Ego's doing great work. Moana with a big nade. Hits the double. Alva's been taking some nice shots from 𝐴lter Ego, and that's outside in the blue, making the most of this zone, but he knows he's got to get back in because just like that, huge amount of damage. I think he just about made it through, but that's another great lead from 𝐓𝐸. Over towards Rosemary, leaving them down to just the 1 player.
အမေပါလေဆိုတော့ဝိုင်းကြည့်မရှိအောင်ကြည့်စင်တော့ခုမှဒါတပွဲပဲရှိသေးတယ်နောက်ပွဲတွေကျရင် AC 6ပွဲတောင်ဘာတွေဖြစ် AC ကိုစောသေးလို့ကြောပေးထားတာ
𝐓𝐸's trying to get in close range. Wants to but the shot into good use. Tag from the side. Alba gets a visual on him. Nade up from the teammate. Good move back in. It's Binny in the back that hits heavy with the DBS. You're going for the pickup. The car drives by. Moana runs into the barrel and goes down. See you later, 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬.
Almost all of our big ticket teams
Fire Jenny.
Regnum Kaya, DRX, Alter Ego, Weibo. Gaming surprisingly getting Reefus back up on their feet. This game's not done yet for this squad.
It seems like they smell blood in the water off the fight from 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐸𝐤. The bounce on the nade. That one's going to arc you back up and get you a little bit clammy in the hands. Reefus has 4 nades of his own to reply with. Casts one in close. Binny rocks over. They can play off one another. That's the manpower advantage they have. And Reefus, he's on the island. The nade bouncing over the top as well. Reply with the molly to force him out of position. He's being burnt, cooked in position. They just need to get close to finishing.
The flames as well, and that will be Reefus going down here. Now just Doc, the big man himself. 27 elims during the playoffs. It is a massive result for a singular player here. Can he
bolu boy laဟုတ်တယ်ပြောလိုက်မဆူလဲဦးလေးbolu boy လေဒီနေ့နောက်ဆုံးနေလေ bolu boy ပေါ့ bolu boy ပဲပြောရအောင်
for Yangon Galacticos. They need to breach in our first angle of the day, and Doc's out, and it's power of all the teams to make it happen. These games Yangon and APG.
I'm sure အောက်ကတင်းနေတက်အားဖြစ်
from power today. As they are running through these teams. They take the fight to 4 frags from distance as well. Confidence to split. It's easy that was able to strip Falak out of the competition.
4 frags not doing too badly on this match. 9 eliminations. Good result for them. Nice
I got
shot
90.
from 𝐼Q.
I was 60 and I got 70.
𝐵𝐸𝐷𝐸n has to wrap back round again to wrap 𝐵𝐸𝐷𝐸n with bandages. Get easy back up on his feet as quickly as possible, because this blue is starting to push in and it hits hard. Going down. In fact, 𝐵𝐸𝐷𝐸n's very lucky to get out of there as quickly as he did.
Had me scared, man. The drive through the blue, the wide turning circle. Play zone still going to nip at the heels of easy as well, so it's starting to go south for power bit by bit. 4 frags taken to pieces as well. Team Secret engage on top of them. Nongshim Red Force just watching, biding their time. You've got the 2-player push-up close towards the Falcons that are catching whiff of this.
Cole and Ralph. Deadly duo here. The IGL. And the slayer of squads, Koa himself. Good nade up from 𝐓𝐶𝐠. More Molotovs thrown through, just delaying what Falcons can do here. The blue's going to force them out into unfavorable engagement between them. There's a car coming in.
Team Secret
今日လုံးလုံးနေကြပြီပေါ့အိုးမြင်သွားတယ်ဗျာတော်တယောက်ထားပြီလို့ထားထားတယ်မျက်နှာသွားတိုင်မျက်နှာတစ်ဂိမ်းစော်တယ်ဒါပဲလေ
Constrictor himself poises. Hits back. Straight into the nade. And goodbye Falcons.
ကျန်မေးပြောဒီနေ့ live တက်မှာလားတဲ့တက်မှာပေါ့သူ
Power are still in play, but of course it's only that duo that remains alive right now.
Team Secret whispering death in the ears of these other teams. A nade over the top, it looks to go fairly long, bounces over the top, a huge amount of damage off the back of that one. No team is inside the circle. Nongshim Red Force taking this time to move out towards the south side and get some big angles. Another nade up towards the backside of power there should be going down now. Ragnar attempts to deny the points, but it's slightly late. It's Team Secret.
ပြောသွားတယ်နေကျင်းတတ်ပါပြီဟုတ်တယ်
So many wide open sight lines to work with.
အဲ့အောက်ကဘယ်သူပဲတက်တက်ကိစ္စမရှိဘူး
3 versus 2 3 versus 2ပြန်တော့သွားပြီဟော
First man falls, leaving only 2. They can't play to get him back up. They've got to focus on the crosshairs.
အော်နောက်ကျထတော့ဝိုင်းရပြီNS လား
Will be Nongshim Red Force taking the first chicken dinner of the day. What a fantastic result for them. I mean, to be quite frank, from their region, 𝐓𝐸 Red Force plays extremely strange throughout this entire tournament. It's a whole different style because we're used to very defensive kind of plays from that region overall. But 𝐓𝐸 Red Force shows us a completely different, deadly, angry side from that team.
We've seen them running
ဒီမှာချန်ပီယံရရင်လည်းလို့လေးထိုးပါချန်ပီယံရမှပြောလीနော်ဟုတ်တယ်အပွဲပဲရှိသေးတယ်အမကြီးလက်ညှိုးတွေလောက်
one of these games where they come out swinging. Exciting stuff though, with power causing that struggle in the lobby, taking the fight to the teams that are so close to that point barrier and making it uncomfortable.
လုံးတွေထဲမှာအတွေးပေါင်းများစွာနဲ့
They've just painted a target on their back.
ဒီနေရာမှာငါတို့ဘလူးလောက်လိုက်တာ
Powerful enemies in this game. I don't think
တော့လက်တယ်နော်ခုံလေးကကြည့်ပါလား
I like
share
that they're just playing these games out with not a care in the world. They just want more points on board. But the same can be said for a lot more teams. Getting towards their angle. No team on match point.
ဒီဆုံးကမရတော့ဘူးလေဟိုအားပဲနော်
ဆန်းဝါဆုံးမပါရင်ဘာလို့လို့ပြဝိုင်းကြီးကကားမရှိရလဲပါမယ်
ဟုတ်တယ်ကားမရှိဘူးဘာကြီးပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ပေါင်း
တယောက်ပဲရှိရတာမသိအာရုံဖြစ်ဘူး
A Rango နောက်ပွဲရ starring you
ရဂေဆိုရင်တော့ရှုံရပါတယ်ဝိုင်းကြီး
အဲ့ easy ပါကိစ္စမရှိဘူးလေ APG ကလည်းအမှတ်မကောင်းဆိုတော့ကိစ္စမရှိဘူးစိတ်ကရရင်တော့နည်းနည်းစိုးရိမ်ရအောင်
ဟိုကပွိုင်းကို match point ကိုတော့မိသေးဘူးလေ
မိသေးဘူးလေအေးလေရော Okay. ဘာကြီးအမှတ်များဆုံးမဟုတ်ဘူးလားမဆူဟုတ်တယ်မဆူအတန်မထွက်ဘူးလေဘလို့မဆူအတန်မထွက်ဘူးလေပါတယ်ကြားဟုတ်လား Hello it's me ကြားဟုတ်လားကြားပါတယ်ဘာလို့ဒီမှာလှုပ်စီပေါ်နေမနောက်နဲ့ဝိုင်းကြီးကမနေ့ကအထိက118မှတ်လေးအမှတ်အများဆုံးလေးစုံကြောက်မှာလို့ရဟုတ်တယ်စုံဘာလဲအခုကကြတော့2 point လား 2 point လားအကေးလားမသိဘူး
ဟုတ်တယ်အကေး
အပေးနေပါရဲ့ကိုမျိုးကြီး thank you ဟဲ့ easy ပဲ Iran ကြောက်ရှင် easy မချစ်ကန်စားမလေးအဲ့တော့မျိုးစုလိုက်စားတယ်နည်းနည်းထည့်မယ်ပုံလေးခဏပိတ်လိုက်မယ်မလားခင်ဗျ
Victory for all sentient beings.
well, well. 𝐓𝐸 Red Force here gets a big Sandhawk
Yeah,
win
yeah.
to get them into day number 3 of the grand final here for PMWC, but also those top teams shut down.
Yeah, ပြီးစားပြီးကြပြီလား
Day number 3.
မဆော့ဆော့ရမှာလားတဲ့ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ရှင်
Max, 𝐓𝐸 Red Force, actually, we spoke about it at the beginning of the day. These wins for these teams, even if they're not able to challenge for number 1 by the end of the day, this is still big, big wins potentially for these teams.
If you get in the top 5 at the end of today, you're going to make big money at the end of this one. So, of course, they had a ton of eliminations, get the 10 placement points. We'll have to see when the leaderboards pop up to see how much of an increase they really got. But 𝐓𝐸 Red Force, if there's any point in time you want to get a win, it's right now, especially on the very last Sandhawk of this year currently when it comes to globals. So, that's going to be a very impactful one for them.
21 points go their way. Team Secret gets 13. 4 Thrives has come alive once again. But 𝐓𝐸 Red Force here, 𝐵𝑒𝑛𝑡𝑢𝑟A, to focus on the winners here for a moment. They had the compound and they had some great transitions afterwards.
Yeah, I really like how they played this actually. You saw them take advantage of in that zone in the mid game, the only easy entry points that circle had to offer. They actually had a split down onto the southwest side, blocking that entry point. You know, APG do come through a little bit, but those other teams, they had to actually fight to get into the zone. And so actually 𝐓𝐸 were able to just farm eliminations after that.
I mean, the compound is quite good. Though, you're looking at this first page of the leaderboards for this match. Guess who we're not seeing? No 𝐷 Galacticos, no Alpha Gaming.
Hooray!
They're not in the Smash Zone just yet.
I want more games.
I want 6 games if we can. Going on to the second page, here you go. 𝐷 Galacticos, 2 eliminations.
Wow,
Alpha
if I had to remember,
Gaming, placement point. There's still enough time for these teams to try and play catch up.
No, definitely.
See.
Only the 2, only the 1. So we will see a little bit of an opportunity here for the rest of this lobby to really do something about it. Again, it's a bit of it's an almost insurmountable try and catch up to where they are currently here, 𝐵𝐸. But we've seen crazier things, like for example, Alter Ego in a group stage day, right? 78 points on a day. So some of these teams are very capable of huge point gains.
Right, they are, and Alter Ego actually didn't have too bad of a game in that Sandhawk. So it is going to be interesting to see what they can do in the bigger maps in those Orangles, right? But yeah, 𝐓𝐸 for Thrives, Team Secret as well, able to just push through those points, get as many eliminations as possible. It is nice to see that as we look over at the top damage dealers, we're seeing those names coming in, but none of them are the top teams.
You know what I'm seeing, Max, man?
Which one? What are you looking
Sandhawk numbers right now. This is.
Oh, I waited for that. That's been a while.
That's been a while, hasn't it? There's not, you know, some decent limbs here and there, but nothing huge coming out from our Sandhawk.
It's all over the place. You know, these numbers are going to be very consistent between all the teams. Actually, I was talking about 𝐓𝐸 Red Force. They're fighting, which is not quite what we see. 𝐓𝐸 Red Force like to have a central compound. We wait, we chill, we get the points, we get a few eliminations that just naturally come our direction. No, here actually, you mentioned it a little bit earlier here, 𝐓𝐸, sweeping the western side, getting involved versus Alpha Gaming, versus the side of Alter Ego, trying to also third-party fights on the southern side. I think it was against Falcons. They were so involved. They're hungry for that massive prize pool increase in the leaderboards.
They're actually being proactive for once, which so far we have not seen from them at all. But you're right. You know, they're sweeping that southwest side. They're moving on to Alter Ego. They're clearing that team. They're moving back down to the south side. It did get a little bit hairy. I thought they took a little bit too long. They slowed right down up against Falcons. But once that was cleared, they were able to take advantage of this fight happening to regroup and then spread out again over the south side and able to take that chicken.
Yeah, I was going through the replays. I think one very important thing that needs to be stated about 𝐓𝐸 Red Force is they were using the rocks to their full advantage. They were getting so many angles, and of course, when you're looking at Team Secret, you're looking at Power. They're going downhill. They only have a few trees. If you have the off angles, there's really not much these teams can do against you. So 𝐓𝐸 Red Force had a great map knowledge here at the end of this match.
Also, a little bit of a dichotomy between a lot of their previous wins and this one, right? Because this one wasn't just sitting in a compound and waiting for the game to come to you. This was a bit more proactive from 𝐓𝐸 Red Force.
It was really nice that they took the zone rather than have the zone handed and still do something or not, as we've seen before. It was really nice that they were like, hey, that zone over there, it's ours, but here we go.
Shit,
place coming into this one game.
Okay, Max, they came in at what, 11th today?
They were in 11th position before this one. 11th place is $50,000 if you stay in that position at the end of today. If you're in 4th position and they remain there, that's $120,000. That's possibly a $70,000 chicken dinner that's just been secured by 𝐓𝐸 Red Force.
That's terrifying. That is terrifying. I don't know if I could keep up with that kind of pressure. That's crazy stuff coming in from them. But again, look how close it is between all of those teams. Now again, to get this over the barrier here. Yangon and Alpha did not have a good start to today, so their points are barely shifted. Maybe an opportunity to try and catch up with them, but still all eyes will be focused on that position.
Yeah. Wait, so I want to jump on this one. Fourth Rise also jumping up. They were initially in 8th position, if I'm not mistaken, with 68 points. So also pretty big jump. We said it, top 5. Nice. Prize point increase is significant for Pakistan. This first game was an absolute banger.
That'll be 100,000 or 110. I'm not quite sure. I'm not, without me checking it right now, but yeah, big jumps are still very much available here for PMWC. One question, whilst we take a look at our 9th through 16th as well here, Neptura, is that the last time we get to see Sanhok for a while? Now that Rondo's coming in.
I'm so sad. Hey, it was a great Sanhok to end on. Hey, yo.
I prefer Rondo. I'm happy.
No, it was a good one to end on. I think it was a really nice Sanhok to end on. Yeah. The thing I want to mention, though, just very quickly, is that if I was APG, if I was Yangon after that game, I would be concerned because those 3rd to 6th teams all placed there, they were the ones who stepped up massively in this game. 4th Thrives, WBG were there. You had Nongshim Red Force as well, right? All those teams right behind starting to step up. What do we see in Erangel?
Well, let's look at it. Well, let's see who's been able to perform so far. Yangon Galacticos up at number 1 here for our Erangel so far. 𝐓𝐴, though, Max, you've had your eyes on them to be able to do something?
I mean, yeah, their angles have been so good, but they just get a little bit too hyper-focused on specific fights. If they can see the bigger picture, possibly here, they can try and rise up to the occasion, actually start breaching that top 2 position. The price point increase would also be quite significant getting into that top 2. But 𝐓𝐴, I said it earlier, Suk, we love you with the explosive bow. Maybe it's time for the S12K. Maybe that change of weapon can actually give them an opportunity to have even more team fighting capabilities to rise up in the leaderboards.
For them, I'd also like to see them actually take a few better angles. I think they split up quite effectively, but I want to see a few more alter ego angles coming into that. I want to see that influence because I think those angles are so beneficial for certain teams that I think that actually 𝐓𝐴 would actually do well to be influenced by that.
Let's get to it then. We have 3 Erangels potentially here for the last day of PMWC as we head over to the grassy pastures for game number 2 of the day here with our commentators.
Thank you very much. 𝐒𝐲 and everyone on the desk. It's been exciting and you can feel the anticipation at the storyline starting to build. But we appreciate you switching over to us so we can give you the breakdown. Of course, if you want to stay up to date in your own way and follow all of the action, head on over to the official map feed so you can check it out and follow it exactly how you'd want to with a full lay of the land. And you'd need it, Blank, because we are at the precipice of greatness for so many teams. Of course, though, because of that man on your screens and the incredible power roster taking the fight to our top dogs, they were starved out from being able to break into that 128 barrier.
Because right now there is certain jump ups which, like Max says, are worth a whole lot of money. Nongshim Red Force, they can stay up towards the top of those tables. Might have just salvaged their performance here in the playoffs.
They very well might have. But it's time once again. Glue your eyes to your screen, strap yourself in with those seat belts that you're going to need, and keep your arms inside of this vehicle at all times as we're going back in to those beautiful, lush pastures that come before us. Let's get into this one, Blank, and see how things are going to start to shape up once again here today.
Right now, we're at the vertical drop, just waiting for this ride to get underway as we're in the plane all the way through to the western side in Quarry, while teams get themselves out in action. 𝐓𝐴 going to be out a little bit later down towards Primorsk unless they go for a slightly different drop here. Oh, but look at the drop in points right now, Jackie. 85 points down to 77 in 10th place. We've got triple 77s across the board from Regnum, Kaya, Power, and Ida here. Oh, it's nasty. Real nasty.
Whole lot of 7s, but will they be lucky? That's the question.
Most elimination.
Some of our top players back out, proving they're the top dogs in the lobby again today. Doc has been living up to the name. It has been surgically clean.
3 players that we talked about a lot here. Doc, Rosemary, Falak, all putting on a performance of a lifetime in this one. 𝐓𝐴 with a 405 meters. I think that's breaking the record. Crazy stuff coming through 𝐓𝐸 Red 4 straight down towards the south side, looting around yellows. Falcons, as per usual, in Pochinki. But check out this circle, heading directly southeast into the uncomfortable trees, the dead woods. Will these teams be able to get themselves out alive, though? And across that match point barrier, not possible for teams in 3rd and 4th place at the moment. All eyes on Yangon and APG.
You can see them parachuting in here. The Alpha squad that have shown us that they mean business. An uncomfortable rotate for them back on Sandhawk that resulted in a fragmentation of that team. Blank starved down just to dock before they were taken out of the runnings.
But a comfortable rotate here, actually, if they can head down towards 𝐓𝐸 military base. They're fully committed for this one. In different times, they wouldn't go for it. 4 Thrives are at their back, though, so they need to get a move on, get sprinting at the moment. But if they can get down towards 𝐓𝐸, they can make a comfortable rotate over towards that eastern bridge. We'll see if anyone tries to hold them out, but likely Thundertalks are going to hold in 𝐷𝐿𝑡𝑎. Some nice shots over towards top, who does have to drop down, takes a bit of damage from that leap as well. This is a slightly sad start. It should get better, unless 4 Thrives tries to get involved in this one.
It'd be a risky maneuver for him to full commit, full sand, hop behind the wheel, put the pedal to the metal and chase them down. But they're still raining out shots. 𝐼𝐸 is the tool for the job as well.
QSS, not the best weapon in the world, but when you've got no vest, no helmet, it will hurt, and comes pre-installed with that scope.
down.
Acrobatics on display right now from APG.
The outlines.
Parkour in the entire time.
It's good.
Leaping over railings, getting through the girders.
Bit of a terrifying, man.
Yeah, a bit of a jungle gym for them.
Just constantly trying to get out of there. Keep their noses clean, but already some obscene plays thrown into the mix. 𝐷𝐸 Red Force up against Fireflux there. 𝐷𝐸 being able to find one of those for free.
I'll tell you what, as much as some of the players from 𝐷𝐸 Red Force have very much frustrated me in the past, I do respect that no matter what, they're just going to keep giving it. They're going to keep being aggressive. They're not changing anything. And I think that's a mindset that can really affect you going into the finals, where you want to play passive, you want to get those points, you want to get placements on board. But for 𝐷𝐸 Red Force, fair enough. Some of these engagements, some of these fights, you're going to mess up. You're going to do something a little insane. But here in the playoffs, I welcome a bit of insanity.
Doxy from distance, 𝐷𝐸 being able to spot onto that one and restrict him. Alter Ego as well. A little establishing shot of that rotate round from 𝐷𝐸, but one man's trapped amongst it. Oh, 𝐿𝐸, you have been left hung out to dry as the rest of the team realized they had to commit to the getaway, so they find that one for free.
𝐿𝐸 started off pretty quickly on that last game, looking to do it again here. They get themselves down into a nice position on that southeast side. Sadly, 𝐷𝐸 will lose a player off the back of that. But they're no strangers to these types of circles. Usually do have a fair amount of success. Losing a player at this stage of the game does hurt them, though.
Power versus Thundertalks. Okay, Power. Let's see if the energy levels are still carrying on from the prior game. They were forming a fist and punching their way through this lobby pretty convincingly. They find 𝐷𝐸 getting knocked down immediately. No one else really around to assist as well.
Power pushing up. This is not a bad spot for Power either. They can play this. 𝐷𝐸 do move up. Bumper cars in play, easy, attempting to get out of there. Bullets raining on the vehicle, but not quite hitting their mark.
I'm surprised he was actually able to get out there so confidently. I mean, you've just crashed straight into him, no follow-up from it. He gets away, and obviously for 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐴, you're at a disadvantaged fight. That would have at least been an equalization in the battle of attrition. If they took down easy, it would have been a 3 versus 3.
They could have probably pulled that game out a little bit longer. I think for 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐿𝐴, though, as well as APG, they're one of the few teams out on the western side and down towards the south that just have not found a home here over towards that southeast side, where most teams are confirming their position. There have been a couple of times where we've seen more teams spread out over towards Mansion and around Shelter, and likely on this circle it does center up around Mini Milter as well as Milter itself. And this is the smart choice from all sending central. Does give some more time for squads on the outer edge to play this game slowly, though.
DRX back on screen here as well. DRX, again, another team that's looking relatively impressive. Whenever we've seen them in terms of those later circles, the communication's been really good. 𝐷𝐸𝐤𝐵's had some huge pop-off plays as well. It's always fun to watch. On this one, they get a lot of time to ponder and think. Team Secret, of course, you had that late finish, coming second in the previous game. See what they can do here. It's 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐴 that's just off in the distance. And 𝐵𝐸𝐻𝑛𝑎𝑡 that gets contact. Few shots fired in towards the vehicles, trying to trace it down. Hefty chip.
Not a bad shot towards Jack. He has to switch vehicles, though. Knows that that buggy is not long for this world. We're just here using the bandies. The Yangon Galacticos similarly in a rough scenario. We're heading over towards stage 2. They've not quite found themselves over towards the circle just yet. We're waiting for that shift, because if it is down towards Milter Power and Milter Way, suddenly becomes very, very hard for a lot of these teams that are rotating in late to get too much success off the back of it. APG's just been sitting pretty down towards military base this entire time. Oh, okay. That is a big one. That's going to create a real traffic jam down that southeast side. Hard to rotate up on the east around the crates here, Jackie. Oh, dear, dear me. Not a bad opportunity for the boys over on APG, though, to sidle in over towards that eastern bridge and get a loot crate delivered to them on the way.
Yeah, potential as well, with all the team's focus being turned ahead of them with the swift rotations that now have to be made. They could backdoor into it. Fireflux straight in versus Power as well. Seems like 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐴 has swiftly been handled. And you get the follow-up onto 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐴. So already you're able to strip them down to just 2 players on Power. Easy sprints into the building. Oh, good with the first with the DBS, but 𝐷𝐸𝐤𝐴 replies straight back.
Easy was locked in there. You see the way he was moving? See if he was inside the match itself. Power is now forced to send away with just Ragnar on side. This was a horrible shift on the circle back up towards the northwest, but gives a great opportunity now for Yangon to play out a smooth game.
Yeah, a lot that can be done for this team. For Fireflux, she'll take all the bells and whistles that come with that nice crash over onto Power as well. Steal away all the additional supplies, reset yourself and focus up. This is DRX that have been ushered further around with the readjustment on the zone, just inches away from 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴 Red Force. We'll peek out through the window, seeing if they can find anything from this. Better be careful though, 𝐷𝐸𝐤𝐵 and 𝐵INI have been very lethal today.
I mean, 𝐷𝐸𝐤𝐵 is a nice long-range player. Quite good in the close quarters.
𝐷𝐸𝐤𝐵တိချာလေး cast ပေးပါဗျာ။မ cast တော့ကြည့်ရတာဟာတာကြီးတယ်အမလီ cast ပေးရမှာ။အိုးတအားကြီးအာယုံဆိုင်နေတော့ cast လို့အဆင်ပြေမနေဘူးဖြစ်နေ။
Get some solid reviews though. Ratings would be through the roof of how they've been playing.
ဒီက cast တာမကောင်းဘူးတိ။တေးချာကြည့်ပြီးတော့မှ
It is exciting watching 𝐷𝐸𝐤𝐵 Red Force. APG finally making this move. Like I said, they got a loot crate delivered to them, which was awesome. 𝐸𝐷𝐴 is holding. It's a smart maneuver from 𝐸𝐷𝐴. One that might just pay off. Confident that APG is going to move through late, which possibly means here that APG is going to have the edges. Something very aggressive. They're going to try and swipe over towards the beachhead and deny those sightlines, and 𝐸𝐷𝐴 has absolutely nothing to say about it.
like they were
Look, that's
fluid
found
into
in
the
it.
situation. We're going to hold this in a nice crossfire, but instead,
No.
leave one man out. Oh, and it's lonesome and dark here. Just to jump in the back of the buggy and try and make a quick getaway from it, link up with the rest of the squad.
ဒီဇုံကြီးကရေတပွဲကုန်းတော့ကြမယ်ဇုံကြီးနဲ့တူတယ်နော်အောက်ဟောဒီတော်သေးပဲဆိုတော့
Back over towards the east.
Easyပဲ Present တောင်ကုန်းကိုသွားပြီးတော့ယူထား YG ကောင်းလုံးပဲ
မဲဆရာကြီးမတင်လား head coach စီကပြောနေလား
Present တောင်ကုန်းကိုသွားပြီးယူထားလို့ရှိရင်ပြီးသွားပြီ
That cuts out a little bit of playing space. I can't imagine we're going to have 16 teams going into zone 4 though.
ဒီ PG ဒီဘက်ကနေလမ်းညောထားတယ်ခင်ဗျဟိုဘက်ကနေလည်းပတ်ပြီးတော့ပြေးနေတယ်ဇုံဝင်
Top. Offering up a short back and sides to Ida.
Right down လောက်တော့မပြစ်နိုင်ဘူး Right down ဆိုရင်တော့အဲ့ကောင်ကြီးကြာတယ်
ဟုတ်ပါ
DRX thrown into a third person fight as well there versus Fireflux.
Yangon Galacticos going for a wide wrap up towards prison side. I think it's a smart maneuver as well, Jackie.
အဒီအိဆက်တယောက်တော့သွားညာအမေကတော့တော့နေရ
shifted back up over towards the northwest and my
တော်လေးကန်ကောင်းပါနော်
little bit more dry in terms of players.
ပြဲ milita ထဲမှာကျတော့2 squad ဖြစ်နေရတာ X နဲ့ IT
With the information you have, it's probably the best information to play for.
မှာပါလို့
Especially if you're just trying to stay quiet.
ဒီလိုပြန်ပြောရတဲ့ကြောင့်
That 128 point mark.
ပြန်ပြောတာထောက်သေးရနော်ရ
Not out.
Damn.
အိုင်ဘူရန်မင်္ဂလာပါရှင်
Rapid peek in.
ဒီတရားပြတ်သွားပြီ
ဒီကတော့ဒါ first wipe out ဖြစ်သွားတာပေါ့နော်
First squad falling now.
အောက်ဆုံးကအတင်းက first wipe out ဖြစ်သွားဒီအိုက်ရဲ့တပ်ပါလိ
They've just not had the greatest of playoffs really. In 36 points, the bottom of the table. DRX though comfortably will hold on to that one around Milter, but they've got further to go. And here's APG, in fact, looking to get the toothpick out and clean out the remainder of DRX inside of Milter. If they can do that, they will control nicely down towards the south edge, and they know that DRX has been forced in an uncomfortable spot now.
Ooh, this is problematic though. Top further ahead. They're able to find that angle into the building and get the knock on it.
အော်ရဟေး AB ဆိုတော့အားပေးချတာနော်မိလား
အပြန်စိတ်လို့ရသေးရဲ့စိတ်ဝင်ရသားသေးရဲ့ long range ဆိုတော့စိတ်တော့ပြဿနာမရှိ
That's a
Can't help, or Jara, he
I get
said
that,
it.
he has teammates that can come in, but what are we going to do? Another teammate comes through, get peaks, almost goes down.
No, I
Potentially might have had 3 players going down there, losing durability on helmets and vests. Just get your boy up, alright? Top's probably shouting at him, like, just res me. Like, that's all I need right now.
First on the drive-by inside of that hovercraft. Oh, the bullets smashing into it. He's
Thank
getting
you.
torn to shreds as well.
Yeah,
So many squads have vision
yeah.
onto him.
ပါဝိုက်ပါပါဝိုက်
Very overzealous maneuver. I don't quite know what was going on in his head at that moment in time. I know they want to get into the circle, but you've got fair information going into it. There's plenty of players that can sit around those hilltops as well. I suppose he thought he could get further in the hovercraft, but there was some serious team shots onto that vehicle, and I know that a lot of players hate how that hovercraft can get players and teams into pretty notable areas of the map, so as soon as they see it, they see red.
And this to me is starting to look a little bit like Alpha coming into this one, maybe quite antsy today. Some of the decision making, the way they're jittering a little bit. Feels like the nerves might be there, the pressure that could potentially be put on them, and from the environment we're in here on Smash Sunday.
It's always so uncomfortable not hitting match point game 1, because then it sends you in a bit of a spiral where every single game, therefore, if you're like, well, just need a passive game. Matches, let's kind of pull this back, let's reassess the scenario going forward. Most of the time, you should just play your own game. Don't think about Smash ruling, especially for Yangon as well as APG. Not sure what happened there with T2. Especially for Yangon. It doesn't matter. They just need to play out. Eventually hit that marker. What is happening?
What on earth has gone on there?
T24
where are they?
made
ဟာလေနောက်နဲ့ FF နဲ့ order နဲ့ outer ဇလန်ကြီးဖြစ်နေကြတာဦး
We'll forget about that. Focus up on this. Non-shin red
And that's
versus
got-
Fireflux throwing out
Lo like that there, yeah.
that third party DRX trying to get a look in as
four, no?
well
Hash four,
and
no?
see if they can snatch points from this.
ဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့ကအမှန်မမီနိုင်တော့ပါဘူး
Scarface, Matt Cap goes
Why don't
down
we
to the
own it?
Fireflux.
Why
Clean
would we
out
show
on
you
this
guys?
one. Rigo with the read over on the
အမီယာ
side.
တော့မမီတော့1 2 3ကတော့
To the
မီ
hit.
မီ
So with Hyunbin
အာ
falling,
3 လောက်ထိတော့မီ
DRX starting to lose some
Hello,
manpower
Mia.
as well.
Be nice, Mia. Should say not. Yeah, not say. Don't say about Nama. Be Mia.
ဘွဲလောက်ချစ်ကန်ယူနိုင်ရင်တော့မဆိုးဘူးပေါ့လေ Smile မှာ
I
တော့
don't want to do the shot like that.
So I really enjoyed that.
I am not just simply the young no like.
Don't even want to think about what happened.
โอเคရပါပြီဖတ်ထပ်ပြီးတော့ထပ်တော့တယ်ဗျ Frank
Quite frustrated with what just occurred.
I don't know eh.
That is a comedy of errors that you will be very quickly clambering to forget.
ဟိုနေနဲ့
Meanwhile, though,
နေနဲ့
you're going to be having your eyes light up if you're a fan for Yangon.
Bye,
It's
bye.
down in with 3 eliminations.
3K ရပါပြီ 3K ရပါပြီ
Oh, getting a replay. Don't show us the replay.
ဝိုင်းကြည့်ဒုံဒုံဒုံဒါပဲ
At least they show
Ah, yeah, baby,
it
da.
on top as well. Dear me.
ရထပ်တော့တယ်ဗျစေကလာဘာနာ
Three separate teams they've been involved on. It was Team
No, something don't hold up.
Okay.
as well as Alter Ego, and they just keep going. They just keep going on that one.
At this point, even just off Elims alone, I mean, only 4 more to find now. You've already grabbed yourself so much stock inside this game, and it's very early doors. We're already 17 minutes in.
နောက်မှလည်းဟိုကတသိန်းရထပ်ရောက်လာသေး
Galacticos down towards plenty of teams.
Find
And they took
Jessica
advantage of the high
Wanky.
ground that Prison affords you on that eastern side. They knew they were lacking information and they're coming in from that northwest, so they change up the game and they use the plane map as well as the circle that came through to identify an area on the map that might be a little bit more open. They can start to develop that
ဟောကနေ
intel.
ရောက်တက်ပြီလား
The Arena
On it.
Gladiators swinging and showing us they're handy with steel up against Team Secret, but the clap
Come on, Zena, you're
the
throwing
other
out
side is Yangon that try and get a spot down and see if it's worth committing to this one. You know, there's been a fair amount of chip damage, and there's
Oh,
even
hey,
more
no,
follow-up
yeah.
coming in as well.
I think when you
Yeah,
look
the
up
mid
towards
shallow
the
me,
arena
yeah.
as well, the fact that they delay them here almost certainly should count them out because the circle is going to push them in. They are on the short side of it, so it will take a little bit more time, but all Yangon Galacticos really need to do now is just send a couple of shots, a couple of bee stings down towards E-Arena and keep them locked down.
It's not just that Yangon are playing well, it's that Alpha are obviously having a real struggle of a game as well. I mean, it's just Shoal now. You have the sideline shots that came in from Falcons as they were trying to make their way over. So it's just down to the solo man.
APG တယောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်ကဟာ
Another game where likely APG is not making it over the match point.
I don't want to play.
Some shoulders of Yangon. Should get at least 4 points off the back. Or at maximum
ဟောရာရောက်
off
လာ
the
ပြီ
back of the arena.
တော့ဝိုင်းကြီးကပတ်သွားပြီမလားဝိုင်းကြီးကဟိုအနေနဲ့ position ပြောင်းသွားပြီ
Aura, that could have been right there, right then. If they took out the entirety of E-Arena, Yangon would have made it. Need to get themselves into placements range now, though.
I honestly think that's what they were debating as well. You can see kind of the difference in the 2 players that were further up, almost feeling like if they went for that one, it would have been worth the risk and reward potential. Falcons back over onto Alter Ego, giving as good as they get, with Nonshin also looking to see if they can snatch away some points from this.
Falcons actually not playing a terrible game right now over towards the south side. They are roaming, they are making sure they keep track of a lot of the players coming through. The circle will start to push E-Arena in. Now for Yangon Galacticos, this is less of a matter about battling against E-Arena and more of a case of battling against Horror stealing away these eliminations.
Oh, I mean, I don't.
အဲ့တော့ဒီကောင်ကြီးကမရတော့ဒီကောင်ကြီးကရှော့မှာ EA ကရှိရမှာ
Basically just had to prevent anyone sneaking in.
ကားရကုန်ဖယ်လာပြီ
အမြောက်ဟောတာနောက်ကနေနိုင်ပါ
It is just thrown down the hill onto
တယောက်တ
E-Arena.
ယောက်
They're finding
Bye,
what
bye,
they're
fight
building
it,
into
bye.
on this one and converting those knocks
Oh,
into full
yeah,
eliminations, take down the squad, mop them
Oh,
up,
yes, man.
keep
Okay.
those elims
7K
building.
ပြတ်သွားပြီ
7 elims, 1 single point away from beating the 128 barrier.
အဲ့တပိုင်းပဲလို့လို့လေ
Galacticos just
တမရရင်ဟိုမတ်ပိုင်းပြီ
all they need. Krypton tries to take it up towards the Falcons, but they will swing back with the wings, blast them away with the Air Force.
Now just Red Kaya up top side. Can Falcons make a push through 2 teams? It will be a good result for them and something we've not seen for quite some time.
So many names.
အဲ့ဘာပဲနဲ့တော့ဦးညာတယောက်ကျန်တာက
Had to give up the cover he had to play with. Get an angle. Oh, if you got the shot back over, it's that back line with Navas, that back line with Navas. Fragment the Falcons, leave them in a position where they can start to take makes his rotation back. Looks for the peak up. They might have got the shot, but can they still hold on to this ground?
Falcons looking over towards Silas, who backs straight back in towards the buggy. Hits the deck. Smile with 4 elims on the side of 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐼 and looking not to let that kind of pace let up anytime soon. He wants to keep on pedaling. Murna now setting his sights over towards Wild. It's a bit more chip damage here.
Kind of a 3-1 split with how they're playing it as well. I mean, Murna is going in towards Regna. Just looking for the vision back over on towards Hora with 2 players in the center there for the quick rotate, depending on where the favored fight goes. Meanwhile, Zhou, the last man from Alpha, is spotted with a oh, Tosh pick. Hits that one back.
9 eliminations, Jackie.
This is a
big step up in performance from them today.
Getting
some good results. Southwest side, the Falcons, they see weakness and they'll send in.
Navallo unloads. Hailstorm hits onto Falak T24. Trying to scrap back, but not much that can be done as
the
potential for any comeback for T24 and Co on that one. So goodbye 4 thrives. Unfortunately, the Falcons might have finally come unstuck. Shots down on the 3 of the players. Only 1 man remains alive. Meanwhile, Jiggle looking for the head-to-head versus Yangon.
Gigantic game from Falcons, honestly. 11 elims, very, very nice. They won't go any further than that. 𝐒𝐴𝐤 Gaming looking to catch up to the Titans at the top of the lobby. And through in the Molotov as well as towards the back. But Romeo will at least hit Jiggle with that molly. Burns him out. In the meantime, Murna will pick up Silas. Sleepy gets lucky.
Match point ရောက်သွားပြီ YG က1 2 8
For Yangon, the job is done. They want to establish on this, pushing past that 128 barrier, making it to the match. They're focused now on how far can they go in this game. Strike fear into the other squads with how they've been playing.
Yangon, Romeo's down and they're going to send in with 𝐒𝐤𝐿.
Oh my god.
But they need another game after this one with a chicken dinner.
open ဖြစ်သွားတယ်
Sky though from Hora putting the
နည်းလောอ่ะနည်းနည်းလောอ่ะပတ်လိုက်တော့ဟိုပါခွန်ကြီးစောနဲ့တက်လာတာ
Really crisp stuff. Yangon finally met
တယောက်ကျန်နေရလေ
ဒါပဲအဲ့တော့မနေပြေးလိုက်တော့ကားပွဲဒါပဲပြီးသွားပြီ
စိတ်လို့ရတယ်အစုံကလည်းသူက
up the standings and leaves these squads knowing
3သင်းပဲကျန်တော့နော်
you better be able to strike them down.
YG ရဲ့ power ရဲ့ white boy ရဲ့
they could capitalize off the back of. Yangon needs to push up the hill and 𝐒𝐴𝐤's had no influence here. Order finally looks over. 𝐒𝐤𝐿 is down and do the boys want to move over towards his way? He's gathering as much information as possible. Now with the big weapons in the back pocket, looks to put the hurt in. Ragnar with an off angle towards the back. Order jump spotting. 𝐒𝐤𝐿's still down. Might have just not seen him there.
They've both got so much utility to work with here as well. Position to provide themselves some better sight lines, get those smokes down. Nades for the engage as well. A good range of different placements in terms of where these players are. If the fight kicks off, they can get angles onto you, even if you only slightly peek back into it. Murna inside of the vehicle, hit heavy by Order. There goes the first man.
It's good timing as well as the circle starts to push in. Brilliant timing, in fact. They can delay as much as possible. Will make life very hard for Yangon.
power. Of course, it was Ragnar that was left as the solo so long ago. The last man representing the organization trapped in position with he just guarding his only exit.
Yeah, just needs to worry about the blue essentially, and that'll do the trick. And 𝐓𝐸 can set their sights completely over towards 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴. They have a man advantage, but positioning is not great for them.
Surprised 𝐒𝐸𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 was able to keep himself alive. He dived in behind the tree in the loot crate. There's a nade. It's going to good for damage, but the knock is confirmed onto 𝐒𝐸𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬.
Really important knock there coming through P on a side swipe. 𝐸𝐸𝐻 tries to make his way across. A very important game, not only for 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴, but also 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬. 91 points. Up towards the century mark, over into the 100, set themselves up for later on in the day.
So much riding on this for that team. We've been singing the praises of order. But him and he are a lethal unit. And at the minute with that knock that came over onto Romeo as well, they've got a great advantage into this one. That's the full confirmation. Burn them down to just 2 players. Still so much utility left to work with. That's been a difference maker for this team. Match point, smash rule coming into effect. That's what they were hoping for. And 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬, it is huge for them, like you said.
𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 came into the war.
Vacuum up these points, put themselves into a position where if they keep playing throughout this day, they could have a chance at the title. It's all to play for, but the intensity that will be building going into Game 3, Blank, the action is going to be palpable in that arena.
The bowstring is pulled taut right now for 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬. And they're hoping to keep that tension in place to accentuate that gameplay. You look towards this team, they're pretty strong, but I think 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴 probably quite happy that he gets the chicken dinner. It feels bad. It's hard trying to get the second. Let's wait for the third match today over on Arundel. In the meantime, we'll be heading back over to the desk.
This is not a game.
Gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists.
For
the 2025
At the end of March 12 Germano. That's how it If no win by much after 18 matches, the team ranked has 1 by overall points wins. ကမစားပဲနဲ့ round 1မှာဦးဆောင်နေလို့ချင်းရမှာလို့အကြီးရမှတ်တော့မိသွားပြီလေဟုတ်ပါတန်းစားဖို့ပဲလို့တော့အရငယ်ကတော့ easy ပါဒါမဲ့အရငယ်ပွဲမှာ chicken စားရင်တော့
ဒီပွဲစားရင်ဒီပွဲချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ပြီအဲ့ဒီအင်ဂျီတွေခင်းထဲမှာရောက်နေတယ်ခင်းထဲမှာစော်နေတယ် Last game ai rồi. Em mà ní copy của cho sắc quên là là bác sĩ của mình là bác sĩ. Bây giờ cha đi, qua qua miếng này, làm là beat the heat, no, beat the heat.
One of the only teams that could potentially challenge the top two coming into day number 3 here of our grand finals. 𝐓𝐴 is able to get themselves even more points to try and make that catch-up a reality here for the grand final. Joining me to talk about this one, Seven as well. So not Seven, he's backstage. Go away, Seven. Okay, him on the brain. Max, he's behind the couch. Maxman as well as 𝐓𝐴 to talk about this one. This team be able to step up here and try and make that catch-up happen.
This game was so classic. WBG, I feel like they go center, they go mid, and then as the zone pushes them to the edge, they end up starting to sweep teams. They kind of wait for other teams actually to sweep each other before coming in the final few moments, and that's exactly what we saw them do here, right? Landing, or not landing, but going to shelter, rotating to shelter, being able to get 𝐓𝐴 after 𝐓𝐴, and now 10 points. That's gonna be a 20-point game, and when we look at that leaderboard, Max, we are looking at being basically halfway to that smash point.
Yeah, but okay, 𝐷𝐸𝐺𝐺 Galacticos, they breached the threshold. We saw it this match. That's the issue now. They are the only team that could smash next game. That's going to be, of course, bringing up the question. Big target on their back. Are any team's going to want to do anything about it? But 17 points here. Again, so successful when it comes to wide rotations, making it up north, waiting for the circle. It goes back to the east. All of the teams are going to be highly concentrated south and west, meaning northeast next to prison is open. They take control. They get the 𝐓𝐴𝐺𝐵s. They get their ticket in the smash zone.
So we got to focus on that a little bit more, because now there is a world where if they win the next game or any subsequent game, we know the team in that smash zone here, 𝐓𝐴, Galacticos, 𝐷𝐸𝐺𝐺 Galacticos will
YG champion ဆိုရင် select ပါဖြတ်လိုက်မယ်။
17 points. As soon as they realize, I think, that they're over the hurdle, they know that that game is just, well, let's just get a limb here or there. Let's just try and set ourselves apart from APG even a little bit more. So big stuff here for the tournament.
So far it's working, right? APG just not able to get the points that they need to make sure that they're closer to 𝐷𝐸𝐺𝐺 than they are. So for 𝐷𝐸𝐺𝐺, they're like, hey, we're actually sitting really, really pretty. I do want to say they got a second place, not a win. They didn't get the win curse before the smash point coming in. So they didn't win this one. Maybe they'll win the next one.
The other team, though, up at the top, obviously APG. I initially want to make the point, Max, and then you can continue on, because I am of the belief if you're a military-based team, you have to have a drop-up spot. And to watch them try and run over the bridge and dodge
ကမ္ဘာဖလားဒီမှာမြန်မာအသင်းကဥဆောင်နေတာမြန်မာအသင်းချန်ပီယံဖြစ်တော့မှာ။
It's like talking to a wall, Kalaris. We've been doing it during PMSLC. Say you drop in a military base, you should have a secondary drop. But they've never done it over the course of a year and a half to own this team, and especially since the brand new iteration of this team, they're just so committed, and they almost lost players against 4 Thrives with the VSS. It was rough, but here, as we can see on this graphic, 1 point per game, 119 is the 15 Alpha Gaming. You still need 8 points. It is achievable, but the way they're playing, they might take 2, maybe 3 matches before they even get there.
I think with 𝐓𝐴 getting this win, it couldn't have happened in a more perfect way here, 𝐓𝐴, because now we came into today thinking 2-horse race suddenly just pops up again. We're right there, 3-horse race here for day number 3.
I mean, it is crazy that Alpha Gaming could look directly behind them and then watch. They're performing far better than Alpha Gaming are, and I slightly think that there's a world where Alpha Gaming could get this close again and only get the MVP.
That's the second place curse for some of their players. Top is well acquainted with that position. He loves the second place. But it's unfortunate for me, when you look at Smash Roll, it forces this team in a situation they're just not comfortable with. And here, I think Alpha Gaming are just completely crumbling under that pressure. Not really sure how to make that ascent at the top.
Weird, because especially considering what we were talking about in the pre-show, right? Technically, this team should be able to handle the pressure. Again, if you have a backup drop, 𝐷𝐸𝐺𝐺 Galacticos has gone for a backup drop drops on 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚𝐭, well, technically, right? Because obviously they had a lot of Novo drops throughout the tournament so far, but they've gone to those Georgia Paul crates, Natura, they've been able to capitalize on that. The wide wraps have looked fantastic for them, and they get beyond the smash zone.
Yes, they do. It's really, really nice to see them be able to do that. They seem to just have this knack for knowing what is the best entry point in a zone, right? They have really, really good map knowledge, really good team knowledge as well. We were talking about it where the zones were popping back and forth, so they knew which side of the zone was most likely to be open. Just taking full advantage of that, not overextending, not being too reckless, just very careful, but aggressive. And I think that's something that in the last 2 days, we've not seen the aggressive side of Yangon too much because they've been able to have a compound in the zone, kind of just take on the last couple of 2 stragglers that are there at the end of the game. But for this game, they were able to just take team after team after team and take advantage of them.
You said they're very good at understanding the circle and everything. For me, the mark of a champion team is how they understand a lobby reacts to a circle. And I think Yangon Galacticos have that nailed down to the absolute limits of how he could be on that kind of macro approach to the game. They see the circle going west and going back northeast, meaning all of the teams are focused on the western and southern side. Entry point northwest, northeast is going to be completely open for them. They know how the lobby reacts to that kind of situation. Free entry point, they get into the circle, they play off the back of that. They are so smart on that aspect of the game that for me that is the main reason why they made it so far in PMWC.
At this level, there's a very hive mind mentality of okay, we're all going to be in this certain area, we're going to be moved. A lot of these best teams that you see come along Natura are teams that are already in their vehicles as the circle's popping. Okay, we need to be moving right now in order to be able to, because if you are going for wide rotates, you need to be the one moving first. Otherwise, other teams could leapfrog you. As we take a look now at the overall leaderboards, 137 points, but that point number won't matter for the moment. All Yangon Galacticos has to do is win a game. If they do, they become our PMWC champions.
That would be so cool.
That would be kind of cool.
That would be so cool. They've ended on a 2nd place. They've got that smash point threshold done, dusted, out of the way, surpassed by almost 10 points there. If they could come in with that momentum going, heck yeah, we've got it under the belt. We're good to go. Let's go for it. Game number 3 could be our final game here.
So, okay, we know where Yangon Galacticos drop, right? They go crates George Paul.
Yes.
Question for you, Niptura.
Oh no.
Are they going to be in danger? Is anyone coming for the Yangon Galacticos?
Or do they go elsewhere?
They could do that too, actually.
Yeah.
We have seen that before. I think it was it CSA? They were like, nah, we're not going to get hot dropped in the final game. No chance. And they actually changed their drop spot without telling anybody. And they did end up almost getting hot dropped there, so they avoided that. So could we see something similar from Yangon? I'm wondering. It's not going to be anybody in the top 5, though. 100% not going to be.
I mean, the thing is, you have 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐾 available. GMX is not here anymore. If you want to play it ultra safe, just avoid an early fight skirmish. 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐾 could be an option, which is, I didn't think I would ever say that.
Yeah, I'd hate that. That's not what I want to hear, Max.
Yeah, but same rotation path, right? It's nearby crates. It would make sense.
So.
Drop on Everest. No, maybe not. That's even worse. But actually,
pull an RPG where there's no weapons when you drop. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Actually, we were looking at the 2nd page of the leaderboards. You were talking about Falcons that, again, increasing your rankings, you could get an extra bit of money.
Yeah.
Of course, here now it hits match point. We are in Smash Zone. Yangon Galacticos is the one team to currently breach across that. The question on my mind is, how will they play it out? It is very, very high likely that they have never been in this position before. Will they keep their cool? It's time to go to the commentators for our next 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚 of the day.
A position they've never been in is essentially describes so much about this team. But all they have been doing is playing to their strengths, pushing further for placements, for eliminations, for the pride of their own ambition. This team has shown that age and experience does not matter. All that counts is what you bring to the grand stage here live at the PMWC. And blank, Yangon Galacticos have been delivering in droves. With the smash rule now in effect, they have the opportunity to walk away as not only the victor of this game, but the victor and new champion of this entire tournament. So let's shatter with Smash on Sunday over towards
Game 3. Arranjo.
We're getting loud in the arena. Alpha Gaming watching as 𝐔𝐴NGON gets further and further ahead towards the horizon. This is their chance. This is their moment on a map that they are known for.
It was great heads-up decision-making in the prior game of how they split off into two duos, maximized eliminations to get themselves over that threshold.
Display ကိုတိမ့်မဲ့မှာတော့ 𝐔𝐴NGON Galacticos ဖြစ်ပါတယ်
And that smash rule's in effect. If things start to change, if other teams target them, or if they're able to play their own game.
ဖြစ်ကုန်ပြီလဲညီမတဲ့အော်ဘလို့မဖြစ်ဘူးလုံးဝဟိုမှာ smash point match point ကိုမိသွားပြီလေဝင်ကြီးကခဏတပွဲတဲ့နဲ့အခုက138မှတ်နဲ့ထိတ်ဆုံးမှာဥဆောင်သွားပြီစကန်စားလို့ရှိရင်ဖြစ်သွား NBN is YG.
The nerves need to be cut short. And you need to be solid on this battleground. The adrenaline must be pumping. Better keep it quiet, keep it calm. Like you say, play their game, play their style. Out on the edge.
Rosemary had a lot of damage to it.
For 𝐔𝐴NGON Galacticos. Over towards 𝐓𝐨𝐤𝐚 at the moment. A very, very central circle. It's anyone's game. But 𝐔𝐴NGON Galacticos have set their sights on it.
Zeroed in and ready to take that chicken dinner. But it all comes down to the action in the lobby. We'll keep you updated with how it develops here.
Issue is, Romeo's pulling a classic here. Starting out in Ruins. They revealed that position though, to one team in particular. That was 𝐓𝐴𝐤𝐿 from yesterday. This might not have the same effects as 𝐔𝐴NGON Galacticos are hoping for, especially if 𝐓𝐴NGON pulls out early and will look over towards Romeo, take him down, leaving 𝐔𝐴NGON on just the 3. It's a nice position for Romeo to have. It's a good anchor for the team to refold over towards. But it is known.
That's the interesting talking point, right? Obviously from yesterday's set of games when they rotated through Ruins and Romeo bided his time until it was one final player. I believe it was 𝐓𝐿𝐸 that was the last man to go through. He took shots at him. So like you say, they're aware of this. It wouldn't catch them off entirely.
𝐴 Gaming, another team trying to catch up right now. APG not over the match point just yet at 119 points. Still shy by 11. 𝐴 much further behind, 23 points required, so probably a chicken dinner and a fair few elims to make that one happen. But at this stage of the game, with only one team on smash ruling, is where things get a little bit more spicy, where teams might even just try and dogpile on 𝐔𝐴NGON. They're elusive. They're in the night, in the shadows. They're hard to find a lot of times. Great team when it comes to hide and seek. And a lot of teams will be seeking. And we just got the countdown down to 0 here on our match 3.
Seeking fights has been something they are no strangers to whatsoever. Feels like they have been throwing carnage in so many teams and causing issues for some of our top squads. And that very central position right now up against some other teams that love an early scrap. We'll see if they can find an opportunity. For Joker, maybe there's an opportunity just over this ridge, down on his belly right now, looking for the sight line with the 𝐴𝐷 to play with.
6x as well, so he's got the distance, he's got the range. 𝐶loud sends out, leaving just one. Smile already rotated back across to Romeo. Mernat's still looting, but might just be a casualty for 𝐔𝐴NGON. Finally gets in the buggy, and by the time he may just be long. 𝐔𝐴NGON.
Saved by the bell. They didn't even realize was ringing. Mernat's rotate will keep him at play. He can link up with the rest of the squad, and the advanced position from Romeo has not been forced out either. So they can link back up. with a loop to play with. Look at how many teams are bustling towards one another as well. A lot of squads that love those fights. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐸, no strangers as well to throw in their hat into the middle.
𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐚 Red Force, a little bit of a wild card inside of this circle. Never sure when they're about to strike, when they're about to send a blazing wide swing at you. A real haymaker of a team is that squad. When they come a knocking, you better be ready to open that door, or at least bar it shut.
And the barricade would be preferable. How 𝐵𝐵 have been playing. I'll throw the C4 on the door, and anyone in the building won't be breathing no more if you give an opportunity to 𝐷𝐷𝐸. Vinny and 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐸 as well have been a very lethal duo. And lethality is shown here from 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐸. The first punch is thrown out. 𝐷𝐵𝐿 gets an opportunity to strike back versus the Falcons again as well.
An aggressive rollout here from DRX over towards Pachinki early, and I don't think the Falcons were quite prepped for it. A lot of times people just leave them alone inside of Pachinki, but with points being so close to one another and big jumps meaning big money, you'll take the advantage from wherever you can, especially on the last day where this is the penultimate 𝐴𝐸𝐸 match that we have for ourselves. You're going to pull out all the stops going forward. See 𝐴𝐸𝐸 on our screens, the picture in picture. You can see how focused these players are.
I think that's been the interesting thing, right? You know, we were talking about the reaction times way back at the start of the day today, but just the laser focus you see from the body language, that human element of PUBG Mobile, this team have looked like they are here to play. They've been limiting mistakes, focused up mechanically and with communication. That's what's setting them further away. That's what's bringing that skill ceiling higher and higher.
Slightly weird one, because the way the circle sits at the moment, it does force 𝐴𝐸𝐸 into a different style of gameplay, where usually they would be out on the edge here, but the circle favors them, so they have to play something a little bit more different, hold their angles on the side. If they know 𝐸 plays over towards the western area of crates, so they'll have to be prepared for when that team starts to push on in, and they're not in the most defensible positions, playing out in the fields. No compound found as of yet. Heading over towards Zone 2 in just 30 seconds now, which will define the main playing area of the game.
It was fitting, obviously, the Joker was the man that was looking for an opening knock over onto 𝐴𝐸𝐸 with the trap that 𝐸 had sprung upon them in the previous matchup. We'll see if they're out to attempt to upset and get revenge here on their
All right. We're going to get our hands here. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 get a little bit of that spicy circle look that they have been known for in this playoffs.
Oh my God.
They've had 2 chicken dinners a day averaging. There's no reason why that statistic should go up or down, but we're expecting at least 1 today. But will it come soon enough to shut this one down early? Have to wait for that. Finding Ralph on the rotate. Falcons down to 2, and 𝐴𝐸𝐸 further solidified their position out in the open.
Playing against 𝐵𝐸𝐸 must be so frustrating as well. Feels like he's always buzzing around, stinging at all these squads in the lobby. Quick reaction times. It's been hard to hold him back. And immediately Falcons realize we don't want to mess with the beast.
Yeah, the boys on 𝐴𝐸𝐸 obviously playing out here. There's been no opportunity for more loot.
Yeah,
some more of that utility on side. Here's APG out towards the southern edge around the hay bales. Chasing over towards 𝐿𝐸𝐸 Red Force. APG probably one of the only other aggressive teams. T24 finding 𝐿𝐸𝐸, and Falcons again down to just 1.
Topsy-turvy day for 4 Thrives. When it couple of uncontested eliminations there will at least get them perked up into this game. 𝐒𝐴 on screens. 𝐸𝐸, a human explosive bow that has been ripping and tearing. This is again another talented squad that we've got here. Obviously third place right now, 105 points to play with for them.
𝐒𝐴 went fairly central
only
on
one
this one,
minute.
almost immediately. Was not really stopped at all on this push either. A lot of other teams concerned with their placement, with their points. It's a hidden blessing really, where most teams are just looking to get towards that end game because they know that even 3 or 4 placement points could be the difference between tens of thousands of dollars here at the PMWC. So 𝐒𝐴 was able to send in towards that center area of the map with little to no contest.
Potential for that might change though, with teams looking to steal away some of these superior positions. It's the arena that slowly move forward. Of course, just Redux that's left for Falcons as well. That's so.
Circle about to shrink.
See where it heads. If it heads back over towards Ruins, 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 know roughly that position is okay to play in. They may just send back that way, but it's 𝐔𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 moving out from Sunken down towards the southwest, which might be a deadly team to come up against. The talks sending directly from that south side, as are DRX, and it starts to get a little bit crowded inside of this circle here, Jackie.
Space is at a premium. Shoulder to shoulder gameplay between these squads. 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 taking pot shots over towards Alpha. Meanwhile, 𝐔𝐴𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 on the drive-by, seeing power all on top of one another. Doc out on his own, a little bit of backup now to play with. The buddy system in effect. They take the opening shots towards power and have them pinned.
Team Secret able to get across from the rivers on that north side down towards Ruins. A bad play there. APG taking down Krypton from 𝐴𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷. Not quite flushed out just yet though, and this is a freeway engagement between teams that are not out of the circle yet. There's a shot from Redux over towards Wild, in fact. And Frankie will happily pick up that elimination, dropping 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 down to 3 on a rollout from Sunken, which, to be honest, they had a lot of real estate to work with.
They knock 𝐔𝐴𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷
off kilter. They suffer because of it. Oh, Reefus with 7 nades in the backpack. They are so closely grouped. A big nade. Not be happy with that one as his legs get blown away. And they've still got more to follow up with.
It's a massive nade coming through from APG, but no follow-up just yet. They know how crowded this zone is. Another shot from 𝐵𝐵𝐷 over towards 𝐴𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 in Rosemary. 𝐵𝐵𝐷 will return back to the rest of the squad here. 𝐴𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 not finding a very fun marker over in this match as they attempt to come through on that eastern side.
Launching
Red Force down towards the southwest side of 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 at the moment in the fields. 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 Galacticos currently holding a, let's say, a 2-2 split at the moment. Players down towards the south side watching the roads. Romeo inside a compound on the north. Looks like they are going to regroup on top of it now, though, as Loxy starts to get a little bit closer over towards power.
Danger close at the minute. Nades on top. Again, the follow-up explosions are good to try and restrict power. But that one does more than just chip damage. The whole roster getting hit heavy by the bullet strike from Alpha. He realizes he wants nothing to deal with this.
First grenade elimination.
Are clean. Even Maxman would agree that some of the arcs on those nades were better than arcs from One Piece. Unfortunately, APG fall fairly quickly afterwards as 𝐔𝐴𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 continues to they're going to try and get themselves back up on their feet. A bit of triage coming through from Reefus.
16.
It's
Mernat that had the quick intuition to make the backstab here as well. It's a good tag, bit of an opening knock to give them some room to play with, but do they want to run the risk of over-egging the pudding on this one? Letting the infighting continue between 𝐒𝐸𝐸 and Alpha. It only benefits them at the minute.
𝐷 can cleanly clear out both teams in 𝐒𝐸𝐸 and 𝐴PG. It's a massive result for them. Moana even getting involved alongside with Alva from Alter Ego, who are still up and kicking, and a massive long-range shot over towards 𝐷 makes 𝐒𝐸𝐸 all the more uncomfortable, and another nade over the top will do the justice from 𝐴PG.
Good steal-aways from Moana, but Alpha, even with this trial and tribulation of a fight that they've had going on for quite some
À, mày biết đâu hả? Vào đâu hả? Tao này lê luôn. Rồi này.
Anh chào. Ở bên super làm gì đó?
Là. À, phải lê.
Sometime
Ôi giời.
keep all four players
Tao này
alive.
ghê
You
luôn.
can see
Tôi
that
cáo lại
they're
xuống
taking
ạ.
the fight to these other squads now. The DRX pulling up. Oh, Korea arrives and instantly hits from the sidelines. Goodbye, Reefus.
Top now in an uncomfortable position. Mernat could even peek over the top, but looks like he's going to send back up towards the rest of the team, realizing that things are about to look not so pretty on the eastern side of the map.
Nades on target. Good connections here. Softening up DRX. It's been huge from Alpha, but they're about to be crashed on up close and personal. If they can handle DRX, they could push themselves up towards that match point.
Ôi
Enter
ôi.
the smash zone.
Ôi đồng ngoài lê luôn cái gì ạ? Tất chạy ra này thế này.
Good with the moves. Hits the
Cái
first,
cả
but
lưu mà.
look who's here. It's Mernat peeking in over the ridge, looking to clean up on this one. As DRX go down, they are handled by Alpha, but the nades are still rolling on through.
And 𝐴PG will hit match point on this game.
𝐴PG đang ghi đồng nhau vậy hả?
𝐴PG တန်းကြီးတော့ရတော့ဘလို့တော့လိုက်တာတော့ပါကျန်း
ဟုတ်
လို
လေ
က်တာ
ခုနကတည်းက6K ရနေပြီလေအဲ့ဒီမှာပါဝါကိုသူတို့ထုတ်လိုက်တယ်ကွာပါဝါကိုဖြုတ်လိုက်တယ်ပြီးတော့အခု DRX ဝင်လာတဲ့အချိန်မှာသူတို့ဘယ်နှ K ရသွားလဲမသိဘူး
Magical with these nades, making Alpha disappear before his eyes, and now he wants to split them in half like a bad magician. Pushes up with big
အာရရဟာကြည့်မထွက်ဘူးကြည့်မထွက်သွားဘူးဟုတ်တယ်မလားကြည့်မထွက်သွားဘူးကွာ
Mernat removed, but 𝐸𝐸𝐸 live on.
Mernat, who had been such a force in this game, to lose him.
ဟိုရမှာနော်ဒီကြည့်ထွက်ရင်တေးသီလားသူအိမ်ကြီးမှန်တယ်ကြည့်မထွက်သွားဘူးဖြစ်ပါဘူးလို့ဖြစ်တာမသိ
Not able even to pull the trigger. We saw the reticle over the top of top. Dear me.
My god 4K ကိုစင်တက်ဒီစီမ
𝐸𝐸𝐸 instantly on the move. Rotation from fight to fight. Hearts must be pounding in their chests right now. It's T24. The four Fribes representative trapped just apart from the Alter Ego duo and that last man, Redox.
𝐴PG ပြုတ်သွားပြီဟာပြုတ်သွားပြီဟာ
Our teams here as a solo.
ပြုတ်သွားလဲ
ခုနကဟိုကဝင်ဖြတ်သွားတာလေစမိုင်းတော့မသိဘူးဝင်ဖြတ်သွားတာ
အဲ့မတွေးလိုက်ရအောင်
Area around him broken and fragmented.
တက်ဆိုတော့
Spirit unharmed.
30
Romeo, another nade over the top to T24, and it is on.
match point က 𝐴PG match point မိသွားတာဆိုးတယ်အဲ့ဒါနောက်ပွဲ 𝐴PG တကယ်တော့ 1GT ပွဲချစ်ကမစားပဲနောက်ပွဲမှာ 𝐴PG ချစ်ကစားသွားရင် 𝐴PG က champion ဖြစ်သွားတယ်
Shocked that he's been able to stay alive off the back of
ဘာမှဝိုင်းကြီးချစ်ကန်စားမရမှာ
Like it was a hell of a slam dunk from 𝐸𝐸𝐸. T24 keeps his head clean, tucks down, tries to stay out of dodge with Redox. Similarly, just slowly crawling around, trying to find some semblance of cover to work with. Still good amounts of utility to work with though over on the side of 𝐸𝐸𝐸. He casts another nade back in, and more chip damage follows through.
Weibo, 105 points at the moment. 4 players alive. One of the big hitters here over in the playoffs. They needed a big chicken dinner on this one if they want to get themselves over towards match point. No elims yet. Means it might be quite difficult. It's 13 eliminations, I believe, that they'd need on this game.
There is never a second where Yangon are not looking for the next opportunity to fight. Oh my, fire flux. Seems like the fire is going to be going out off the damage done from Yangon, but they at least reply for a single knock back onto them. It's 𝐒𝐸 with very little HP to play with here. He goes down. They lose another man down to just the duo now. Romeo and Smile is all that remains for the team.
Trying to clear out as much of the southeast side. I think they understood that as soon as they took down APG, they lost one of their key players in Myrna. Looking for some more eliminations on this game. It will be hard to win this one with just the two players. 𝐒𝐲𝐬 looking so formidable down towards that south side, not to mention Thunder Talks and 𝐸𝐴RENA still living at large. Sighting gun down to Adidas players.
𝐸𝐴RENA being able to put the bazone to good use. Push up on the reshuffle round here, still looking to confirm onto T24. Obviously his position was compromised quite some time ago. Smile could lose his teeth off the back of that, and there's other squads that could dive onto you the second they see weakness here.
Smile's got to move forward, man. Drops the smokes. The Blues pushing him in.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I imagine from Alter Ego,
still
in ruins. Giving Yangon on just the one. Will finally take down Redox. Just one man alive now in Romeo. Not a lot of story on this game. There's been plenty of bouts between these teams. 𝐵𝐺𝐻 6 elims on this match. I mean, Alpha game. Result here.
T24 can have a position to actually backstab onto that, cause some issues, and that's when you can still take the fight if you're Romeo in a spot like this. And remember, it's not just about trying to close it out with the smash rule. You could still just look to gain additional points for the side, make the differential even further. They could just win it on the long con. Even if it goes all the way to game 6, as long as they're in that top spot, they're going to be happy and walk away crowned.
Yeah, the big thing here is that Yangon just really hasn't changed up. No chance at a chicken dinner, a surprise one at that with a one player as we play on. They're looking for as many points as possible. A truly gigantic game needed.
Okay. Saw the frustration as well, how focused Romeo was. The slam of the fist down onto the desk, but the brawl in the lobby continues. 𝐴LVA could not withstand the might of T24. 4 thrives, even when it's just a solo, they cause issues. 𝐸𝐴RENA being hit heavy as well, thinning the herd now.
𝐸𝐴RENA looking up. 𝐒𝐲𝐬 took a big hit there up towards he. Not quite down just yet though, but he's on life support. Control this ridge side.
Oh, like it, I'm moving. I can't know. I 40 dear Gashi. Papa, APG will let through a Pilchin and Bozam. APG or Pilchin or APG never them up. Mana went over the day. I mean, APG of Pilchin. Having
good manpower, 4 of
them. Alive, 40 dear shoulder. He not only win like me, 40 dear and
Romeo, it was a nice nade from Moana.
Out
of the runnings of ending it right here, right now. So the fight continues on our very screen.
See what? Now, boy, the way APG are chicken me out. I say, APG chicken yamas when I say boozy. Chicken yamas, much fine and me, I say boozy. I'll boy, I know.
Looking to handle it all on his
it's a chicken.
Sky hitting some good shots, but it's 𝐸𝐴RENA looking down this way. 18 bullets in the M4. Not a lot of ammunition to take this game further for 𝐸𝐴RENA. A nade goes through. Sky's not done yet. But AJ finally put him down there for Thunder Talks.
Oh, that champion, I can't tell how to page go to my. I love one. Through let and through let losing our music around losing our go. When we don't want Sony, I did loud on losing. Through my pressure in my eye sheet. ဒီ _YG ကိုအားပေးရတဲ့သူတွေရှိရသူတို့အားပေးရတဲ့သူတွေစိတ်ကြည်နက်အောင်သူတို့ပြစ်ချင်တဲ့ဆန္ဒတွေပြည့်အောင်လို့သူတို့မှလည်းလုပ်နေတာတိုးစားနေတာပဲသူဆိုလိုချင်တာပဲပေါ့လေဒီအားပရိသတ်တွေဖြစ်ချင်တာဆိုပူတော်မှသူတို့လုပ်ပေးခြင်းတွေ
to even get the eliminations that they need to hit a match point. So good game for
APG လည်း130မယ်ဟုတ်တယ် APG လည်းရပါရကြမလို့အဲ့ကြောင့်မို့နောက်ပွဲမှာ APG ချစ်ကန်းစားရင် APG ချန်ပီယံဖြစ်တော့အဲ့ကြောင့်မလို့နောက်ပွဲကို YG ချစ်ကန်းစားဖို့
They didn't overegg the pudding. They didn't push too far out. They're just trying to catch up, and this is a difficult scenario a lot of teams get themselves into, is to play scared, to play under pressure and make mistakes in these final moments, but 𝐓𝐴's playing it calm. They know that even a podium finish is fantastic for them here in the playoffs.
ရေကုန်သေးပြီလားညီမတဲ့အားလေပြရစိုးပါပါတယ်သူကလည်းအပိုက်မိသွားတယ်ရတယ်ဟို match point ကို130ပါတယ်ဒီအခုလာမယ့်ပွဲကနည်းနည်းစိုးရင်ကိုကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့ APG ချစ်ကန်းစားမလား YG ချစ်ကန်းစားမလားဆိုတော့စောင့်ကြည့်ရမယ် match ပေါ်လာမယ်
It's absolutely time for this team. 𝐶𝐸 continues
နိုင်ယူရင်ဆိုရပြီလေဒီပွဲနိုင်ရပြတာတဲ့
bringing down towards
Hey, Mark,
𝐸 position.
ကိုချလေသူတို့လည်းသိရပဲလေဒါပေမဲ့လို့လည်းသိ
This end game, Team Secret been very quiet over towards the castle. They'll have to leave those ramparts soon.
Undertalks in the arena. That's been what's taking so much of the attention. But for 𝐓𝐴, is it finally time to go? They've got the vehicles to work with. Focus back over from Joker. He's a man that's done so much time and time again for this team. He's got backup and the nades are raining over. Chip damage in from Order. Looking for the prime on the follow-ups as well. Mormon got to cast further back. Find any kind of cover to play with here. Top himself up. Order taking a bit of chip damage of his own though. Low at the minute. Hops in the vehicle. Playing with his mates.
Team Secret send the soldiers out the drawbridge. But let's see if 𝐓𝐴 can draw this fight to an end, or will it be 𝐸 standing tall over the top? A lot of damage going through. 33Z has to back this off. Sakura just trying to give that information back, but Team Secret gets ever closer to 𝐓𝐴. Sook's able to run down T24. Sakura is directly in the sightlines. What is this?
Oh, Sakura! He saw the opportunity to crash with the bonnet and shut down Order, but the damage is coming back from Sook up close and personal. They go for the commit, but it doesn't work how they wanted it to. It's fragmented either squad, yes, but no one's walked away the winner yet.
𝐓𝐴 needs to quickly get back up on their feet. They're healing right now. Order being dropped back up into position. Sook makes a quick swing by, adrift. But it is 𝐸 to stay alive. Two nades that could be dastardly. And Team Secret yet to make a mark on this engagement.
အတင်းကတော့ပထမတော့ဖြစ်စေချင်တာပေါ့ဒါပေမဲ့လို့လည်းသိရမှာဒီနာဒေါတာကိုပြောမယ်ဆိုတော့ကြည့်လာပဲလေမဲ့သူတို့လည်းအကောင်းဆုံးကြိုးစားပါရဲ့ရမှာပါစိတ်ဝင်စားပါဒါမဲ့ပွဲကိုပဲဒါမဲ့ဒီနောက် match 4ကိုတေချာလေးကြည့်ရမှာ match 4မှာ chicken စားနိုင်မှုအရေးကြီးတယ်APG စောပြတ်သွားရင်ကိစ္စမရှိဘူးစောပြတ်တာမပြတ်တာတဲ့ကိုရီ YG က chicken စားဖို့အရေးကြီးရပါတော့ဒီပွဲကလည်းပြီးသွားပြီဆိုတော့မှပြောလို့မရတော့ဘူးเนาะ
But the problem is, Secret clash back. The thunder is gone, and 𝐓𝐴 is here, trying to keep this intensity going whilst they know that Secret are weakened, and they are finding what they need.
Inside the church, the bars on the window, a prison cell for Team Secret as more bullets rain through. 𝐸, the final player now here for 𝐸, but 𝐓𝐴 looking to finish strong.
Inches away from another chicken dinner, and Order looks to command respect, runs in with the DBS, fires out the shots, the paranoia kicking in, and 𝐸 are going down as 𝐓𝐴 stands strong in the lobby and in the arena. This team is back for blood and proving that they've still got the fight in them.
𝐓𝐴 once again,
𝐓𝐴
win from them. They are not giving up today. It has been a gigantic performance from them, and they are catching up. These teams in the front better breathe heavy right now because they need to get a move on.
The eruption from this team, the knock-on effect of the crowd going wild. The support is here in droves. The fans at home will be ecstatic with this result, but it is the first step, more to be done for them, Blank. They are close, but there are teams that are even closer. The intensity keeps on building. Do not go anywhere as the action reaches its climax.
아이고 앞에 남자씨 아야니 Ana puede ser
This land is calling.
Quay vàoผิดตัวไว้บอกไปปรับquay vàoผิดตัวนั้นดีไว้บอกว่าquay mì là quay mì Rất là nhẹ nhàng khách sẽ
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new guild set now.
아니 앞에 있는 애너가 𝐒𝐡𝐨𝐩 지금 아니
쪽으로 뛸게 나는. 나 오른쪽 위로 같이 해줄게. 준비다. 천천히 해. 피킹 안 해도 돼. 앞에 라인 기는 거 조심. 야 둘이야 둘 바위랑 이거. 그냥 받아먹으면 돼 얘들아. 앞에 받아먹으면 돼. 바위 안 내밀어도 돼. 형만 내밀지 마. 삼각바위 하나. 뛰어 나온다. 삼각바위 하나. 삼각바위 하나 더. 나이스. 야 나이스 준호야. 아 나이스 준호야.
我的意思是说，加着我们俩去左下，懂吗？可以，知道可以打，知道可以打，再看他们可以顶着。我打这个知道。别急，有个人要守，我看到一个，我看到能打，你们别担心。叫我，你们冲，他只叫我。牛逼，还就一个，还上来，就在眼里边，牛逼，带他，牛逼，对了，哎。
Are we witnessing one of the greatest comebacks in PUBG Mobile history? A back-to-back
ညကောင်းလဲကောင်းတယ်ပွိုင်းလဲတူတော့ရင်မခုံတော့ဘူးတဲ့ရင်ခုံရမှာအဲ့လိုမျိုးတူနေမှရင်ခုံရမှာ
That trophy right there. Weibo with another win to get things rolling. They are so close to putting themselves in the smash zone.
အဲ့လိုတူနေမှာဘသူရှာမလဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးရင်ခုံရမှာတည်ရမလား အမပြတ်နေလို့ရှိရင်ကျတော့ရင်ခုန်စရာမကောင်းတော့
This moment in this tournament is insane.
Especially the way they've been able to do it. They're not just sneaking in a win here and there. They are taking control of these games, doing what they need to do, and saying, we are here. We are actually that third team that will make that smash point. We are here to actually play. It's so nice to see. 8 points coming in. 18 coming into the third game here. 7 Are we looking at next game then making that point?
Oh, they're definitely going to do it. Especially with the way that we're
Yeah,
playing. Talk about it. This team was just sitting in a compound for the longest time. Whenever they actually realized that we have to move out, that's when they started spreading the wings. So when you talk about they're doing what they need to do, that's exactly what they did. Talking about a team that needs to actually get into the smash zone, Alpha Gaming being able to do that, and you can tell all coming from eliminations.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that I will have to nitpick with this team, and I'm going to be talking about it for a long time if they continue to do this, is they are not playing like how they have done the previous 2 days. They have just been playing way too split, and those rotations are not early. I don't know what's going on with this team, Natura.
Yeah, it is unfortunate to see. It feels like under their pressure, they're kind of defaulting to a previous strategy that was not really working for them. They've tweaked, they've adjusted. In the last 2 days, they've looked really, really good, but now as things start to fall apart, they're going back to those old mistakes. What I will say for them, though, they handled that fight with 𝐒𝐸𝐸 and Power really, really well. DRX in the end as well, right? They were able to balance those teams against each other, get those nades, get those knocks, but not full commit, not full send, because they knew 𝐒𝐸𝐸 would just third-party that. So really well played against both of those teams to actually get those points.
And who would have thought?
微博玩迷來咗冬天
First place going up against second place. 𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐿. Let me talk a little bit about you, because Mermat was scouting APG for the longest time, especially as soon as they saw DRX go towards them. Great scouting and great time to pounce on APG when they were down.
You can see 𝐿𝐸𝐸 here. They know that there is an opportunity that has arisen off of them being excellent in the last 2 games. You could see the elation on their faces as well, Neptura, as they realize once again, another win under the belt. Yes, just inches away from that smash zone. So they're going to have to do something in this next game. But as Seven said, with the way that they're playing, I think it's a likelihood.
Yeah, I haven't seen Order smile like that in a very long time. He was very pleased with how the team's been performing. And with a back-to-back on Erangel, it's really nice that we have another Erangel coming up. So that is really boding well for them as well. I will say zones have been kind to them, not necessarily given, but a little bit kinder to them versus an APG, which have struggled to be on that edge constantly, always having to rotate. But in these last zones, that's where it really matters. That's where that strategy comes into play. And WBG have just been able to have that patience, that control, and most importantly, the decision-making. If they want to go for something, they do it wholeheartedly. If they decide, actually, this is not a good idea, we need to go back, they do that wholeheartedly and quickly as well.
You talk about decision-making. One decision that was kind of scratching my head there early on was Yangon Galacticos. We're saying this team might not end up crumbling under the pressure. I think they're starting to feel that pressure because we saw something a little bit different out of them. Max and I, and you too, were discussing behind the scenes while we're watching the game. We never see this team go to the center of the circle early on. They've been playing the edge for the longest time. For me to be able to see this squad go towards center in a situation where they're more than likely trying to win the game, yes, that might have ended up working out, but that's going away from what they've been doing for the previous 2 days.
Do you think that they should fall back on what they've been doing? It's been successful, Neptura. Do you think the adjustments here is really not worth it?
I think especially in that last zone, it might not have been the play, because in the center of where it ended up, it's very low ground, very open, where the edge is where everybody else was playing, had a little bit more cover. There was a little bit more of that high ground, that scope ability as well there. So I think in that case, yeah, Seven's right. They should have stuck to the edge, but I do understand what they were trying to go for, because for very good reason, the center was very open and no one was there, where the edges were very busy.
Overall rankings time. All right, with potentially 3 more games remaining here. Yangon Galacticos and Alpha Gaming are currently in the smash zone. However, if 𝐿𝐸𝐸 Gaming gets themselves 5 points in this one, they will join them as well. And after rolling a chicken dinner, who can potentially stop them? I am very concerned here, Seven. Either we get one of those 2 kings that coming in from the previous 2 days, being able to take a victory, but it very clearly seems like both of them are either feeling the pressure or adjusting their strategies to the point where they're not exactly comfortable where they need to be to win PMWC.
I'm going to be looking at Alpha Gaming. I got to call them out real quick. I feel like if they want to get a chance at actually winning via Smash Roll, this next Erangel would be the one. We've seen Yangon Galacticos win in Miramar. 𝐿𝐸𝐸, I mean, we know what they showcase, especially in PMHI, getting the championship there, wanting to continue on a trend here. But I'm also looking at some of the other teams. I'm looking at some of the other teams trying to stop their squads from getting the points. We saw Turning K from eArena stealing those elimination points towards the end. And I mean, these are teams that even though they are towards the bottom, they are fighting for that prize pool.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them because even though they're not in contention for those top 3 spots, right? At this point, they're just not. But they're able to take those placement points away from a team. They're able to push those teams further down in that game, and they're able to steal elimination points, as you said. So they are still making a massive game for themselves.
All right, and you guys at home, of course, can be involved in everything that's also going on around the game here, or for also PMWC. Starting from August the 1st, which was 2 days ago, the PDP Global Fashion Icon Contest officially has kicked off and is currently ongoing. This competition accepts both in-game outfit design submissions and participating by showcasing real-life outfits for you to wear. Use your sense of fashion to influence the world, and the total prize pool reaches up to $120,000. And with that, we are going over to the commentators. One final 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐬. Let's see who can take it.
One final 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐬, one final chance potentially to play during PMWC 2025. 2 eligible teams currently on Smash Point. Of course, we're talking APG, who just makes it off the back of that game.
Match 4 ပွဲရမှာတကယ်ကိုမှရှင်ခုံဖို့ကောင်းမှာပေါ့နော်ဘာဖြစ်လို့လဲဆိုတော့ဟို FR လည်းတက်လာပြီ YG ကလည်းဒီပွဲမှာ chicken စားတေချာမောက်ကွာပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ပွဲကိုထားလိုက်တော့ဒီပွဲမှာ YG တေချာမောက် chicken စားရင် champion ဖြစ်ပြီအဲ့တော့ APG ကအနေနဲ့စိုးရင်ရတယ် APG က chicken စားရင် APG က champion ဖြစ်ပြီအဲ့တော့ဒီပွဲမှာ YG တေချာမောက် chicken ရမှာဖြစ်တယ် Match 4ဟုတ်ပါကွာတပွဲလေ
Although it will have to be the end of a match.
Well, when you chicken ဆိုတော့ပြီးပြီနော်နောက်ပွဲစမ်းသွားတော့ဒါပဲပကမောင်းခတ်ပြတယ်မြန်မာဆိုပြီးတော့
into that smash zone to potentially take it away from 𝐿𝐸𝐿𝐸 who have been cruising at the top of the tables. You know, I said earlier on for one of my hot takes, and I'm going to keep bragging about this one, is that I felt like a smash ruling was going to come through, but it wouldn't be from the point leader. It is not out of the question that that is occurring here. If we get to a match 5, if 𝐒𝐴 are able to get past that boundary, they could really take this one away and not be on top of those tables when it comes to those points, because it's all about that smash.
I don't know. We'll see. The thing about Yangon Galacticos is they've been getting blessed by zones, and they also have been playing very aggressively, which has been pretty much their undoing. You know, the question is, why aren't they parking the bus? Why don't they slow things down and start playing in the methodical way that led them to this very moment? Now, points still matter. If we do go to game number 6, of course, if a team is on Smash Point, they win game 6, they then take the championship. But let's say a team outside of the running of Smash Point takes it, well, then it would default to the points winner. In this case,
Weibo ဘာမိလာမလားလို့ဆိုရင်တော့ Weibo မမိ 1 2 3ပဲရှိရဲဆိုတော့ဒီပါ
If I'm Yangon Galacticos, if I'm APG, I'm going for it all. I'm trying to win this right here and now and shut everybody down, because the reality is, John, the longer these games go, there's more chances for other teams to be on Smash Point themselves and potentially for them to steal the championship away despite them not having the point lead.
It is, of course, that outside chance, that title, and not to mention the cash that goes along with it. It's going to be looming overhead, a bit of a threat here. $500,000 for first place is up for grabs. You drop down to second place. Number in half. Down to 250k. That is a big drop off. You don't want to let that happen. And Yangon Galacticos, Alpha Gaming, both of them essentially neck and neck as we go into our final 𝐓𝐸𝐿𝐸 match. Match number 16. Coming through from Sosnovka military base up towards Stalva on the northeast side. Let's get stuck in.
Let's get it going. Predictions in chat. Predictions in the arena. Who are we supporting? Get loud. Support your favorite team. They need your energy over the next 3 potential matches. For 𝐒𝐴, 5 points away from reaching that Smash Point threshold. Very close, but could also be infinitely far away, depending on how these drops go. Now, my prediction for this specific map, theoretically, for Yangon Galacticos, this is their best chance to win this tournament on a Smash Point rule set.
Reason why I say that, 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬, in my opinion, from what I've been observing, tends to be where they feel most at home. Then you flip the script, we go to our last two Miramars. I look at APG to then be the favorite. So if I'm 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐽 Galacticos, I'm locking it in right here and now. Map number 4, I don't want to see Miramar because my chances of winning might have just gone down the drain. APG's on fire, but one of the things that's been hurting them is they only land military. They don't have a secondary drop, and because of that, they ran into issues a couple of maps ago. It took them a little bit longer to get to Smash Point, but yet here they are. Now, military is going to be quite active. We've talked about it. 3 teams on military. Things start to get crowded. APG is now one of them.
They are going to get involved on military. They get to drop out early for the first time today over towards their drop spot. But the circle sends up towards the northwest side, so teams moving over towards 𝐵𝐺𝐵. That's normally 𝐿𝐴𝐤𝐽 Galacticos going to have potentially a little bit of a better time. But on that north side, you've got those vehicle drops that could potentially get a little bit messy. Get involved with other teams, but it seems like they're extricating themselves effectively for the time being. No one getting too close to one another. And no knocks being seen just yet. Of course, we're looking at 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐵 as well. Down in Primals, split up towards Quarry as well. Nobody really contesting on that spot. Again, early on that plane path, they should be looted nice and quickly. And that west side rotate, very available for them.
Very available indeed. And well, for 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐽 Galacticos, they land a little bit short. Normally, they're up towards 𝐵𝐺𝐵, which would be phenomenal for them, being dead center. This time around, they will land a bit more to the eastern side of things. For 𝐸 already running into some issues. What a Sky getting the knife, and one is down. But Sky needs to get out of here, stay alive as long as possible.
Good news for Ora towards the bottom of these tables. 𝐸 trying to defend. To be honest, no one's really paying attention to these teams. Which we hate. But it does mean that they are going to have to grab a couple more vehicles on the road. And the buggy will be first picked up by 𝐸. Besides the monster truck there as well.
ပွဲကြောင့်အမြင်ဆိုတာ gas မပေးတော့ဘူးလေဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့ဒီပွဲတွေက star လေဘာမှအဲ့လောက်ကြည့်ကြည့်ဟိုဖြစ်တာမဟုတ်ဘူးပြောချင်တာကသူတို့ရင်ခုန်ရမယ့်ခိုက်တန်တွေကိုပဲစောင့်ကြည့်ရမှာပေါ့နော်တေချာလေးအာရုံစိုက်ပြီးတော့မှပွဲလေးကိုတေချာကြည့်မယ်ရင်ခုန်မယ်
Would they still have won? I don't know. It would have been tough, but they were
That's
getting
neat,
pressed by
I
zones.
think you
Here
are
they
building
have
a-
the best
also
chance. This is
this-
quite literally the most perfect opportunity as it currently stands for 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐽 Galacticos to hold it down, center zone, play for late game, and just stay quiet. That's my game plan if I'm them. Now, you do have teams moving in. Team Secret's going to be on the other side of 𝐸𝐴𝐤𝐽, and then, of course, 𝐸𝐴𝐤 starts to come in as well. Maybe
ဝန်ကြီးရဲ့ချန်ပီယံရမှာတေးကြပါတယ်ဝန်ကြီး World Cup ချန်ပီယံဖလားပြီးပြန်လာမှာဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့တည်းမှာတော့ယုံကြည်နေတယ်ဒီတပွဲကိုတေးကြမှာချစ်ကန်စားလိုက်ကွာနောက်ပွဲတွေလှည့်ကြည့်ကြမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးဒီရောချစ်ကန်ဆိုရင်
Eastern Bridge, Western Bridge. Where do they decide to go? Well, they've got 4 Thrives or Ida potentially to deal with them.
Could be problematic as time goes on. Team Secret have
open လေတွေ့တဲ့ဆက်ဟိုကောင်ပြန်ပြေးရတယ်နောက်ကိုတစ်ချက်ထပ်ပြေးရင်တော့ဒီကောင်တေးမှာဟိုကောင်တေးမှာတဲ့တွေ့ရဆက်စီပွေးပဲကြံတော့
final rounds and now Frankie is
ကျုပ်ဖင်ကပဲကြံတော့လေတွေ့အေးရမှာ
Sakura on the bottom floor. They will need to call for reinforcement.
ဝိုင်းကြီးကျွန်တော်တို့လောက်ပါအောင်ရှင်းပါအောင်ဝိုင်းကြီးလုံးလေးနဲ့လုံးထုတ်တော့ဝိုင်းကြီးချန်ပီယံဝိုင်းကြီးဆိုပြီးတော့ share လိုက်သွားကြာလို့
on the crossing. Beautifully found.
World Cup ချန်ပီယံဝိုင်းကြီးဆိုပြီးတော့
He's going to go ahead and camp up here, Frankie. Holding it down, nades cooking. Don't think it's going to have any impact. I'd like him to pull it back. If I was him,
oh my
finally taking down Team Secret. Taking this fight in stride and an opportunity to get their down player is here. 𝐸𝐴𝐤𝐽 starts to run on fumes. Joker last alive.
နှစ်ပတ်လုံးမဟုတ်တစ်မျိုးနယ်လုံးနိုင်ပြီတော့ဒီချိန်မှာတော့အကုန်လုံးကဝိုင်းကြီးဖြစ်နေရမယ်တွေ့တဲ့တသားတယ်
concluded early with the circle as it sits. Teams are going to start to move towards the northern shore. 𝐸𝐴𝐤 not being there.
ဒီရှော့အပလာချုပ်ချင်အောင်အပလာ
power at the moment to potentially try and sweep on through. It also leaves a little bit of an opening for 𝐒𝐴𝐤 on the west flank to maybe move over that long 𝐵𝐺𝐵 bridge.
ဝိုင်းကြီးကိုလိုက်ပြချင်အောင်မှတ်ပလာ
Starts to move across the weather.
Ali wipe out.
Bridge. APG to follow suit. Thundertalk most likely going to go across Eastern. They won't have anybody there. APG's going to have to fight. really hard to continue their way to center zone. That's why Yangon. Although Smile, I do feel he's a bit spread out from his roster, and that gives me a little bit of concern.
stage 1 ပဲရှိသေးတယ် AC သူတို့ဟလာလုံးရနေသေးတယ်အဲ့မှာအမားတော့မစိုးဘူးပေါ့နော်ဒီမှာအားကြတော့ဒီမှာနည်းပဲရသေးရဆိုတော့ပေါ်လိုက်တာနေသေးတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
signal of things to come. They weren't able to close down.
ကောင်းရမရတော့ဘူးလေသူတို့ကမရနိုင်တော့ဆိုတာသိရတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့သူကဖြတ်မှာပဲဖြစ်ချင်တာဖြစ်ဆိုပြီးပြတော့ပါ
lot of overlooked positions.
Into
crates, right? It's so open around the edge. Getting out of there, if you overcommit early, is really, really difficult once teams start to move in. We're on board with APG though now, and they are being careful on their bridge crossing, but they need to be.
Military base
He's around the edge of that blockade. They're zigzagging, they're going left, they're going right, and they are fighting ghosts right now.
We
have a situation with Yangon Galacticos who were in this very spot when they won a game on 𝐴𝐴𝐤𝐷. What, a couple days back, right? It was Team Secret who ended up crashing in on a roster on the ridgeline, or maybe was it Yangon Galacticos who? Yes, and then remember, then they crashed in, and they ended up taking a victory, and it was very, very close to where they currently are. So
it was APG,
and so they've won a game in this very spot, basically, or at least close to it. So familiar territory. They've already got a W here. Maybe they can replicate it.
Oh, well, they'll definitely be trying to, that's for certain. They would love to take home that chicken dinner and that title. The $500,000 in prize money. It's weighing heavily on the mind. And 𝐒𝐤𝐤 trying to weigh up to them. 5 points short of the match point boundary right now. They do need to earn 5 more. You can see they're posted up right now close to the west bridge on 𝐵𝐺𝐻. A long rotate across that bridge. It can get pretty dangerous, but at the moment there's only one team on the northern shore. That is Team Secret. That will change pretty quickly though. We've got teams starting to move in from the north. You've got 𝐴𝐴𝐤𝐷, you've got Aura. Yangon Galacticos unlikely to go to North George, but potential for this area to get a little bit more packed.
To smash point. This game is critical to get close to that narrative.
Smash rule ဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့မျိုးတို့ YG ကမှီနေပြီ smash point ကသူကနောက်ပိုင်းမြောက်ကလေးက smash point ကမှီသွားပြီ point match point 128ကိုမှီသွားပြီ sorry smash point ပဲ128မှီသွားပြီဖြစ်တဲ့တတိယပွဲမှာ chicken ဆိုင်ကို champion ဖြစ်ပြီဒါပေမဲ့တတိယပွဲမှာ chicken မစားလိုက်ဖြစ်ဒီပွဲမှာ chicken ဆိုင်ဒီကြောင်က YG champion ဟိုဆိုက shooting range ကိုဆွဲသွားတယ်အောင်းနေ YG ဘက်ကိုပါနေတော့
They follow Smile up ahead. Seems to have paid off because they're now well within the next zone.
That is a crazy hard shift.
YG ပါလားတဲ့ YG ပါတယ် trace မှာရက်တင်နေရမှာဇရာကြီးကိုကြည့်အခါကျတော့မှ APG နဲ့ DRH နဲ့အဲ့နှစ်သိန်းတင်ရပြီဟုတ်တယ်
that West 𝐵𝐺𝐻 bridge.
DRH ကကျတော့နည်းနည်း live ဖြတ်တာ
surprised to see them following Thunder Talk.
ဟုတ်ပါတယ်ဒီပွဲမှာတော့သူတို့ chicken fry မယ်နဲ့တူတယ်ဆိုထင်တာပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ပွဲမှာတော့နည်းနည်းလေးစိတ်လို့ရှာအောင်လို့လိုက်ပြီးတော့မှkey fan ပြီးတော့မှပေါ့နော်နည်းနည်းလေးပွဲရဲ့အရသာလေးကိုနည်းနည်းထိန်းလိုက်တဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးမှရှိတယ်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ညပွဲနဲ့ chicken စားဝိုင်းတည်ရမလားတင်ကောင်းလေအဲကြောင့်နည်းနည်းထိန်းလိုက်လိုက်တော့အဲ့ဒီဘောFalcon တက်လာနှမ်းပြနေတော့ကဒီမှာနဲ့အရှောက်တော့နှမ်းအဲ့ဒါဟာလေ
testing the waters just a little bit, but Yangon Galacticos hold it down. 𝐿𝐴𝐤𝐷 also in the area, and we're still moving. Yangon Galacticos going forward, potentially challenging that of Falcons.
Oh, Mernat looking to try and clock Koa as he spins out the buggy or tries to. Yangon Galacticos have allowed about 4 teams through their position now for no benefit. They've got such a blockade that now sits to their north that was all southwards of them before. They retreat and they fold back.
This is interesting. And now getting relatively closer from Rossoccer. Maybe they clash.
မဒီကိုရီးယားတော့ရောက်ရတော့မယ်အဲ့ဒါပြောရလိမ့်မရှိပြောချင်တာဟိုကြည့်နေတဲ့သူတွေတောင်ကွာသူတို့တော့ရှင်ခုံနေတာတကယ်ပွဲထဲမှာထဲထဲဝင်စောင့်နေတဲ့သူတွေဘလောက်ရှင်ခုံပြီးဘလောက် pressure များလဲပေါ့နော်ပြောလို့ရှိရင်ကကြတော့သူတို့မှလည်းနိုင်ခြင်းစောရှိတယ်ဖြစ်ခြင်းစောရှိတယ်ပရိသတ်တွေရဲ့အားပေးမှုပရိသတ်တွေလိုချင်တဲ့အရာကိုသူတို့လုပ်ပေးရမယ်ဆိုပေါ့နော်ဒီမျိုးတွေလည်းရှိသေးတယ်လေသူတို့ဘက်ကကြည့်ရင်လည်း pressure တွေကအများကြီးပဲအားကြောင့်မလို့ဘာပဲပြောနားလည်ပေးရမှာပေါ့နော်သူအကောင်းဆုံးစူးစမ်းကြတာပဲ They want to buy. Don't
have that advantage in terms of pacing, and they've done neither. They took a little peek here and there, and they played it timid. They pulled it back into their own half, and now they're on the edge of the circle. They can still do but I feel like they may have made a mistake in this situation. We'll have to wait and see if it's going to pan out that way. I also spotted 𝐓𝐴 tilting teams towards the top, right? They rotated up that West Georgia Pole Bridge. They've gone now wrapped around up towards the shooting range hill on the north side. They have a nice spread on the west side of this circle. Yes. I like what 𝐓𝐴 has done on this match, a lot more certainly than 𝐷𝐼𝐺 �galacticos.
Yeah, 𝐓𝐴, 𝐴ltREGOs, I think, are in prime positions to have a deep run in this game, and two rosters, you know, 𝐓𝐴 obviously 5 points away. I mean, they could get that replacement points depending on how they play this. For 𝐴ltREGOs, the game here puts them closer and closer to the smash points, loving where they're currently at. They can just hold their ground. APG finally starts to get up towards the top. They rotated up through 𝐷𝐼𝐺. They have another shift, which surprisingly still has 𝐔𝐺 �galacticos in it on the southern portion, and they are relatively uncontested, so another deep run potential. But for that narrative against 𝐴ltREGOs, they now have to go down south towards shooting range for 𝐓𝐴, still relatively strong opposite of Team Secret.
It's a non-zero possibility that Alpha Gaming crash into 𝐔𝐺 �galacticos' position here, and we get a fight for the smash point early in this game. We're still waiting for teams to start to drop here. We have already lost one, but there's still 14 more to go. As of course, we do have to have a chicken dinner winner at the end of it all. Fireflux, they've been busted down to 3 right now. They're playing on the northeast side. Gonna stop a little bit short. Can't stay in this compound, and they will have to get on the road. Alpha Gaming, same story for them. A little bit more south though.
So 4th pass just north of them. 𝐵𝐴LLIC catches one off guard. I mean, Fireflux Solish, yeah, just pumping gas over there, unfortunately, instead of moving forward. And that will take, of course, they will take advantage of that situation. 𝐴ltREGOs, a team that played so well throughout the group stages, now find themselves knocking on the door, potentially reaching smash point. Another roster that needs a solid game here in map number 4. It's a possibility, and that's what makes this grand finals great. We've got 2 teams who are already on smash point, but we've got teams who are definitely looking to make their way. We get to game 6, I'm expecting maybe 4 or 5.
I mean, it could go that way. It depends what teams like 𝐴ltREGO, what 𝐴ltREGOs are able to do here. It feels like those are the 2 teams who are, well, they are most likely to join, right? Especially with 4th already getting 3 points. They're up to 95 now. It's still quite a way to go. I think it's safe to say it is still very much a way to go. Unless you're just going to do back-to-back chicken dinners, a la 𝐓𝐴, it's going to be very, very difficult to make that one work. With where 4th are right now out in the east, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to enact that.
So before 𝐔𝐺 �galacticos had �SMILE go as a solo across the bridge, this time around 3 go up. Team Secret gets close, but they leave Renat down low on the shoreline, potentially closing that in if they do need to rotate back depending on where the zone ends up shifting. But I get so nervous when I see those solos out in the open like that. I really hope Renat does not get caught off guard with a third party.
At the moment though, we're on board with Alpha Gaming. They are circling around the south side of Falcons, who are crunched in the middle of a bit of a standoff that is sort of concluding towards their north, and I imagine the Falcons going to want to get stuck in. Alpha Gaming, they're rolling around these hills, they're not peeking, they're getting information. 𝐔𝐺 �galacticos in the meantime have got a player from Team Secret now playing to the ridge, to the west of their north point. See if they can do a little bit more from there. 4th still fighting on out, but they've lost IQ. 𝐸𝐷𝐼 is down and exposed from the rest of these rosters. 𝐴ltREGO as well on the north side. Gonna make this rotate very, very tricky.
Got Fireflux in this area. 𝐴ltREGOs, Noxian Red Force also moving in. If I'm T24, I'm trying to get 𝐸𝐷𝐼 back up, take the hovercraft, and potentially disengage if he can, but they've got to go through multiple rosters, so it might not be a possibility. 𝐵𝐴LLIC, the smoke's going to help a little bit. He'll get behind the car, and is 𝐸𝐷𝐼 getting picked up? Well, is the snake going to connect? It gets close, and it will knock 𝐸𝐷𝐼 once again, and that's going to leave one 4th member to still try and fight for his life. Actually, none, as they're fully eliminated. That narrative, we said they needed a good game 4, potentially, but we still have 𝐔𝐺 �galacticos, APG, 4-man units, and they are deep into this game so far.
It's going to take at least 2 matches for 4th to get up into the smash point boundary, which means match 6, their only hope to maybe sneak in and get a chicken dinner there. But again, it's on back-to-back chicken dinners at this point. Eyes on the top 3 right now. Rosters on the table. The circle went up northwest. 𝐷𝐼𝐺 as well. 𝐴ltREGO stuck in this This scrap on the northeast side. I don't think they're getting out of this one unscathed, especially with Alva already down. Fireflux are right next to them. Falcons
我哋話當跳到，哦，當啲嘢錯邊個控出啊你嘅？
horizon there. I don't think
點解控冇嚟顯你動你啦？係咪啊？一個
to take that chicken
你
dinner.
控現動我路線了。
Desperately need to get up to that boundary.
Well, one thing we know about Alter Egos is they know how to fight. They know how to get scrappy, and that was represented in Game 6 on Miramar just yesterday. With all four still up, well, maybe one down.
什麼嘅人你找我講到啊？
But you're right, it's not going to be easy. And with 𝐒𝐲 knocking down Rosemary,
我
John
哋
is
師傅
starting
嘅
to believe in
做
what
生
you're
意，
saying.
我話你爛你
On
邊？
the eastern side has been
我哋買龍牛 share 所以你點解唔識當咩正落嚟放光咧 ？FF နဲ့差呢？FF eliminated ဖြစ်သွားပြီ啊！唔係နဲ့ပုံပေါ်ပဲရှိနေ你咪တက်လာ嘅 APG 啦。哦，哎呀！哎呀！誒講你啊！打咩？哦，有沒有注意玩喎？ 我哋俾你入去掉。邊呀嚟？我幾邊呀嚟喎 ？APG 呀話你呢啲。
Top's going to try and get his teammate back up into the play. Smile though, he's not going to relinquish that pressure. He's going to continue to push.
我話你，我話你，嗱，睇住咯。
If Smile overexposed himself, this is a critical fight. You
一四話邊呀咯？
teams facing off against each other, and arguably you could say whoever wins this, and especially if they win it in dominating fashion, most likely could in fact win this game.
知道講你話哇，突然間咩啊嘛？
Clocked from the sidelines there, and it's 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to try and take him down. The SLR finds the angle. Doc potentially reservoir behind this tree. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 will come under fire from teams like Hora, from teams like Team Secret as well. And 𝐶𝐤 has an answer over towards Wild. He'll get that knock, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴's sightlines will start north side hold. It's going to work out well, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 now playing only as two. They only have one active sightline that allows the res to come through for APG, and 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴, they're not going to continue to lock horns with them.
No, not at all, and they also have a hardcover POI, which is wonderful for them. So when
ဘလို့တော့သူတို့ကမောင်းနေတဲ့ဒီတောင်ပေါ်မှာစမိုင်းတောင်းနဲ့ပြန်ပြီးမှ point ခွဲထားတာတွေ့ရဆိုတော့ဇုံကစတဲ့ Ash လေးမှာပဲဒါလေးပဲသူငြိမ်နေသေးတယ်နော်တစ်စုံပြောင်းဖို့ကလည်းအချိန်လေးနဲ့ထပ်ပြီးတော့စောင့်ရအောင်ပါလောလောဆယ်မှာတော့ဒီဘက်မှာ power နဲ့ idea တွေနဲ့ဖြစ်နေတယ်ဒါဖက်ကောင်အနေနဲ့ကလည်း wipe out ဖြစ်သွားပြီထင်တယ်ဟုတ်လားမဟုတ်ဘူးပြန်နေတယ်တရားကျန်နေရဆို
Well, for every player that gets taken down, for every team that's eliminated,
idea
that puts other rosters closer to smash point or closer to a victory.
Power eating lead right now as 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴 taking them to task, but they have had their fair share of punishment here with Aaron going down. It's just 𝐿𝐴 left standing, trying to flex those big muscles that we've seen on him. The size of that lad now cowering behind this ridgeline with a blue zone at his back.
DRX, 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴 from Power. DRX holding it down, not wanting to overcommit in this moment. By the way, the Alter Egos Hora fight still underway. That eastern side has yet to slow down. Nice shot from you.
Oh yeah.
That's on
ဒီဟာရေးစီဝင်လာဖြစ်ပြန်ပြီချီတော့ပြီကွာစမိုင်းတော့အိမ်မှာ
Leave their hard cover and go get the pickup. They're going to commit for it.
The difficulty here is that 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴 have to leave their hard cover. Giving a good attempt at holding against DRX.
ကိုမတော်မနဲ့ဘလို့ပြီးတော့စမိုင်းတက်ကိုလာပြီးတော့နော့လိုက်နေ
Go down as they come through him. DRX cleanly. 𝐷𝐷𝐿𝐴 going down as well, leaves 9 teams remaining.
တိုင်းတုံးရပြီနော်ဆိုတော့ idea လား eliminated တော့ဖြစ်သွားပြီဆိုတော့ smite ပြန်စစ်လို့တော့ရထားသေးရဲ့ဒီလားဒီဘက်ကနေပြီးတော့ဆိုတော့3 man alive ကျန်သေးတယ်ဆိုတော့ APG ကတော့ 3k တော့ရတာ 1g ရသေးလို့လည်းရင်ခုန်နေစိတ်ညစ်သေးလေးပါလိမ့်ရှင်ပေးတော့ကြအောင်လေအာရဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့ position ကတော့မဆိုးကောင်းသေးတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီက H တွေကတော့ရှော့လိုက်ဖြစ်နေရပါဒီကဒိတ်ပဲမရှိခဲ့ဘောတော့ကောင်းတော့ကောင်းနေကွာဒီတော့လာပြန်ပြီမှာ
Manages to dodge another one thrown on 𝐶𝐤, but he dodges it as well. DRX continues to progress. Smile, he is dropped off for the second time in just a short amount of time.
APG grinning ear to ear right now.
နေတင်နေတော့ထပ်ပြီးမှအဲ့တော့ဟန်ထားတဲ့အနေနဲ့မှာဒီက H ကလုံးဝ format live စီနဲ့ထိုင်းလာတဲ့ပုံစံကြီးဖြစ်သွားပြီကွာစိတ်ကလောက်နည်းနည်းလေးတော့ချင်းနေမကောင်းနေတွေတောက်လျှောက်ဝင်လာလို့ရှိရင်တော့သိစင်ပြေနေတဲ့ပုံမရှိဘူးပြောရင်းနဲ့ပဲနေကတောက်လျှောက်ကိုရောင်ကြီးစိတ်ကသွေးတစ်ဆက်ပဲကြံတော့တယ် smile ပါသွားပြီစိတ်ကလောက်နောက်တစ်လုံးဆိုရင်တော့စိတ်ကလောက်လဲပါဖို့ချင်းနေတော့များနေပြီလို့ပြောနေတယ်
The nade finally takes him down, but Romeo now pressured out by the blue zone.
Oh my god. Romeo တယောက်ပဲကြံတော့တယ်။စိတ်ကကိုပြန်ဆေးလို့ကတော့လုံးဝတော့ရမှာမဟုတ်တော့ဘူးပေါ့နော်။ Romeo ရှိတဲ့ကွန်မာကိုဒါက ABG က refresh ချီးပေးကောင်းနေအောင်ခေါင်းမထွက်နဲ့။ကောင်းလို့လည်း Oreo ကောင်းခွဲ
A four-man unit have a real chance to close the tournament out.
4 players alive. Field that sits before them.
Sorry,
up the top of the hill that can take shots out this way. It's a question of keeping your head down, finding those later game rotates. We're in stage 5 right now, which
ABG ကချစ်ကမစားပါနဲ့ကွာ
again. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 get the knock over to Doc on the tree line. It's Reservoir, but they have the smokes? Do they have the time to go for it? Because DRX are right behind them.
That's right. They're about to get pincered. DRX from the flank. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 up ahead. Potentially Thunder Talk with the line of sight from the east. APG's job is not going to be easy, but let's face it, it's not easy to be a PMWC
ဒီဟာကတော့ဖြတ်လေအဲ့လိုမျိုး ABG ကိုမဖြတ်ဘူးဘာလို့နေ YG ကြောင့်လည်းလာဖြတ်နေပြီးတော့ချီးပြီးကောင်းနေတယ်ဟုတ်တယ် YG ကို YG ပြင်နေတာဒီလားတကယ်အကျင့်ကောင်းတဲ့ကောင်လေးဘာဖြတ်လာမှ ABG ကိုကြက်တော့မဖြတ်ဘူး
Goodness me, they have fallen short of the mark, and again, it's going to be into the
next match. တကယ်အကျင့်ကောင်းတဲ့ကောင်လေးပါ
with 2 teams potentially.
6 သိန်းပဲကျန်တော့တယ်ABG ချစ်တယ်မစားပါနဲ့ ABG ချစ်တယ်မစားပါနဲ့
Team Secret, Hora, they've got to go in. For Tien, he's gone. Thunder Talk's forces are now down to 2. That alleviates a little bit of pressure off of APG, but maybe even focuses more from 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 up ahead, because now they don't have to worry as much about Thunder Talk. Doc, watch your back. Silas is taking you down.
It felt like he was slow on the trigger there for Silas. He spotted a player from Team Secret as well. What are you doing stood up there, my man? A broadside found, and Doc again has to get rezzed for APG. They have to commit forwards, but they are so open to these sidelines. And DRX could rule them out. The 2 players from APG committed onto the res onto Doc.
ချစ်ကစားရင်စားလိုက်ကွာရတယ် DRX ကလုံးဝအမှတ်ကလိုသေးရအများကြီးစားချစ်ကစားလိုက် DRX
The ante onto APG. This is a beautiful opportunity to take them out and continue this tournament. When DRX starts to push up, you have a real opportunity. A nice shot. 𝐸𝐸 will drop 1. That's going to be Reefus. Fully finished off. But Doc gets back. Doc gets a knock onto 1.
He needs to give something back to his team here. He's been picked up plenty. Now he needs to pick up the slack where his backline is starting to fall. They're playing as 3, and DRX have 3 players bearing down.
မနက်ညီလေးကတအားလောနေလို့လေ तू ကတအားတော့ပြချင်နေတာ तू လည်းဖြစ်တော့မဟုတ်တအားလောတာမဟုတ်ဘူးမနက်ကကျတော့ तू ကဟို scout နဲ့ rusher ပုံစံမျိုးဆိုတော့လေ तू ကရှေ့ဆုံးကနေတွားရမှာပဲဒီလားသူက roll ပုံစံအဲ့လိုမျိုးဖြစ်နေတာပေါ့နော်ဖြစ်နေတော့ तू ရှေ့ဆုံးကနေ scout မယ် enemy location ပြောမယ်တကယ်လို့ तू ကို drive က तू ပြစ်မယ် rush မယ်အဲ့လိုပုံစံမျိုးဆိုတော့လေမရဘူး तू ပိုင်ဆိုတော့စီးပါမှာပဲ तू ရဲ့ roll ကအဲ့လိုပုံစံမျိုးဖြစ်နေတာဆိုတော့လေအန်ကြီးအရန်လောတယ် ABG ကိုပြကြရင် ABG ကိုဖြုတ်ရမှာအမ DRX ABG ကိုဖြုတ်ရမှာ ABG 1 man အလိုက်ပဲကျန်တော့တယ်လုံးလိုက်တော့ Team Secret
is going to be no fear down to a solo. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 starts to push onto him. Thunder Talk with 2. Zeus moving in.
မတွေ့ဘူးလားလို့အဲ့တော့ပရုံးညာလေးအော်ရောင်လေး
Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐤𝐤 still stands.
He is not long for this one. As soon as Team Secret start to extend control, DRX on the flip side, he's gonna go down here. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 can't quite peek onto him right now because of Team Secret, who are still moving, still trying to settle into their next position. Silas wants the angles, he wants these shots, but he can't quite find them just yet. Wild is down. And the last player from Hora is right behind them.
Sorry, ABG မရတော့ဘူး sorry ပဲလို့ sorry ပဲလို့နော်ဒါပဲ
on the south side, meaning
ဟာဟာဟာပဲရ
Yes, we are, which is good news for APG, a great Miramar team. More on that in just a bit. For other rosters like DRX, 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬, a chance to elevate themselves up the standing, a chance to potentially make Smash Point, I would say, by game number 6. Their job not done just yet. I mentioned Hora earlier with no fear, last alive. They've been fighting off against 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬, who now start to push up. And the question is now for Team Secret, can they take DRX out? The answer is undeniably yes, as only 1 more player remains. points, and now none. We're down to our top 3.
Team Secret losing their forward position with 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐴 trying to hold this high ground. They have a lot of pressure. They've had it for a long time. They've been taking shots at that hillside for the last 7 minutes, and they have been finding points, but, well, actually they've been finding knocks, but not that many points to convert. They've been snuck away from the other teams playing on that hillside. But now, 3 players alive for 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐴. They need to move south and potentially down the hill. ThunderTalk with 2 playing on the east side of this circle. They've got a couple of sporadic pieces of cover that sit before them. I think the hardest time here is Team Secret with 2. They have to make a mad dash.
The thing about Team Secret, they've had some deep runs today as it stands, but they have yet to be able to finally get over the hump, finally close out a game. Is this their opportunity? Well, I love the line of sight from sitting up from a distance. ThunderTalk most likely going to mow down 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐴, but you do have 𝐓𝐸𝐸𝐴 starting to get active, starting to move just a little bit, and they're pushing where ThunderTalk is currently at, and they have the high ground.
They've moved into this one. They know that Team Secret unlikely to push super far into this and backfill them on the high ground. ThunderTalk would cut across them, which means that they do have the freedom to move laterally on this. Unfortunately, Team Secret up on these rocks do have an angle or 2 onto this high ground, so they may have just pushed themselves into a little bit of a corner here. However, they don't have to take this fight. They can allow Team Secret to take care of ThunderTalk and try and put pressure on the north side.
Wanting to make the first move. A lot of utility's been thrown, mind you, especially from ThunderTalk's perspective. I don't know how many they still have in the backpack, but gonna have to face up. Sitting, overexposed a little bit. 𝐓𝐸𝐴 takes the shot. Sitting back behind the tree, goes for the transition. He's down.
Gets sat behind the tree there. The spray down on the cross is good, and that should be a flush nice and quickly. Team Secret able to rain down the hill. Maybe they can start to rack up a few elim points for this power position that they've been playing for the longest time.
Got Team Secret, ThunderTalk now running on fumes. 𝐒𝐸 so weak, 𝐷 just needs to hit 1 bullet. Well, now a little couple more, but either way, you got to favor 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐴. 𝐿𝐸𝐿𝐴 starts to push up. Frankie is going to drop 𝐓𝐸𝐴 as well. Now it's just up to 1 member from ThunderTalk. It's seeing from a distance. Only a tree to hide behind, and it's not enough. 𝐓𝐸𝐸𝐴 control the pacing of the game.
Closer
to smash points.
Of the smash boundary in that match, I think that's one of the biggest storylines here. Other than maybe 3, I think, with the placements that they were able to earn. That is not going to be enough. So they can only get a smash victory in match number 6.
That's right.
Moving into match number 5, only 2 teams can win it before we would end our tournament anyway. However, it could upset the point standings. If a team is able to sneak in match number 5 into that boundary, things can get messy.
Map number 4 is done. The tournament will continue.
smash လူကြီးอ่ะတကယ်နော်လူကိုတော်တော်ရင်တုံးစေရနော် smash လူကြီးอ่ะဒီတာပုံမှန်အတိုင်း run point နဲ့သွားနေလို့ရှိရင်ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးလားဒီ smash လူကြီးလောက်လိုက်တဲ့အချိန်ကတော်တော်ကြီးကို player တွေအတွက်ကောဒီကြည့်ရတဲ့သူတွေအတွက်ကောပို့ပြီးတော့မှရတာပို့ပြောခံစားရစေတယ်ရင်တုံးဖင်တုံးလေးဖြစ်ကုန်အာရကောင်းတယ်နောက်တော့ပဲမိအားမအဲ့ဒီနေရာဝိုင်းကြီးကိုတအားမင်းနေတာလေသူတို့မရနိုင်မှသိနေလို့အဲ့တော့အဓိက DRX တည်ရမလား DRX က live ဖြတ်တာလေတကောင် live ဖြတ်ဒါပေမဲ့ DRX live ဖြတ်တာလို့ကြည့်လဲဝိုင်းကြီးဒီရေလဲဝိုင်းကြီးပဲ live ဖြတ်တာပဲကြည့်ပါ Oh my god main part ကဘာရစားပြီးပြန်လာကြည့်မယ်ပွဲကြည့်လို့ဖိုက်ဆာလာပြီအာမင်းဆိုရင်ပွဲကြည့်ရင်လည်းစားပလိုက်တာမှထိုင်ပြီးတော့ခဏ stream ပြရင်လည်းစားပလိုက်တာ YG လို့ YG don'tမဟုတ်တော့ YG champion နဲ့ပြောသွားကြအောင်อุ้ยဒီစကားလေးအောင်ထည့်ပြောချင်မှုတွေပါလားဒီတိုက်အောင်နဲ့တောက်ပြဒီမှာရေဘူးလဲမှာကြည့်အောင်တော့ပါကြိုးပါနည်းတောက်နေတာတောက်ပေါ်တော့ရင်တုံသွားခေါင်းတွေပါတော့ဒီမှာဒီနားကြီးဒုန်းမှာထိုးသွားတယ်ဒီဒါ YG eliminate ဖြစ်ပြီးတော့ဟို APG ကြံနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာအကင်များရတော့မှလားဆိုတော်သေးတာပေါ့အန်တရားကြီးကကိုရီဘက်မှာရှိသေးတယ်လို့ပါတော့အဆူမဆော့တော့လားဒီညာဒီပွဲပြီးမှမျိုးဆော့မယ်ဒီပွဲကဒါလုံးဝ share ကောင်းတဲ့ပွဲကြီးဆိုတော့ဒီပွဲပြီးမှမျိုးဟာဒီပွဲပြီးရင် live stream ရက်မယ်ပေါ့နော်ခဏရက်ပြီးတော့7 minute လောက်နေလို့ရှိရင်မျိုးပြန်တက်ခင်မယ်နော်ဒီ World Cup ပြီးသွားရင်ပြောတာဖလားမြောက်တာတွေပဲကြည့်အောင်မယ်လေ YG ဖလားမြောက်တာတွေပဲကြည့်အောင်မယ်လေပြင်ပါ
Paired with the new 𝐒𝐴ZE glider, the polar spectral phage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the mummy outfits are back. Get them all.
ဒီခေါ်ကြည့်ပါလား MC Spicy မင်္ဂလာပါရှင်
The whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Oh myပါတယ် YG နိုင်တော့နိုင်မှာပါဆိုတော့သူတို့တွေလည်းပြတ်မှတ်ထားရမှာမတရားတာမရှိပါဘူးဒါလေးဟုတ်တယ်လေ sorry ငါသာအောင်လန်းတိုက်နေချင်တဲ့အသင်းတွေကိုအောင်လန်းနဲ့လုပ်ပြီးပါအဲ့ဒါရရများသွားပြီဘလို့လဲအဆုတ်လေကြားမဖောက်ဘူးလားဘာကြီးလဲကြားမဖောက်ဘူးလားဆိုတော့APG ရော YG ရောတဲ့ YG ရောတဲ့ချစ်ကပ်မရနဲ့တဲ့6ပွဲဆိုပြီးပဲဖလားမြောက်တော့မယ်တဲ့ YG ရတဲ့ဘယ်သူမှချစ်ကပ်မရရင်လဲ YG ကဖလားရမှာပေါ့နော်6ပွဲဆိုပြီး YG ကချစ်ကပ်ရမှာပါ run point နဲ့ပေါ့နော်အဓိက point မီနေတဲ့ APG ပေါ့နော်ဟို YG ကတော့ထားလိုက်တော့ပေါ့နော် APG ကသာချစ်ကန်ရဝိုင်း APG ကဖလားမြောက်ရမှာ APG က champion ဖြစ်မှာ point မီချစ်ကန်ရတာနဲ့ champion ဖြစ်ပြီး
just a couple of points away and
YG ကို point မီပြောတာနော်
they got a lot of points coming in there they tried to get a lot of those teams waiting for the right time trying to recreate what happened in the third game of the day but it just didn't work out that zone going their way and
ဟောပြောလားဟိုဘက်ဒီကြားဟိုပြောလားဒီဆိုဘက်ဒီတွေတော့မထောက်တော့ပါဘူး
points away from other teams
အေးစုလာတဲ့နေကြလို့ရှိရင်တော့အေးစုထောက်မယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီနေ့ကျရင်အေးစုလာမှာဆို၄ရက်နေလာမလား၈ရက်နေလာမလားစာရင်ဟာတဲ့အေးစုလာမှာဖောက်မယ်အေးစုလာမှာဖောက်မယ်
I do gotta give some props though to 𝐴𝐴
ဘာကြီးဖလားအဲ့ဒီလည်းကျွန်တော်ပတ်ကြီးမပြတ်တော့ဘူးလေငိုချင်လာပြီအသက်ငိုမကြားရတာလေဘာကြီးကိုလဲ
literally the perfect setup because Alpha Gaming
ရောင်းဝိုင်းကြီးရောတဲ့ဟိုချစ်ကမ်းများပါလေ
that was like the perfect setup for them to enter the smash zone and those two main teams you're
hello
not being able to actually convert
ရှင်နေတုံဖင်းနေတုံများစိတ်တွေညစ်လိုက်တာခုနကပေါ်ကြီးရ
many eliminations as you just said
ဒီပိုင်းမှာပြန်သွားတယ်
but then of course Alpha in those kinds of dips Neptura
YG ကိုဝိုင်းဖြတ်တာဒီက X တွေဖြတ်တာလေ YG ကို
with a team eventually coming from the
high
ground
ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့
team secret eventually coming in
ဒီကကြံနေတာတင်းက6တင်းပဲကြံတော့တယ်ဟာချစ်ကတ်စားရင်တော့သွားပြီဆိုချွေးတွေပါပဲပြန်လာတော့တဲ့ APG လည်းပြောသွား
I understood why they did it we were discussing it backstage
ဒါမဲ့ X ကမိုက်လာတယ်ဒါမဲ့ X ကမျက်စုကမကြိုက်ဘူးပေါ့နော်ဒါမဲ့လို့လဲ X ကစုတယ်စုလေးစုတာရှိတဲ့သဘောဆိုတော့ X ကဖောက်မှာပါ
all those teams on that hillside can look
ဖတ်တဲ့ဟာတွေမဖောက်တော့ပါဓာတ်တွေစင်ပါညာတာ
as well I think it was Romeo in the compound there as well with a different angle so for me it was a very very risky play
တော့ချွေးပြန်သွားတယ် pressure I am being
I mean, top damage dealers, 𝐓𝐸 that's a team that's currently trying to fight for the top 4. They're I thought with 4 tribes going out earlier.
I want to shout my and
with Regnum, they're also trying to get in there. They're trying to get into the money, and with that performance, it definitely pushes them closer.
I mean, they were get any results in the first 3 matches of the day. This chicken dinner, just like we saw at the very start of the day, can bring you a lot of money, possibly. So I think that is definitely going to be the case. I'm very excited to see where they are in the rankings. They might be in the top 5 because that was actually a big 17-point match.
Yeah, you're already talking about those huge potential leaps that do come along. With a leap of from 50k to 120k, so there's still so much to play for these teams as we continue things on. And now moving into Miramar as well, it does make me wonder because Seven, you were questioning if Alpha Gaming doesn't get it done here, and then going on to Miramar, this might be Yangon territory for sure.
I mean, for Alpha Gaming, they've been able to get a 3rd place. They've been able to get a 2nd place. So the performance is there. They just haven't gotten the win.
Yeah.
You know who has gotten a win? �YG. But they're continuing to just mess up their gameplay style. I'm not enjoying what I'm seeing out of them. This team used to play edge, but they keep going center of the circle for some reason. Yangon, go back to what was working the past 2 days. Stop worrying so much about that was one of your greatest advantages.
One thing about Smash 4 is that teams will try and change their playstyle to try and hopefully convert a win, but they've converted wins before, Seven. You said it early on Miramar by playing edge. It was successful in the past.
And you are
as we saw in the this tournament at the very last what was successful for them in the past.
Yeah, but the other thing is as well as while they struggled to get those wins, we saw on that board there, you actually had APG with an average of 8 wins on Miramar. So purely by points, APG could take the win while Yangon are struggling.
Right, well, we have everybody's second favorite segment. It's Seven winning with 7.
That's right.
There's something
pissing me off today, and that is none other than being so far away from his squad and just causing his team to just make mistakes, especially in this scenario. I love the positioning that they were able to get. It kept forcing Top to go pick him up, Refits to go pick him up, and that was ultimately what broke the camel's back. As soon as Top decided to back up and pick up Doc, guess what? The next team was moving up, and he gave the disadvantage to them. If they would have just been able to match themselves, stay more compact, like they have done in the past 2 days, I think we would have had a new champion by now.
Maybe it's good stuff here. Let's take a look at those and see what's going on so far, because we still have only 2 teams in the Smash Zone. Weibo was just 2 points away, man.
So if
we don't end on a smash, any of those 2 top teams could be the ones to take the trophy.
The other thing as well is you've got a lot of other teams actually catching up to them now. Regnum with 100, 𝐴lterEgo with 96, DRX with 96, 4Thrives with 95. I mean, all of a sudden, not only are they no longer, or they are close to that smash point, they don't get it, but they've now got 4 other teams nipping at their heels.
Imagine if someone like Regnum Carrier then suddenly joins the Smash Zone as well. I would lose my mind, which would be kind of crazy stuff. But of course, you guys can get involved in everything that's going on as well. Airdrop Carnival. You've only got 1 day left, I believe, on it overall. You can go log in and summon a surprise airdrop, collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphone, mini partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every
if you don't sign it, you want to sign it. If you don't want to sign it, where
as a whole, because we're heading over to Barney and Veracity, who are on the stage before our next game.
𝐒𝐨𝐤 Esports Arena. Are we ready for some more PUBG Mobile? They can smell it in the air. They can smell it.
Yes, they can. But they're only a few points off that threshold of getting into smash points. So unfortunately, it won't happen in this game. But we still have 2 teams currently in the smash zone, so it could all end right here, right now.
Gaming fans are here in full force. They've been showing their support. And just before we went live, I saw 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐸 giving us a little bit of energy as well. I'm loving this. I'm loving the energy.
They did indeed. Right, we'll test it a little bit. 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐸 Gaming, how you feeling?
Are you feeling?
I think you guys can do better than that. 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐸 Gaming, are you here?
Okay, things are starting to heat up here. We are about to go into our Miramar matches. Like we've already said, it could end right here, right now, or we could go the distance. It's going to get spicy. So make sure you stay locked in and get comfortable because we are heading in to Miramar. Woo!
Thank you very much, Barney and Veracity, hyping up the 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐸 fans because they need a little bit of a pick-me-up after that last match. That fight on the north side did not go their way, Bo, and they are going to not quite make it to that smash boundary to join Alpha Gaming and 𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐷𝐸 with a chance to take it all here and to take it all now.
There it is, and now things start to get scary for the 𝐔𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸 roster, which they don't look too scared as they're waving to the camera. They actually look quite happy and content where they're currently at. But for APG, this is a real opportunity for them to take this tournament. They are phenomenal when it comes to Miramar. We looked at the stats just before heading into this game, and well, they were the number one team. I think it could end here, but you did bring up a good potential narrative for the team of 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐸 before we went live. Let's discuss it.
So, I'm thinking, do 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐸 go in and try and hot drop one of these two teams?
So two teams being 𝐔𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸 and
Alpha Gaming.
Okay.
Do they want to try and sit on a single player, target, focus just one of those players? They get 1 point towards it. They reduce their chances of winning, get 1 point closer towards that match point boundary. I think it might be an option. I think it's fairly unlikely. I think it's more likely that we see them just try and play by the book for the later game. But it's not out of the question, and so I'll be looking out for that. And APG are out early.
That's interesting. 𝐔𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸 typically go up towards the 𝐓𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸 side of things.
APG အသင်းမှာ sorry top တော်တွေချိန်စာမိနေတာဘယ်တော့မှမရဘူးတဲ့ YG ပဲရမှာတဲ့
Remember everybody,
𝐔𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸 player top တော်တဲ့ top ဆိုကနာမည်ကြီးနေတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်ချိန်စာသိနေရတယ်
You typically do not see them within the zone until stage 3. That's when they start to move up. Granted, if the zone pops on them right now, it could be great. If we get an island finish, I'm ecstatic. I want chaos, especially
potential
final map. But we won't get that. We'll get a standard zone, which means once again the narrative for 𝐔𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸 most likely going to stay on the outskirts until about stage 3 when they start to for the other rosters, APG, they are
အမှတ်ဖြတ်ထားတယ်တဲ့ကြည်တော်ဝါနေလို့အမှတ်ကတော့10မှတ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီဟာ smart လို့ဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့အမှတ်နဲ့သွားလို့အမှတ်နဲ့ကြည့်လို့မရဘူးတန်းစားတဲ့သူက champion ဖြစ်မှာဘူးလေ
he needs to stay put. And the same thing could be said for Mernat. The same thing could be said for Sleepy on 𝐔𝐸𝐸𝐷𝐸𝐸.
ဘာသူအမှတ်ဘလောက်ပဲရောက်နေနေတတ်မှတ်ထားတဲ့ point ပြည့်ပြီး chicken စားရင် champion ဖြစ်တယ်လို့မျိုး 146 YG က146မှတ် Alpha က136မှတ်ဒါပေမဲ့နှစ်သင်းစလုံးကဒီ match point 128ကိုမှီပြီးသားအသင်းနှစ်သင်းဖြစ်နေတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့အဲ့ထက်က chicken စားနိုင်တဲ့အသင်းက champion ဖြစ်မှာ
I'll run the numbers and get back to you. But either way, we are.
အဲ့ဖို့လည်းအမှတ်မှီပြီး chicken စားရင်စားသွားနိုင်တာ
Now who did beat
ဘိုင်ဘောကဒီပွဲဆိုရင်မှီပြီးလို့ပြောလို့ရပါပြီ
ဒီပွဲမှာ तू 2k ရပြီဆို तू chicken ရရင်တေးကြပြီ तू လည်း champion ဖြစ်ပြီပဲ
chicken ရစရာမလိုဘူး 2k ဆိုရင်ကိုမှီပြီလေ
ဟုတ်လေမှီပြီဆိုရင်ပြီးပြီးတော့ chicken ရသွားအမပွဲတွေကြံသေးလားတဲ့ဒီဟာကဟို5ပွဲမြောက်နောက်တစ်ပွဲကြံအောင်ပဲပေါ့နော်6ပွဲဒီလိုဒီမှီတဲ့အသင်းတွေထဲမှာ chicken စားတဲ့အသင်းတစ်သင်းမှမရှိဘူးဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ကကြတော့ rank point အတိုင်းပုံမှန် rank point အတိုင်း champion ဖြစ်မှာဘိုင်းသမားတွေကလည်းအခုချိန်မှာတွေးစီးနေပါပြီဝိုင်းကြီးမဝိုင်းကြီးပါပဲတဲ့ I think it's very unlikely
that they go the other direction and come into contact with a
That's
That's what I'm sort of looking out for here. Are those two teams going to come into contact with one another at some point during this?
Yeah, 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬, big win on Erangel, puts them exactly at 100 points for map number 5. Game number 6 smash point opportunity, maybe. 28 points, that would be one of the biggest games we have seen to date throughout the entirety of our tournament. So highly unlikely, but for 𝐓𝐸𝐞𝐧𝐬, I think they've got to commit, I really do. But there is value, and there is an argument that just staying in top 5, that's a lot of money, right? And that's the question that always has to be answered for the rosters when it comes to a smash point rule set is it worth committing to try and silence a team to continue to tournament forward? For example, challenge 𝐒𝐚𝐭 challenge Alpha Gaming to continue to tournament, but you do that and you have the chance of potentially dropping half your roster. Doing that means another team who is a 4-stack has a chance to then pass you up, and you potentially lose out on thousands and thousands of dollars. So you've got to weigh the pros and cons, and you have to question, is it worth it truly to challenge the top rosters, or is it more worth it just to play your game and maintain your positioning and not necessarily go for gold?
I mean, that is the question, right? You can't really fault a team for thinking either way. I feel like if you're here to win the tournament, if you ignore the money, the plays are a little bit different. And I think that once you add in the profitability, the longevity of a team, of an organization investing in you as a team, it can start to change how you're thinking about this one. I know a lot of coaches will come out and say, no, we're just trying to play the game. We're not worried about the prize money. They're worried about the prize money. Like, they're worried about the prize money. What they're doing there is lying. Getting towards those spots, climbing when it's a really outside chance.
So Alter Egos, you can talk about an outside chance even further down the standings than 𝐓𝐸𝐞𝐧𝐬. Huge pop game needed for them, but they want a sliver of a chance to take Smash Point. Because the reality is they're just a little bit too far away in the points category to catch up to first place currently, which is 𝐔𝐚𝐿𝐸, who still have a valuable lead in the point standings, even if none of our Smash Point teams gets a win. Let's say we go to Game 6, nobody gets a win. 𝐔𝐚𝐿𝐸, being in first place, still wins PMWC 2025. But for Alpha Gaming, they are still on their heels. And again, my favorite team to close the tournament out in map number 5. But they're going to have to fight tooth and nail into the zone. And Fourth Thrive's going to be just above them. Alter Egos to the right. And you also got to think, 𝐒𝐚𝐿𝐸, 𝐊𝐴 are also going to be coming behind you. So you've got some competition all around you.
In terms of teams that could steal this first place spot, on these tables right now, I think from Alter Ego downwards, there's no chance ever that they are going to be able to make this one.
Fair.
As it stands, 𝐓𝐸𝐾𝐧𝐬, to be able to win via Smash, would have to get 28 points in this match, which is an 18 elim chicken dinner.
The biggest game we've seen.
Biggest game we've seen so far in this tournament, so even they are an outside chance here. So it is really a three-part story in this final set of matches. These final goes at the desert, and we are with only 2 out ahead by a leg. Gaming, they already rotated in. They're a little bit behind Fourth Thrive, a little bit behind 𝐓𝐸𝐾𝐧𝐬 with Alter Ego parallel to them. And 𝐔𝐚𝐿𝐸𝐾𝐧𝐬 in that last game to deny a Smash victory in the final Erangel of the day.
DRX traveling across the coastline. They stay on the outskirts of the zone. That's going to be great for them. Go north. Hora Falcons starting to get relatively close to each other. That's a narrative we've had throughout the entirety of this tournament. Falcons, Hora, and typically 𝐔𝐚𝐿𝐸, who normally are up in the north side with them, but again, they choose to avoid all of that nonsense and drop down south. Of course, playing in the blue zone as they typically do. Be okay. Falcons, Hora still have their 4 members up, but as they do start to condense, they get closer to 𝐒𝐴, who is in that vicinity as well. The north side not as congested as the center, obviously, or even the southern portion, because the southern portion is about to get pretty active. Getting some damage taken onto them because up ahead is Fourth Thrive.
Taking shots out their way. 𝐵𝐵, though, is going to be chilled out a little bit over here. Just going to pop that.
အဲ့ဒါစဉ်းစားနေတာလေဂိမ်းကခတ်တာလားကျွန်တော်ပဲညံ့လို့လားတဲ့
Turn around, not really want to get stuck in too much to this one. They're in this circle, they've got plenty more options to go for. 𝐔𝐴𝐤𝐿𝐴CTICOS are on the road as well. They have just started their rotation from 𝐷𝐷𝐷. They went a little bit slowly past 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐴 on that south edge, and now they are moving on the south coast here, potentially towards 𝐒𝐵𝐿.
Right on, yeah. That brings that not hot drop narrative we were talking about, but still for 𝐒𝐵𝐿, I think there is value in challenging 𝐌𝐺. We have a shift over to the right-hand side. That means Falcons, 𝐒𝐴𝐤, 𝐻𝐷𝐷, Nocsham, Red Force, DRX have to drop down, and that makes the job a little bit harder.
APG ကဟိုမှာဒီကတော့အောက်ကနေဆင်းပြီးတော့မှညာဘက်ကနေပတ်မယ်တဲ့ဆိုဒီနဲ့ APG နဲ့ 𝐒𝐵𝐿 နဲ့
Next to smile here. Order, of course, one of the most decorated players in PUBG Mobile. 2 global titles under his belt. Wants to try and make it a third here. Unfortunately.
အဲ့တော့ခဏပြရတဲ့နေရာဆိုပြီးလို့ရှိရင် drone နဲ့ရိုက်ရည်လို့ဘာလို့
So we'll see if they can pick up their feet. They don't come into contact with Smile. They don't want to stop off and go for the fight. Getting ahead of this one, I think, is it definitely is the right call here for 𝐒𝐵𝐿. Getting into the circle as teams collapse.
Ooh, APG's dropping south. They didn't want to head straight into the zone. They didn't want to challenge 𝐸_ARENA, Power, Fireflux, 𝐸𝐵𝐿, Falcons, Thunder, Tom, in that vicinity. They drop down, and we might see a back-to-back map repeat of 𝐌𝐺 versus APG. 𝐒𝐵𝐿 also there, 2 points away. Surely they reach the threshold this game. I would be shocked if they don't, but you've got 3, literally our top 3 about to converge in the same location.
On the south side of the circle to the east of Los Leones. 𝐒𝐵𝐿 get the mountains first, and that may be the difference maker. We get a replay of the first elim in this game. Oh no, maybe it was a later one on actually, because that was close.
Yeah, ခဏလေးနဲ့မကြောက်ကျွန်တော်9နှစ်ကျော်ကြီးရဲ့တိတ်မကြောက်ဘူး
Ida and Ora on the northern side. 𝐒𝐵𝐿 continues, so they don't stop.
အဲ့ကြကွာလေPUBG ကအုံနောက်လို့စော်ရနေဆောင်တည်ရကိုလေဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အဲ့𝐒𝐿က set to aura လို့ပြီးအောင်လား 𝐌𝐺 က mana တို့ smile တို့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော် train ပေးခဲ့တဲ့ကလေးလေး
ဟုတ်မှာဟို trainer တွေ coach တွေဆိုတာကိုတိုင်းကအဲ့လောက်ကြီးတိမစော့ဘူးတည်တယ်အမလည်းဘယ်နှကောင်ကျန်သေးလဲမမြင်ရလို့တဲ့ all alive မှာဒီမှာ horror ကတော့ 3 man alive ပဲကျန်တယ် FF ကတော့ 2 man alive ကျန်တယ်ကျန်တဲ့အသင်းတွေအကုန်လုံးကတော့ 4 man alive တွေကြီးပါပဲရှင်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ပါအဲ့ဒီရောက်60 team ကတော့16တင်းကျန်သေးတယ်ရှိရှိမှာတော့ဇုံကစကရဆိုင်ဆိုတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်မလို့အကုန်လုံးကတော့ဇုံဝင်ပြီးတော့ position တွေလိုက်ရှာနေကြတဲ့အနေထားမှာပဲရှိသေးတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့ကျွန်မ custom ပဲပြန်လုပ်လိုက်ရတော့မလား
gas
လောက်ပါ gas လိုက်လေလောက်လေ
no
ရအောင်ရအဲ့လို gas လို့ရှိရင်ဟိုအကြည့်ဒီအကြည့်နေကိုအဲ့ဒီအာယုံစုဆိုင်မှုပြတ်တယ်တည်ရမလားဘလို့စင်မှာရင်ခုန်ကျင်တာကွာရင်ခုန်ကျင်တာ
But I feel like holding in this location is certainly an interesting.
ကျွန်တော်ပို့ထားပြီကွာသူတို့ position တစ်ခုတော့ယူထားပြီဆိုတော့ဇုံကမမြင်အောင်ဖြစ် tester မမဆုတယ်okay တော့ဝိုင်းရစကဲ H မှာပဲနေနေမှာသူတို့ compound တစ်ခုကိုပို့ဖို့တော့သူလိုက်ရှာမယ်အနေထားဖြစ်သွားပြီဝိုင်းဖို့ကလည်းဒီမှာနောက်တစ်စကဲတစ်ခုကတအားမြင်နေတော့ဒီကစကဲပြောင်းသွားတာတအားမြင်နေ stage တစ်ခုနဲ့တစ်ခုနဲ့ရောဒါကြောင့်မလို့နောက်ဆုံး tester ကလောက်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်စုပြုံပြီးအကုန်လုံးက battery ဖြစ်ကုန်တာဒီလားတအားတိုးကြတော့တာ stage 3လောက်ဆိုလို့အခုတော့6ထပ်ရွှေ့သွားပြီဒီလားအခု second ဆုံးဝင်ရုံပဲရှိသေးတယ်နောက်စကဲတစ်ခုကထပ်ပြောင်းသွားပြီ
Well, now getting pincered in between 𝐒𝐵𝐿 and potentially 𝐴ltr_ego to the
ဇုံဘယ်နှစက္ကန့်
𝐒𝐵𝐿 leading the charge.
သူ့လေသူတို့ဘယ်လိုလောက်ထားလဲမသိဘူးဒါပေမဲ့မြန်တယ်တအားမြန်တယ်အခုကြည့်လိုက်နော်ပြောင်းသွားပြီနော် stage 2 stage 3
ရှင်းနေတယ်
ပြီးနော်
case ပါတော့နေ
on this 𝐒𝐵𝐿
ဘာလဲသူ့ဝေးကြလို့ဒါပါလေဟာ
အော်ဒီမှာပွက်ကြည့်နေရလိုက်တော့
control over the road that splits the center of this.
တွေ့လားအခုတွေ့လားနောက်တစ် target တစ်ခုထပ်ပြောင်းလာမယ်တွေ့လားအကန့်ပိုင်းပဲလုံးလုံးရှိရင်10မိနစ်လောက်ပဲရှိမှတယ်။ဝင်ကြီးလောက်ပါဟာလေဖလားကိုင်းတာကြီးချင်နေ။နာမယ် stage 4ကိုပြောင်းတော့မှကြည့်ဦး
The question is, will they lose more? Falcons in a very familiar spot.
10မိနစ်ကျော်ဟုတ်တယ်10မိနစ်ပဲပြီးတာ
trying to rotate out before they got gate kept by
စတာနဲ့ဟိုနဲ့
as well as a couple of other rosters just the previous
ဆောက်ပင်ကွာ
If 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐿 want to make magic happen.
အမျိုးကမင်းကလေအဲ့ကောက်နေမလို့မင်း case လို့ပါလို့ဆိုရင် easy ပဲချက်ကနေကြီး6ပတ်လောက်စားပြီ
And what better team to do it against, right? Against a team that could potentially smash if you're hoping to get a match smash here. For 𝐒𝐸𝐿 this is how you do it. Again, I talked about Order before being one of the most decorated players in PUBG Mobile Esports. 𝐓𝐸𝐿, another representative of that accolade. He has got multiple global titles under his belt. He's got that PMGO title. He's got that PMGC title. And he wants the 3-peat, but they are a real underdog here. I talk about 𝐒𝐸𝐿 in this scenario as an outside chance. 𝐿𝐸𝐿, they're not even in the same town right now. They're so far outside.
And they are outside, actually, ironically, of APG's current positioning, and they do split. They've got a 2-2 split. 𝐿𝐸𝐿 could take
မာလာနေကြားနေမကြည့်ချင်ပွဲက2ပွဲဆော့တာ6ပွဲ6ပွဲ2ပွဲမဟုတ်6ပွဲ
They can move in onto top.
Final day 1 6ပွဲ day 2 6ပွဲ day 3 ဒါနောက်ဆုံးဒီမှာ6ပွဲအားလုံးပေါင်း18ပွဲဆော့ရတာဒါ18ပွဲမြောက်
in the previous map on 𝐸𝐿𝐸, 𝐿𝐸𝐿 ended that. And in fact, they're getting dangerously close to each other for APG.
လာဆုံးက2မိနစ်ပဲ
Rosters, but they've stayed relatively quiet up until
now.
We know how dangerous he is with those, but we know how dangerous he is to himself as well. If he gets overexposed, he's in a 1v2 right now. Sure, he's got up towards the north. More nades being cooked.
Doc okay ပေါ့နော်
𝐓𝐸𝐿 may be in danger, takes half his health bar, but not
ပွဲအဆုံးဖြတ်ဖြစ်နိုင်လား
still
ဒီပွဲကအဆုံးဖြတ်ကတော့ဒီရဲ့ FRE APG တွေချစ်ကန်စားရင်တော့ဆုံးဖြတ်ဖြစ်သွားပြီပေါ့ဗျာ YG ချစ်ကန်စားရင်လည်းဆုံးဖြတ်ဖြစ်သွားပြီပေါ့မရဘူးဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ကကျတော့နောက်တစ်ပွဲပေါ့ဒါမှမဟုတ် wave ကိုချစ်ကန်စားရင်လည်းဒါဖြစ်နိုင်တာပဲအမှတ်မိပြီးချစ်ကန်စားဝိုင်းတော့ဒီပွဲကပို့ပြီးရင်ခုန်ဖို့ကောင်းတယ်
ဒီပွဲကတယောက်တော့တော့အမှတ်မိတယ်ဘာမှမဖြစ်သေးဘူးအမှတ်မိပြီးတော့ဒီပွဲမှာဝိုင်းကိုချစ်ကန်စားပါတယ်ဝိုင်းကိုချန်ပီယံမဖြစ်သေးဘူး
နောက်ပွဲကြလို့ရှိရင်အေးလေအဆုံးအဖြတ်ဖြစ်ပြီဆိုတာဒီ3သိန်း
Now with a chance to take 𝐤𝐤 out here. Close range with the auto shot. SK12 no match. 𝐤𝐤 with the pump action. Takes Scarface down at a distance. Matt can't do anything.
အဲ့မှာဒီပွဲကရင်ခေါ်အဓိက APG ပြရမယ်အဓိက APG ပြရမယ်
You gotta stay up here. 𝐿𝐸𝐿 again looking to silence the team of APG.
X နဲ့တွေ့ရမှာဒီလား APG ကလေ
APG 2 5ပဲကျွန်တော်တယောက်တော့နေတယ်ပြန်စီးလို့ရတာပြီ
hold his ground, retreats to the hard cover. That's all he can do.
That sentence seems to ring in my ears. Doc by himself. And he
I
is
need
now
long
facing
dog.
against Doshbek
Wait,
on this
nearly
ridge
bit
line.
general, eh?
Doesn't quite have the backup close enough, and the damage is starting to pour on through. 3 players survive for 𝐸𝐸𝐿. The Molotov to slow down a retreat. Doc is trapped up on this building. 𝐤𝐤 marching to get the assist here, but Madcap has other ideas. More damage sent over towards Doshbek.
ဒါပဲstill မျောနေရလားကျော်မျောနေတယ်ဒီက FF တွေလည်းရောက်လာပြီဆို APG ကတော့ဂျားတော့ညံ့နေပြီဒီလား
Pull out your weapon and take the shot. He's right in front of you.
အန်ကြီးချစ်ကန်စားဖို့ပဲလိုအပ်တယ်ကွာ
But as he does pull the weapon out, 𝐤𝐤 backs him up with the damage. He has no choice but to continue to push up. Doc has finally joined into the mix. They've left.
ဒီကလာတယောက်ကိုတော့ချထားပြီးပြဟောတာဘက်ကတယောက်
I don't think know where Alpha Gaming has gone as of yet. But
APG 2 live ပဲကျွန်တော်တယ်
on Madcap up ahead for Fireflux.
Oh, it's starting to get dicey for Alpha Gaming. And they are down to 2. They're going to push up towards Madcap. Solo and Fireflux is ridge line across the way. And 𝐤𝐤's down as well, leaving a solo.
တယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့ရော APG တယောက်ပဲရှော့
APG like come on
They went for a wide sweep out the east side of Impala. They rotated up. They west shift on the circle. In the previous circle, it's been that long that Alpha Gaming have been fighting. They're now on the north side, near to 𝐷𝐸𝐿 Red Force, near to Team Secret on the east edge, and they're going to crash down.
ကျန်တော့ရှော့သွားပြီ
Team Secret တွေနဲ့ဒဲလိုကြီးဝင်ဖြတ်တာဗျ
ဖြတ်ကောင်းတယ်မပြုတ်ကောင်းတယ်
ဒဲလိုကြီးဖြစ်တာလေ
နေရ
ဒါပဲ
The Team Secret
Team Secret ရဲ့ပုံမှန်ကိုဒဲလိုကြီးဝင်လိုက်တာ
They can gatekeep Hora, they can gatekeep DRX, but it is imperative.
လုံးဝတော့ပါလေဒါသူတို့လုံးဝတော့ပါလေ APG လည်းရှော့သွားပြီဆိုတော့
Team Secret giving ground again in the face of
ဒီဒါပြပြလောက်ပါမသူရဲ့လက်တီအောင်ရဲကုန်တယ်
တရားဝင်ကျွန်တော်လေတက်တရားကိုစမိုင်းပြန်တော့သွားပြီ
အော်ရရထတော့ရိုမီဝါထတော့ဝိုင်းမှာစစ်ကလောက်မနဲ့နှစ်ယောက်ဝဲကျန်တော့လေဆိုတော့ပြန်ပြီးတော့ဆေးဝဲတော့ရနေတယ်ကိစ္စတော့မရှိဘူးဒီလား မောင်းနေမှာဆိုတော့တယောက်ကထောက်ထားသေး
ဟိုကတယောက်ကလည်းပြန်စိတ်နေရမှာပဲဟိုကလည်းပြန်စိတ်ကမစိတ်ဘူးဗျတိုးလာတာဗျ
ဝင်လာတူလာ
to get the members from 𝐒𝐚𝐦 Galacticos potentially up, but they're still 2 down, and they don't have the chance just yet.
အဲ့ format like ပြန်ပြီးသွားရင်လားဟိုတယောက်ကတော့နေမယ်စိတ်လို့မပြီးသေးစိတ်နေ
That's a dangerous off angle, and is he back so
ဒါအိတ်စီမနာဖို့ပဲဆိုတော့ဒီအိတ်စီဝင်လာလို့ရှိရင်အဝိုင်းကြီးဝိုင်းဖြစ်မှာ
ဒီအဲ့ကနှစ်ယောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီကောင်လေးဝမတာရေးဘူး
Falcons are taking shots over this way as well.
ဟိုင်းထပ်ပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ယောက်ထပ်လွန်လိုက်သေးဆို Okay format like တော့ပြန်ဖြစ်သွားပြီနော်ဝိုင်းကြီးက
Have to fall away to the wayside as the circle moves away from them.
Frankie
dropped. Romeo manages to get
ပြောလိုက်တာ think secret ပြောလိုက်
ဒီဘောမှာဒီအားကြီးအပေါ်မှာနှစ်ယောက်ရှိနေတယ်
ဟိုတယောက်ပဲကျန်နေတယ်
𝐒𝐚𝐦 Galacticos this time forced
ဒါပေမဲ့လည်းပြန်စားတော့မှာ
the remaining members not only from Team Secret but also DRX, and they do have a chance if they want to go north potentially to third party. This Thunder Talk Noxium Red Force control the entirety of the north hand side. That might be an option, and we got Romeo. He's in a vehicle and he might be moving.
I just seen on the 𝐸LIN feed order getting knocked there, and �Weibo, remember, need 2
points.
They only need 2 points. 2 placements would do it, 2 𝐸LINs would do it, 1 placement, 1 𝐸LIN would do it. Those are the only 3 ways that you can organize those point scoring systems. But the fact remains that they will have to move north on this one. They will have to move dead center on this circle. They've got so much control.
𝐒𝐚𝐦 Galacticos staying alive. It got a bit hairy. Almost their undoing. Luckily for them, Team Secret could not collapse in time to get the finishes, and therefore 𝐒𝐚𝐦 Galacticos, the dream still alive on Smash Point. The chance to close this tournament on still exists, and with the
stage 5
away, they
lead stage 5 ကို
in Trang, and they do in fact go up north, where Noxium Red Force is currently standing.
ဒီအိတ်ကလည်းသွားမယ်ပုံမှာရှိပါတယ်
ဝိုင်းဘူးပေါ်ဝိုင်းနဲ့တွေ့ပြီ
2 players close by and out into the ground floor fight. 𝐼𝐻 first to face, easy on the top floor. They're going to try and play up and down the stairs. And it's good for easy is able to close the jaws. Still have 3 more players going.
You also have 𝐒𝐚𝐦 Galacticos crashing in on critical team. 𝐒𝐚𝐭 is going to manage to take down Duck. You also have Easy falling. �Weibo manages to get 1 elimination plus the finish, but they're still 1 point away. 2
ရသွားပြီဝိုင်းဘူးလည်းမှန်ပြီးသွားပြီ
Find that second point on a flush, and they're into the smash zone now.
သွားပြီဟာဝိုင်းကြီးတယောက်ပါသွားပြီစမိုင်းပါသွားပြီ
Head over towards 𝐒𝐚𝐦 Galacticos. There are 3 players on the north with Noxium Red Force fighting on the inside, and Falcons are flexing out to the north to third party this.
That's right. 𝐒𝐚𝐦 Galacticos need to stay up. They unfortunately
တော့ဝိုင်းကြီးချစ်ကစားရမယ်အပွဲကျရင်3သိန်းဖြစ်သွားမှာမဟုတ်ရင်
against the roster who's been on Smash Point for the longest time. As you also said, Falcons start to roll up an identical situation.
အဲ့ဒီပွဲချစ်ကစားရင်ပြီးပြီဒီကွာပြောချင်တာ
just moments before
အဲ့ဒီပွဲဝိုင်းကြီးချစ်ကစားရင်ပြည့်ပြီ
မဟုတ်ဘူးဆိုလို့ရှိရင်နောက်ပွဲကျရင်3သိန်းချစ်ကန်ရဖို့မဟုတ်လို့ရှိရင် run point ထားပဲရှိတော့မှာပါဟုတ်ဆုံးပဲ
Close to
being
an aid.
Coming through.
This fight needs to conclude because of it. Falcons happy about the shift. 𝐒𝐚𝐦 Galacticos less so. They need this fight to end. They need to end it fairly quickly too.
ပွဲကပြူကြီးလားဒီလေပြူကြီးလားကြာတံပွဲကြီးလား
𝐒𝐚𝐭 falls out of nowhere. Aaron the solo managed to hit a shot from I don't know how many meters away, and this only helps Noxium Red Force.
အော်ရောမာနပါထတော့
မာနပါတော့သွားပြီ
ဘုံမျိုးတယောက်ပဲကျန်တော့မယ်
Now it's up to a solo unless they can get back up to a duo.
ရပြန်စစ်လို့ရတယ်ပြန်စစ်လို့ရတယ်စိတ်ကလောက်ပြန်စစ်လို့ရတယ်
𝐒𝐚𝐭 back to his feet, looking to try and heal. Nades in hand now. 5 for Romeo. A lot of ordnance to put down here, and they need to expand.
ဒီပါစ2နော်ရောင်ရေးအော်နောက်ပြန်ပြီးသွားတာ
And catches his heel as it tries to go through.
ဟိုဒီစိတ်ကလောက်ပြန်တော့တာပြတ်သွားပြီပြတ်သွားပြီ
Number 5. You can see the �Weibo fans are happy about that one.
အဲ့ရနောက်ပွဲ AC ပဲနောက်ပွဲချစ်ကမစားရလေ 1G champion ဖြစ်ပြီ
WC 2025
ဝိုင်းဘူး
themselves in a winning spot. The question is, can they close it out? It's going to be a 3-horse race going into map number 60, guaranteed final map of PMWC 2025. But now we focus our attention on the remaining players. Let's not forget points still matter. And for 𝐓𝐴, yes, they're on smash point, but they also have a chance to go up into second place, pass up APG, and potentially even get close enough to take down YG in game number 6 in the points category.
There are still technically enough points left in the lobby for 𝐓𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 to join them as well. That's towards the top side, but that's not really very likely at all. With 𝐷𝐿𝐸 going down here, I think if these 3 points don't go to 𝐓𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬, then it's for them to ladder up and get into that smash point boundary. Very likely that that's the having a chokehold on this circle. Disappointment from the Falcons roster.
အကြောင်းပြောရလေ
Let's find out.
150 150ဟိုက138
Kicks is going to be watching from a distance.
150မဟုတ်ဘူး140နဲ့မှ150ဟုတ်တယ်
150လေဟိုကတကယ်လို့𝐓𝐴ကဒီပွဲချစ်ကန်းဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ကတော့𝐓𝐴က129 139 140ဆိုတော့7မှန်ဝန်းကျင်လောက်အနည်းဆုံးပြန်กว่าပဲ
ဟိုချစ်ကန်းဆိုင်နေဖူးလိုက်ကလည်းဖူးလိုက်ကဖိကွန်နဲ့ဝိုင်ပုံနဲ့ပဲကျန်တော့ပါလေ
အကြောင်းပြောရလေအဲ့ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်က7မှတ်ပေါ့နော်7မှတ်လောက်တော့กว่าအောင်မယ်ဒီလိုချစ်ကန်းစားသွားရင်တော့ပွဲပြီးသွားပြီပေါ့ချစ်ကန်းမစားဘူးဆိုလို့ရှိရင် run point နဲ့ဆိုရင်မိုင်းစီနောက်ထပ် key point ထပ်ရှာနော်ဆိုရင်လီဗာပူးပွဲကြည့်နေရသလိုပဲဗျာအဲ့ဆို
His rookie season last year, he had an impact. He wants to have a little bit more here against 𝐓𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬. Tries to thread through the vehicle on the hop in, hop out, sidestep, but is eventually taken down. Meanwhile, 𝐓𝐴 with a chance.
There it is. 𝐓𝐴 has a chance.
ဝိုင်ပုံတော့နေပြီဒါပဲကောင်းတယ်ဝိုင်ပုံပါသွားပြီကောင်းပြီပဲဝိုင်ပုံတော့လိုက်ဒါပဲပါပေါ်လိုက်ကောင်းဆုံးပဲပေါ်သွား
အဲ့ဒါရအောင်များပါယူပါအော်
ဟုတ်လေဝိုင်ပုံကတကယ်ကောင်းတာဝိုင်ပုံကဆက်
ကောင်းလို့ IC တော့ကောင်းတာဆက်က IC တော့မှာ
onto 33Z onto order as well. It will be able to come through. 𝐷𝐿𝐸 is close by to them. Oh, there's a nade.
အေးဝါအော်နဲ့တကယ်မိုက်တယ်ဝိုင်ပုံကအရင်သူတို့ဟိုမှာလုံးတဲ့ပွဲနေရဟောင်ကောင်မှာလာပဲမှာအဲ့မှာလုံးတဲ့ပွဲနေရတကယ်မိုက်တယ်ဟောလာပြီ
Still very close.
ကျွန်တော်ဒါပဲ
โอเคအိုးတယောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်ချပြမဖြစ်မယ်ပြမဖြစ်မယ်တယောက်ပဲကျွန်တော်
master oftentimes and well now he has a chance to do just that. I mean he is
နည်းနည်းလွဲနေတားလေးနည်းနည်းလွဲနေသေးတယ်ဟုတ်ပါမလားတရားisaတကောင်ကြောင်ပြောင်းနေ
I don't know. It's going to be solo versus solo winner. Stays alive.
ဝိုင်းမလွန်နေလို့ငါပြောနေလို့ရှိသေးတယ်တို့ခါပဲ
𝐓𝐴 knows they are going into game 6 with the chance.
They've got 7 𝐸𝐿𝐸's 4th place. They may have actually overtaken Alpha Gaming, depending on how many points they're able to earn here. So second place is up for grabs. A nice little pay bump for them if they can find it. Into second place from third place goes from 150 grand to $250,000. That is 100,000.
Yeah, and from what I'm hearing, 1 𝐸𝐿𝐸 will tie Alpha Gaming. Just one. If they get it. On the 𝐓𝐴𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬 member, or maybe even on kicks up ahead from order. He's got options, but he's got to choose properly. Chooses to go into Tosh. Might be able to help. Actually, no. I take that back. Wild is fully focused on Falcons up ahead, so Toshbik is going to be the one who potentially ruin the chances of 𝐓𝐴 to catch up to APG.
For my money, the smartest play order can make it.
4 သင်းကျန်တယ်နော်ဒီက SRIT ရဲ့ 𝐓𝐴 ရဲ့ fair point ဒီကောင်က format 3
I think the in his shack. I thought he might be outside of the circle here on the south side, but he's going to be right up against it. Falcons know where he is. Know where he is. He's going to be locked into this one, especially with the circle.
တက်ကွန်ရဲ့ IEG ရဲ့ 𝐓𝐴 ရဲ့ DRS ရဲ့ကျန်သေးတယ်လေ
Back into the vehicle. He's repositioning. He wants to get a little bit of a different angle on this one as Falcons start to extend their influence over this circle.
Yes, they do. But one of the things that's done Falcons in previous games is getting overly aggressive. This time, I think it is going to be off angles from the solo. Now, kicks dropping here would be wonderful for Falcons. They get him off of that side angle, and they can focus on everybody else just to the north-hand side. I do not want to say how order is currently at. He truly could be instrumental once he finally does get active, especially with I don't know, maybe he can steal this game. It would be insanity, but it is a possibility.
He's not going to have to move before DRX have to move. Before DRX has to step out into the open and get lit up by the Falcons. And, well, everybody, really, because you can see Narvalos just waiting. Okay, denied to the blue zone. Ladder up into third. That's another point.
Narvalo hit the shot needed to take him down before Blue did, but Blue was successful. Well, they know where order is at. Again, Toshbik on that off angle. I just don't think they're ready for it. Shots are going to come through. Ralph is going to fire upon him. Toshbik is going to renegotiate his position. It might just drop him or at least get rid of the vehicle. Wild's gone. Now, you've got the solo from Like I said, Order might be able to do it, but it's not going to happen. Team Falcons finally. They find the elims. They find the shutdown. Team Falcons able to get a chicken dinner right towards the end. They are into the smash point zone as well at the top of the table. And 3 teams now stand atop the pack. And 𝐒𝐴 is officially 1 point ahead of Alpha Gaming, putting them in second place. It's been a 2-horse race for the majority of this tournament, for the majority of grand finals. But finally, 𝐒𝐴 has put themselves in a position to become champions themselves. But it comes down to one more map, one more Miramar to decide our new champion, PMWC 2025. A lot riding on the line and only one more opportunity to achieve greatness. We're going to take another break. When we come back, the game of PMWC 2025 will be upon us.
Okay, now so boy với chị mà rồi đấy à. Nào boy là nào so với mình là hợp đấy. Boy là chị à em mua lại vì chị đi vào đi tạo. Nào boy mà 𝐌𝐲𝐚𝐿 𝐒𝐴 bà đấy. 𝐓𝐴. Đeo mà chị cầm sao rồi. 𝐌𝐲 em mà đi net thắt sang này 𝐌𝐲 championဖြစ်ပြီ ဒီလားပွဲရတပွဲကြံနေရနောက်ဆုံးပွဲတပွဲကြံ I'm not allowed to look
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting takes place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard Series. Prepared tons of event perks, such as the PUBG Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. Go to the Pandora event page via lobby. I'm not allowed to look at it. Do I want to take some out of sound yet? We go to I'm not me live for no match point on me live is a total thing to do with 𝐴𝐴, 𝐌𝐲𝐴. Enough some women to think they are chicken salad. Oh, my tower, 𝐌𝐲𝐴 takes some young with me. 𝐒𝐴, 𝐴𝐵 near chicken sign through nothing at the chicken salad at the champion. The more tokens you collect,
တကယ်လို့ YG ရောဝေးဖို့ရော APG ရောချစ်ကမစားဘူး YG ကအမှတ်အမြင့်ဆုံးဖြစ်နေရဆို YG champion ဖြစ်မှာ rank အတိုင်းဟို rank point တွေဟိုအတိုင်းဘာတွေအတိုင်း overall ranking အတိုင်းဖြစ်သွားတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီ3သင်းချစ်ကမစားရင်ဒီ3သင်းနဲ့ကတသင်းချစ်ကစားရင်ချစ်ကစားတဲ့အသင်းက champion ဖြစ်မှာအမှတ်နဲ့မဆိုင်တော့I don't know if it's on to one
Make a total of 3
နဲ့ချင်းတွေ့တာတော့အဲ့လောက်မြင်ခုံမမလားမသိဘူး
680 and 720 tokens respectively. You'll get another chance
ပြီလားတဲ့ပွဲကဒီနောက်ဆုံးပွဲတစ်ပွဲပဲကျန်တော့တယ်နော်။ညမှာပွဲပြီးရင်ပြီးပါပြီ
Awards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th and July 30th at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued as stage ends at 4 a.m.
11ရှိရတယ်ဘယ်တော့မှကျန်တာလဲနောက်ဆုံးတစ်ပွဲပဲကျန်တော့တယ်မီယာမှာတစ်ပွဲပဲကျန်တော့တယ်
Esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports.
အဆုံးပဲအိတ်နဲ့လွယ်လိုက်တော့ YG
Be the ultimate champion. Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
အခုကနေက DF1 မဟုတ်တော့ဘူးလေ DAD မလား DAD bad 1ဖြစ်သွားပြီမလား
Falcons holds down the road west of Impala and is able to get themselves a very important victory to try and push themselves up the leaderboard, up for a more prize pool here at PMWC. But at the same time as well, whilst you're watching these games go on, you can also check out the EWC app, which is obviously over on their app stores, and keep up with everything that's going on here for EWC as a whole. Not only this tournament, but the other tournaments that are going on throughout all of the festivities here. Now, let's talk about Falcons, of course, here. 7 Neptura, Maxman joining me.
အနေ World Cup ကြလို့ရှိရင်
for Falcons to try and
အဲ့မှာပါလာမယ့်အသင်းတစ်သင်းပေါ့နော်။ဘာလဲဆိုတော့ Dream Force.
Again, a team that just really haven't done much the past 3 days. They ended up getting some win. I feel like this one was kind of gifted as well. They were having some 2-2 splits, but overall, it's Team Falcons pretty much getting themselves into more money in Neptune.
Yeah, and it's really well played from them as well. They have that, well, 2-2 split, I think it was, in the middle of that ravine where the road goes down. That position is really, really good, particularly in that zone. However, you need to use splits if you want to use it effectively, if you don't want to get taken out. So they actually played that really, really well with those splits and then transferred over into a more of a 1-1-1-1 spread across the end of zone to actually take a lot more control. So for them, it was actually very, very well played, and they got the win on for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we just went on the second page. We have to talk about 𝐓𝐵 Gaming, right? They just entered the Smash. Just got in order, clutching it up at the end. I was thinking, actually, if they maybe got a few more points earlier, maybe they can clutch it. Unfortunately, they don't get the entirety of that match. They do lose at the end to Falcons, but that fight versus Power, I was not sure how that was going to go down because that was a risky push, but luckily enough, allowing them to then fight against 4 Thrives, against the side of even 𝐓𝐵 or Trigo. It was a risky one, but now they're in the Smash Zone, meaning they could snatch it away in this very last upcoming game.
Right, that's an important thing to actually talk about here, right? Because we are down to the last game now. That technically, if one of these 3 teams could smash and be able to get themselves the victory here. However, if that doesn't happen, 7, the one with the most points will be the champion here at PMWC.
Yeah, with the way the Yangon has been playing throughout the whole day, we gotta wait and see what the overall is gonna be looking like because this team has been consistent. They just haven't been able to get the win. Remember what happened yesterday, though? This was a team that did end up getting a win with 12 eliminations, so it could happen here. And they went back to playing how they usually play. They went back to playing edge and also hunting down teams. That is the
China ဆိုရင်လည်း China version ကို global မှာလည်းသူတို့လုံးပြနိုင်တာပဲเนาะ
Actually, they're going back to playing the edge instead of the center. This is what rewarded you with so many wins in these finals at PMWC. They're going back to the basics that were so successful in the past. 𝐷 Galacticos here on Miramar. They had a really good take. Unfortunately, I think you mentioned it, Kalaris, a little bit earlier. Lack of scouting. Maybe they could have a little bit of a better entry point on the eastern side of the circle. Maybe go entirely up north. But here didn't quite work out. And Nongshim Red Force wave to actually put an end to the reign of dominance here of 𝐷 Galacticos.
I actually also like their push onto Nongshim for a different reason, Max.
𝐓𝐵 champion လောင်းလာဘလို့𝐓𝐵 champion ဆို
Nongshim is the more dangerous team to win out of that situation. If Thundertalk had won over Nongshim, historically speaking, over the last 2 days, 3 days nearly now, we haven't seen anything else from them. So for the rest of the lobby, they're not really looking like a very dangerous
This is not a game for all gamer. Visit www.stc.com.
Have been doing really, really well. So if a team like 𝐒𝐚𝐦𝐿 want a chance at actually winning the game, they had to take out 𝐷𝐷𝐸. So for them, going up to that north side was a great play.
Well, as you can see, the rest of the teams here are getting ready for our final game, trying to figure out exactly how they're going to approach things. Let's take a look at the overalls. Let's get a lay of the land. Into second place as well as being into the smash zone. Alpha Gaming is huge. 𝐿𝐸𝐿
စက်တမဖက်ကွာနော် 1G ပို့လို့မရဘူးဗျစက်တမကခုနက 1G နဲ့ဟို white ပုံနဲ့ white ကို73မှတ်ကွာတပွဲနဲ့73မှတ်ပေါင်းသွားရန်ကုန် 1G ကဟိုပဲပေါင်းသွား၄မှတ်ပဲပေါင်းတယ်ပြောလို့မရဘူးနော်တိုင်းလို့ရုံးမရမယ်
ပြောလို့မရဘူးဘာမှပြောလို့မရဘူး
PUBG လည်းရနိုင်သေးတယ် white ကိုလည်းရနိုင်သေးတယ်
3သိန်းလုံးရနိုင်တယ်3သိန်းလုံး2သိန်းလုံးပေါ့နော်အက2သိန်းလုံးရနိုင်တယ်
That's right. I mean, and also take a look at all those teams towards the bottom. They are going to be fighting for their money as well.
အခုဝေးပုံနဲ့ ever 2သိန်းလုံး 1G ကိုအတာထားလေဝေးပုံနဲ့ ever 2သိန်းလုံးရနိုင်တယ်ပြီးတော့အခုရှိရပေါ့နော်ဝေးပုံကကြတော့လေဒီသူတို့ကနည်းနည်း position ယူတာတွေဘာတွေကမိုက်တလားလို့ပေါ့နော်မျိုးစုကြည့်ရတယ်ရှာမိုက်တယ်တော့သူတို့ဒီအမြဲလိတ်ခိန်းထိပွဲတိုင်းလိုလိတ်ခိန်းထိပါတယ်ဒီလားဝေးပုံကလေ
We've seen it too many times, right, across global events. It just keeps happening. They keep slipping.
တော့အဲ့နှစ်သိန်းချစ်ကမ်းမရမှာဖြစ်မယ်
only by 1 point. So with the
နောက်ဆုံးပွဲကဘယ်နှစ်သိန်းစောရမှာလဲမဆူတဲ့
they can actually go.
ဟုတ်စောရမှာလေ
We've well had enough of this. It's time to get back into second place. Maybe even that first. And maybe that's just the final.
ဘယ်လို3သိန်းနဲ့စောစီချင်တာလားထိတ်ဆုံး3သိန်းပဲစောစီချင်တာလား6သိန်းလုံးစောရမှာ6သိန်းလုံးမှာမှအနီအောင်ပြထားတဲ့3သိန်းတွေက3သိန်းချစ်ကမ်းရပြီဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ပြီ3သိန်းလုံးချစ်ကမ်းမရဘူးဆိုရင်ထိတ်ဆုံးက Fight အများဆုံးအသင်းချန်ပီယံဖြစ်မယ်ဟုတ်တယ် YG fighting နဲ့ရအောင်ပါရင်ဟိုလိုတည်တော့မယ်ရမှာရပါ
On top of that, they were fighting now 𝐷𝐸𝐿 and 𝐷𝐸𝐿 focus on the fight. You got to make sure you do the right rotation.
Once again, our 3 teams that are able to smash or move into the point lead are right there. And once we're taking a look at that, before we go into our last game, let's do some predictions for the champion. We're going to start with Maxman.
No, can I go last?
Oh.
No, you can't.
I can't pick APG. I've done it too many. I'm going 𝐿𝐸. I'm going 𝐿𝐸 on this one. China, let's go.
APG, yeah. It's got to be.
I started with them. I'm going to finish with them for the final day. APG.
All right, and I never give predictions, but we've got to give some...
ရထိုင်နေကြပြီတရားထိုင်နေကြပြီ
Let's
ငါတို့ chicken စားရမယ်တဲ့ဟုတ်တယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ငါတို့ chicken စားနိုင်မှုတယ် YG က chicken ရမှာတဲ့နဲ့ AC ပဲနှစ်တယ်ငါတို့ထုတ်ပြင်မယ် smile ပြောရမှာနဲ့ AC ပဲလက်ခမောင်းခတ်ပြတယ်အတားတဲ့ channel တွေအားလုံး sorry ပါတယ် champion is YG တဲ့ ပါစိတ်ကလောက်ကလူမျိုးကကြောက်အေးဆေးပဲလက်တွေပါချွေးတုပ်လိုက်အောင်မယ်တို့ရငါတို့မျိုး10နှစ်စူးစားရတယ်အဲ့လိုပြောတာချူပေါက်တဲ့အကူကြီးတဲ့မိုက်ကလေးနဲ့អော်ပြောပြပါလားတိတ်ကြရလို့
Can I just
YG ရရင်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံ PUBG player တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ပြီ PUBG player တဲ့ PUBG မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ Esports community လို့ပြောတာပါ PUBG player လို့ပြောတာ Esports community က worldwide ကိုအားထုတ်ဖောက်သွားနိုင်
I mean, one that you
so ဒီ PUBG ဆော့နေတဲ့ player တွေအကုန်လုံးပေါ့နော်ဒီ professional player တွေမှမဟုတ်ပါဘူးဒီအပျော်တန်းဆော့နေတဲ့ကလေးတွေပေါ့နော် professional တွေကြည့်ပြီးတော့အားကြနေတဲ့ကလေးတွေလည်းကိုမိဘတွေကိုပြတင်တယ်ဒီလားဒီမှာကြည့်အနည်းဆုံးတော့ပွဲအကုန်လုံးမပြနိုင်မှကြည့်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကဘာဖလားအောင်တော့ပြီးတော့ဘလို့ပြန်ရတာသိရမလားအဲ့လိုမျိုးဒီဟာအနေဆိုလို့ရှိရင်နိုင်ဘယ်လောက်ရတာဒေါ်လာဘယ်နှသန်းဘာညာအဲ့လိုမျိုးပြောပြရင်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့အများကြီးလူကြီးတွေကကွာ game ဆော့ရဲဆိုရင် game ဆိုတာသူတို့အနေနဲ့သိထားတာအပျော်ပဲဒီမျိုးဆိုတော့ဒီ game ကနေ income ဝင်ငွေရအောင်ဘယ်လိုလုပ်လို့ရလဲဒီ game နဲ့ professional life ဘယ်လိုရက်တည်လို့ရလဲဆိုတာတချို့သူတွေကတချို့မိဘတွေကလက်မခံခြင်းကြဘူးပေါ့နော်အဲ့လက်မခံခြင်းတာလက်ခံနိုင်အောင်ပြောပြရမှာနော် အဲ့လိုမှသင်ပြီးမှာဆိုတော့အနောက်နိုင်ငံတွေကြတော့မတူဘူးကွာဒီ Western တွေကြတော့ပြောမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်တခြားနိုင်ငံတွေကြတော့ကလေးဘာဖြစ်ချင်လဲဖြစ်နေတာ supporting ပေးတာများသူမြန်မာ community မှာကြတော့အဲ့လိုမဟုတ်ဘူးကလေးဖြစ်ချင်တာတဲ့ဒီဘာတွေကကိုဖြစ်ချင်တာကိုပြီးတော့ push လုပ်တဲ့ပုံစံမျိုးများဒီလိုမျက်စိရဲ့အထိပ္ပယ်ပြန်တာလည်းမိုက်လိုက်တာဒီကနေများဖြစ်တော့မယ်Last match, final match.
They have given it their all to end up in this champions to cement their names in PUBG Mobile history.
အတန်တော့အားလုံးမဲတဲ့တို့တွေတဲ့သုတ်သိမ်းပြန်ရမှာတဲ့အဲ့လိုကတော့တဲ့ fly ပိုက်ပြီးပြန်မှာတဲ့တို့ကအထုပ်တွေပဲသိမ်းပြန်ရတယ်အဲမနက်က
to be a champion. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐚𝐭 𝐲𝐬
အဲ့မဲ့အဲ့မှာကြားတဲ့နေရာလေးအလံလေးထည့်ပြီးထားရင်ပုံမိုင်းနေရသေးလား
ဒီမှာ
အဲ့သူတို့ရဲ့ဟိုမှာအလံလေးထည့်ပြီးထားရင်ပုံမိုင်းတယ်
ဒီရဲ့ဟိုကဗာလဲဒီ stand နေမှာလား
stand နေမှာ flash လေးထည့်ပြီးထားရင်ပုံမိုင်း
not only from a talent perspective but also from our talent managers. Now the question is
ပြောနေတယ်ရှူရှူကပလာဝါတဲ့အကိုကြီးတဲ့ဘိုက်ကလေးနဲ့အော်ပြောပါလားတဲ့တိတ်မကြမ်းရလေ
𝐓𝐴𝐤𝐚𝐿 have a chance. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐚𝐿 everybody's got their fan base. Everybody's got the opportunity to cheer and get loud.
မဆူမိပါရောတဲ့မဆူကိုဘယ်လိုပြောလဲဟာမဆူကိုဘယ်လိုမှမပြောလို့မဆူဒီလှုပ်နေတာဝိုင်းချင်နိုင်ရင် sorry မှာတပတ်လောက်မှတ်လိုက်အောင်လေကဲနောက်ဆုံးပွဲလာပြီ
Team chance a shot at that trophy. It's been
ဒီကလုတ်ပြနိုင်ဘူးလို့အပ်တယ်လေဒီမိပါရေလို့ပြောရဲဆို
ဟုတ်နေအလဲကောင်တက်တက်ကိုဖြတ်သွားတာလုံးဝဘက်ကိုဆွဲမယ်ထင်တယ်ဘာပဲသူ
NextStar ကြီး gas နေပြီအပေါ်ဘက်ဆွဲမှာဆိုတော့
ပေါ်ဘက်
ထင်တယ်လို့ပြောတာ
as we take a look at where
ဟော
are coming.
ပီကာဒိုဘက်ဆွဲမယ်ထင်တာပဲကျွန်တော်မြင်
I'm seeing 𝐒𝐤𝐚. They're out over the center part of this playing path.
ဟုတ်တယ်ဘူးပုံမှန်တိုင်းဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ Los Leonas ဘက်ကိုစန်တာကြပြီးဆွဲရလေ
Okay. So, for 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐚𝐿 they changed it up before.
အပေါ်လည်းမကြောက်အောက်လည်းမကြောက်
ကျွန်တော်ပြောရတော့ပီကာဒို
ပီကာဒိုအစန်တာမကြောက်ဘူး
ပြန်လာမယ်ဇုံဘက်ကိုကြာမယ်ထင်တယ်အဲ့ကနေဇုံဒါမှမဟုတ်ဘယ်ဘက်ကိုဆွဲမယ်ထင်တယ်
ဒီလား
Maybe a bit personal.
𝐌𝐺ဟိုဆွမ်းမှာ
You have to be expecting
them
to rotate in. So for 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐚𝐿, they've got to get creative, and one thing they love to do again is stay in blue and then drop down south.
first elimination အောင်ထွက်သွားပြီဟာ
elimination APG က
EA တေသွားပြီ 1k ပေးလိုက်ရတယ်
အဲ့အသင်းရတယ်ကွာဂေးလိုက်ပေးနေတဲ့အသင်းမှာ
ထိုင်းသင်း EA ကထိုင်းသင်းကိုမောင်း YG ကိုလိုက်ဖြတ်နေသေးတာသူတို့က
ချီးတော့နေမြင်တာအဲ့ကောင်နေတကယ်ကောင်နေတကယ်ချီးတော့ပေါ့
Then 𝐓𝐴𝐤𝐚𝐿, if I'm not mistaken, having earned the back-to-back that they've been able to find today, so they are sat on 2 chicken dinners.
နောင်မယ်ဆိုတာကြီးပဲအေးလေသူကလောင်းကစားရတာဘာလို့နေမှာပေါ့
But there's a non-factor because they win via the smash ruling. Oh, there's so many interlocking rules. I love
မဆိုဖြစ်သွားနိုင်တယ်နော်ဘယ်သူမဆိုချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ဘယ်အသင်းမဆိုချန်ပီယံဖြစ်သွားနိုင်တယ် YG 𝐒𝐤𝐚 APG အဲ့ဒီမှာချန်ပီယံဖြစ်နိုင်တော့ YG ပဲ
To take effect a little bit later on, but all eyes, of course, on these.
မလို့စရာကြီးကွာဒီလောက်ကြီးဥဆောင်ထားပြီးဒီမှာငါလည်းခွာ
အေးပါနောက်ဆုံးပွဲ
ပြီးရော
APG ကဘယ်နိုင်ငံအသင်းလဲမွန်ဂိုလီးယား APG ကမွန်ဂိုအသင်း
𝐻𝐵 China
might be in the back of the mind of the other rosters thinking, I want to third party this because this is our
မွန်ဂိုလည်းတကယ်တမ်းပြောရင်တော့ China မှာပဲပြောရမယ်ဆိုမူတော့မွန်ဂိုပဲမဲ့
There's
လို့
a lot of money that's mixed in the middle of the table. Obviously, the 3 teams at the top have taken a lot of points, but the points gap between teams
ဟိုရင်တော့ APG အသင်းတစ်သင်းရှိပါ
team secret, right?
ရှိသေးလားခမာအသင်း APG ပြီးတယ်အတူကောက်ပြောရတော့ရှိတော့မဟုတ်
Pretty sizable chunk. Fourth place is
ဒီမှာတဲ့ African ပါတယ်အသင်းပါတယ်
Go down to 12 at 45 with a single game.
မရှော့မှာပေါ့အစိမ်း
Earn more, drop down. It's a
ဟာပြီ
lot of wiggle room.
အကဲကစတော့မယ် stage 1
they have been the boogeyman.
stage 2ကိုပြောင်းဖို့အတွက်15စက္ကန့်73 12 17
Around, they take down Krypton.
ရွှေရမှာ
ဝိုင်းရရွှေ့ရမှာပဲလေသူကအမြဲတမ်းအဲ့နာဆင်းတော့ရွှေ့ရမှာပဲအောက်ကနေပြန်ပတ်ရင်ပတ်အဲ့ဆိုကိုတင်းလာမောင်တင်းလာတဲ့ကိုတင်း
So for 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚𝐭 taking down one from 𝐒𝐴lter Ego and in my opinion the tip of the spear albeit that puts 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚𝐭 in the spot.
ခေါ်လိုက်မလား Rainforce ကိုခေါ်လိုက်မလား Rosemary ကို
နောက်စားလောက်ပြရမယ်
easy ပါဒီလောက်ကတော့
You know what? I was kind of surprised that NextStar decided to predict them for the tournament win.
ဒီကြ 1k ရပါဟုတ်တယ်တွေ့တယ်
But because they're not team spirit, and of course NextStar loves team spirit. Favorite team.
Oh my god.
They didn't even make it out of CSA.
That's right. Team spirit. Rest in peace. NextStar keep sending your love to them. Maybe they'll come back next year. I do want to point out 𝐓𝐸𝐤, however, pretty centralized in the zone. DRX do start to move in relatively.
He's got eye then 20 ba laပွဲကြည့်တယ်
fun one to potentially watch, but for 𝐓𝐸𝐤, they're going to try and stay as quiet as
ပွဲမှာ
possible.
ငါ
But they can
တို့
also
ဘယ်လိုဆော့မလဲဆိုတော့လေးလာတယ်ပေါင်းအာရုံစိုက်ပြီ
DRX
DRX ကကိုရီးယား
a little bit further away for 𝐒𝐴lter against
ကိုရီးယားနှစ်သင်းပါတယ်
They're going to stay there for a long time.
NS နဲ့ DRX
Play it slow. They're not going to get too antsy.
ဟုတ်နော် NS နော်
Falcons and Order, which fourth rise, they may be thinking about challenging Falcons. You do
အရှိချန်ပီယံကြီးကမှတက်ကိုတက်မလာတော့နော်
Could potentially be just scouting out, trying to navigate those rotations out east. In the meantime, though, in the center of this circle, just around Hacienda del Patron, around San Martin, 𝐓𝐸𝐤 currently looking for position. We know what's on the line for this team. The tiebreaker order goes Yangon Galacticos, followed by 𝐓𝐸𝐤, followed by Alpha Gaming. That will not change because with the chicken dinners sitting as they are, that's the order of the tiebreakers. And of course, if any one of them increases their chicken dinner score, they win the tournament by the smash rule. So that tiebreaker order will be in effect throughout the course of this one. And it will come down to those chicken dinner differences.
Right. So T24 still close, but not close enough to really have an effect on this Falcons rotation. And for Team Falcons, you know, we've been talking about them dropping the ball and struggling, and yes, they will not be champions today. But this final game, if it's good enough, could elevate them up in the top 5. So that still is a storyline. They're not too far away. It's not impossible for Team Falcons to get a top 5 finish, which, by the way, again, in regards to the club championship race, Falcons need a top 8 finish. They're currently in 9th place. So this is a big moment for Falcons in the overall scale of things for the club championship race to have a good performance.
Adding to that tally is great. They can keep contributing to their team to be able to try and pick that one up. You hope they can do it. I'm sure there's plenty of fans at the arena who want the Falcons to do it as well to help out on that club championship.
မပြီးဖလားပေးမှာလားတခါလေးပြီးမှာပေါ့ YG ချန်ပီယံရမှာစီးရီးရမှာ YG
Getting excited, getting happy. Some of them getting loud. Yes, let's get it going. The final game. Yangon Galacticos starting to move in. This is very typical of their style, but again, you've got Falcons who might keep them at bay, and if they choose to drop south, which is their typical game plan, fourth drive's right in front of them.
They're moving on in on the west side towards San Martin for the Falcons. We're still waiting on Alpha Gaming, Yangon Galacticos to make their appearances. Of course, Yangon Galacticos, they're in the blue zone. Currently, actually, fairly close to it, all things considered, for them. They're quite close to this zone. Yangon Galacticos playing out on the south side of 𝐿 and will navigate the bubbly terrain there. He bobbles his way forwards. It's difficult. I hate driving over this terrain. It's so confusing. You never know if you're going to flip your vehicle or not.
From now on, when I'm driving down a bumpy road, I'm just going to bubble. I like it. New terminology. They decide to go up north, that's great for them. And north really has no competition if they decide to commit towards water treatment, which could be a great spot depending on how quickly they get over there. But there's a lot of terrain and a lot of distance between them and that. APG also staying south. They're going to be in blue currently, and they have north. Both rosters, I believe, currently waiting for this next stage to pop, and it does encompass water treatment, which is I mean, so tightly contested. Yes, the round in, 𝐓𝐸 and then ultimately, of course, 𝐷𝐷𝐸 Red Force, Fireflux, so many rosters, and the same thing can be said for 𝐔𝐸 Galacticus. This is great for 𝐓𝐸. 𝐓𝐸's still dead center. They're established. They don't have to move. But is Order by himself?
Maybe. I mean, they are fairly split right now. The question is, how long can 𝐓𝐸 hold this split in the center of this circle? Falcons are going to push in on the north. 𝐒𝐸𝐚𝐦𝐢 from the other side as well. They're looking to try and move on in. Order on that northern edge could get in the middle of it, get stuck in there. Thundertalk, everybody trying to get closer towards the east side of San Martin, towards Hacienda del Patron.
Alter Ego's also starting to move in from the northern side. Curious where 𝐔𝐸 Galacticus choose to go for APG. This is going to be a genuinely getting worried. Any of those fights taking place again, the teams are very close to catching up in the top 5 or even bettering their spot. You move up one spot in the standings, that's potential thousands and thousands of dollars in difference when it comes to prize money. A very real reason to win a third party and fire some shots safely from a distance. And for APG, I don't know. They've got to go up north, but it's still a long rotate for them. For me, I would be on alert.
There's a lot of danger. WC, the grand finals continue to deliver on the excitement towards this final match as 𝐔𝐸 Galacticos navigate their way up the west side, over the top of San Martin, up and into the hills. It looks like 𝐓𝐸 will going to try and hold on the manor house as well, and play in the center of Hacienda.
Still, that split worries me, especially if a team decides to go with the swing. That's going to get quite awkward, but for 𝐓𝐸, still all 4 up, not ringing the alarm bells just yet for them. 𝐔𝐸 Galacticus starting to move in. They're going to be just opposite of Falcons again, who are all split.
Alpha on the west side. Look at this rotate. Right. They're swinging out and could potentially backfill on towards 𝐔𝐸 Galacticos here around the west side of San Martin. This fight feels inevitable. We could remove one of our 3 teams here and now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? You go back, several maps now, and it's been 𝐔𝐸 Galacticus fighting against APG. The 2 teams cannot stay away from each other. Like magnets, they're drawn, but we do see maybe a bit of an audible as they start to rotate right towards 𝐷𝐸 Red Force. But the good news is for them, they avoid 4 thrives, and they now have clearance to now get in to the next zone. But as they just get here, the next zone is about to shift. The question is, where does it go? But that's not too bad. That's not
too bad.
The outer edge, and APG still needs to go forward. They go north, they go into YG. If they go south, they go into 4th Rise. If they go east, straight into 𝐷𝐸 Red Force. And Smile is scouting, but I hope he doesn't get too carried away. He's jumped out.
Oh, Doc has been spotted, I believe, out on this western side. Gonna have to be careful.
I don't know, Dobby. Smile, not happy like video.
And it is just time.
Hey, Dobby,
And finally, it may be.
YG, alright.
Said I was ringing the alarm bells,
and
now
they
are sounding as loud as they possibly can. Losing hurts, but for Alpha Gaming, a chance still remains.
အဲ့ဆိုသူတို့ကလည်းနည်းနည်းဟိုဖြစ်နေကတ်နေတယ်လေစုံဝင်တာပါခရင်းနေဟို
to push in for Team Secret, trying to hold on tight. They cannot, and they will be eliminated in the final game.
Potter able to stay alive with 2 players down. The reses will come through. This circle is giving 𝐓𝐸 a massive in on this match. The 2-2 split that they have right now should be fairly trivial to hold as it stands in this circle. Not super likely to want to crash right now, so they will definitely be solid to hold this 2-2 split into the next zone. Let's take a look at this replay.
Hit and run, backs away, gets away, and it is so disappointing. I know 7 is fuming right now because he's been setting this narrative, the docketing Duck going up by himself. I know doing the research coming into the global stage. I remember Duck loves to go up by himself, but one of the things they improved on is Duck started joining his roster once again, and that made them strong. But this time around, old habits refuse to die, and maybe the chances now for Alpha Gaming to win this championship have have in fact gone to the grave.
Oh.
But again, with 3 members up, there still is a chance for them to take this, but they're going to have to
ရောက်ရင်ပါသွားပြီစမိုင်း
Yangon Galacticos. There's only 3 players now for Yangon Galacticos. They tried to
ဝင်လာကြအောင်ပါဖြစ်သွားတယ်
but the
ဝင်မှာ
Falcons
ဖြစ်ခံ
extracted toll on the road from them.
အနက်
From
error
the north side, potentially could move down towards Hacienda, a decent spot that Weibo have to abandon to hold this 2-2 split. So potential space.
APG ကိုစီးပြီးတော့ပြစ်စမ်းမှာဟိုထိတ်ကနေဆုံးထိတ်ကအေးသေးပြီးပြောရင်ဆိုရင်
ဝိုင်းကိုစီထားမှာဝိုင်းကိုစီထားမှာဝိုင်းကိုဇုံနဲ့ကောင်းနေတယ်ဝိုင်းကိုအဲ့လိုပြီးဝိုင်းကိုလုံးနေပြီး APG ကိုဖြတ်ပြီး
ကောင်းဖြစ်ကောင်းတယ်
မဟုတ်ဝိုင်းကိုစီထားမှာ APG အဲ့တော့အဲ့တော့မရှိဘူး
APG က1 man life ပဲကျန်တော့တာလी
1 man life ပဲကျန်တော့တာအဲ့ဝိုင်းကိုစီထားမှာဝိုင်းကို full super ကြီးနေ
was the last hope.
အေးဝိုင်းကိုကြီးပဲချစ်ကန်ဆောင်တော့
PG roster and once again the
ဖ
pressure
င်တုံဖင်တုံကုန်ဟေး
to try and carry the torch for Alpha Gaming to take
ပုံကြီးလည်းကောင်းနေလေ
but he's surrounded by everybody. Luckily, there's a little bit of space, but his chances of winning this are now slim to none. However, it would be one of the most miraculous comebacks
ဆုံးပြောင်းလိုက်ကွာ
PUBG Mobile
ဆုံး
history
ပြောင်းလိုက်ကွာ
if 𝐒𝐨𝐤 can somehow take this victory for Alpha Gaming fans. I know you want to keep the hope alive, so I'll at least say that narrative.
ကားလေးရှိအဆင်ပြေတယ်ကို share ပဲဝိုင်း
Very
ကို
much an outside chance here. I like this regroup from Weibo. Remember, I was talking about how you can hold that 2-2 split because the teams around you aren't likely to move. With this circle shifting down, they regroup from that east side because they know teams like DRX on their position, Dumbledore, Alter Ego, Aura on that north side, likely to want to try and take that compound on the corner.
life နေရပါတယ်
Recoalesce and play on as for the only team in the top 3 with a chance of smashing that has 4 players alive. But Yangon Galacticos, 3 players on their side, they also still have a chance.
Yes, that's right. 𝐒𝐴𝐤 will take the advanced position on the
YG
compound.
YG
That would give
YG
free rein to Romeo and Renat to potentially move up. The only team around them is Hora. Depending on how this zone ends up rotating, maybe we do see a clash between Yangon Galacticos as well as the Weibo roster, but you still got to appreciate where Weibo is at. 4 members still alive. They now are joined together. There is no more of a split, and they're staying tried and true to what has worked for them, taking center zone. 4 Thrives versus Power. What's at stake with this fight? Well, 4 Thrives are currently 5 points away from catching up to 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐿, which would put them in a better spot for more money, knocking them down. But it's not a guarantee. 4 Thrives are currently at 0 eliminations. They need to silence Power and take down the remaining 3 members. That would put them within striking distance of Apex.
နောက်ပိုင်း play ဆိုင်လို့ပြောတာအရင်တော့အဲ့လောက်ပါဖြစ်သေးတာ
They fall short. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐿 will stay
ကျွန်တော်ကဆိုရင် stick 4ဆိုရင်အဲ့လောက်မကြံတော့ stick 4ဆိုရင်တော့ stick 4လောက် stick 3လောက်ဆိုရင်တရားပေါ် round ပိုင်းရဘူးက stick 3လောက်ကို round ပိုင်းရဖို့ဖြစ်ကြတယ် stick 2လောက်
On the east flank here against 𝐿𝐸, but Yangon Galacticos are moving in on the north side towards potentially Weibo Gaming's compound. Another fight that could dictate the pace of this tournament. On the north edge, they could wipe each other out. 𝐿𝐸 does go down. 𝐒𝐴𝐤𝐿 taken down with 112 points on the tables. 4 Thrives could definitely leapfrog that.
That's it. 4 Thrives can do this. Firefly
4 Thrives က
the entirety of this tournament, but I believe everything is starting to come to an end as 2 players are last alive. DRX starts to push up. Solus taking it down as well. He gets full back up. I thought the shots
ဖြုတ်ရမယ်ဝိုင်းကိုဖြုတ်လို့မရဘူးတော့ဝိုင်းကိုကြောက်စရာကြီး
for Fireflux. A chance maybe to pass Team Secret, get up into top 12. As here in Solus does hit a nice shot needed, but he drops down as a nade takes him out. Scarface, the last hope and dream to move Team Secret up.
A flush onto Solus there, and now Scarface looking to try and hold it for Fireflux.
သူက AC ပဲ better လည်းမရှိဘူး AC ပဲသူနေရ
Likely that he gets too much further into this one in the tournament.
အဲ့မှာရှိတယ်သူဇုံယူထားဆိုတာကြည့်လိုက်အေးဝိုင်းကိုလည်းဝိုင်းကြီးနဲ့ဘာနဲ့ရပ်ကတော့လိုက်ပြီ
Performance is done and dusted. Next circle.
ဟောဝိုင်းတီတီ
ဘာနဲ့ပါခေါ်လိုက်ပြီ yes GD ရရောက်ကိုပါခေါ်လိုက်ပြီ
Yes, it does. Yangon Galacticos now have to push in, potentially pass Weibo. The question is, will they choose to challenge him? Highly aggressive during the finals. Scarface, though, all eyes on him as he continues to stay up for a little bit longer. But I don't know if Fireflux did.
ရန်ကြည့်လို့ကောင်းရင်ဆိုရင်တော့နဲ့ကြည့်ရတကယ်ပါကွာရင်တုံနေလို့လေဟုတ်တယ်နေတုံပါတယ်
Yangon Galacticos might be getting taken down relatively soon. They've got to play this carefully.
4 Thrives on the inside, looking to try and overtake as DRX are going neck and neck with them, bouncing back and forth on those tables, both trying to overtake 𝐓𝐸𝐻𝐬 here.
Let's talk about scenarios. Alpha Gaming has a solo live with 𝐒𝐨𝐤. Still within zone, he's staying quiet. 𝐔𝐸𝐿𝐽𝐿𝐽 obviously a chance to win this game with 3 members, but they're got a tall task ahead of them with 𝐓𝐴 off just up ahead. Water off to their right. It's obviously still around now.
။ဒါ𝐓𝐴ယူကြောက်တာ𝐓𝐴ကဇုံရမှာငြိမ်းတာကြီးချစ်ကန်ကောက်စားသွားပြီးရော
Winner chicken dinner or just getting in
တင်းရတင်းတင်းသုံးတယ်ငါးသိမဲ့ဟိုကကျန်တော့တာ6သိန်းဟိုအပြီးကျန်တာ
𝐓𝐴 Gaming they need 14 points. That's
what'sပြီးကျန်တာ6သိန်းကျန်နေသေးတယ်အဲ့𝐓𝐴ကပါနေတယ်
Let's not forget
ညင်လာလေသူညာဘယ်သူမှလည်းပတ်တယ်လည်းမပြောမအာ
ပါပြီရောက်ရေး
Title was back in 2021.
ဟိုတော်စီရောက်ရောက်
was with order over on Nova. If they can take it
ဘယ်ဖို့ချစ်ကမ်းပေးရရင်ရပြီဟုတ်တယ်ဝေးဖို့ချစ်ကမ်းပေးရလို့ရှိရင်အစ်စ်ဖြစ်
global title.
𝐌𝐲𝐚𝐭 champion ဖြစ်ပြီ
Onto the world stage. Plenty of fans waiting to happen. Under pressure. But Sleepy takes a toll over him. He's trapped behind a burned out tree, but he has a sliver of HP left. Doesn't quite have the angles to squeak the bullets around the edge there. The heal comes through, and 𝐔𝐸𝐿𝐽𝐿𝐽 stay as 3.
Still a tough spot though.
တိုင်လေးကောင်ကျတော့ဖက်ကွာထွက်သွားရင်တော်သေးရော
Closer to 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐿 Red Force. Maybe a fight breaking out between the two rosters there. Remember, for Falcons, top 8 for the club championship race is important. They're 5 points away, and the team in front of them is the one they are trying to surpass. If they beat them, they have a very real chance to elevating themselves up into the top 8. That's going to be a close watch. Another zone shift is about to occur in just about 50 or so seconds. DRX getting taken out. 4th Thrives, another roster that is looking to elevate themselves up the top 4. The chances here, they're hitting the shots. They do have a down player. 4th Thrives is
ဘယ်ဖို့ညံချုံမှရတော့မယ်
DRX is fighting back as well.
𝐓𝐴လို့နေတာ
ရှင်းချုံ𝐌𝐲ဝက်ချုံမှာသူက
Only a solo left. 4th
တေး
Thrives
ဖမ်းမသေး
is even harder. IQ
တေးရပြီးသွားရင်ဒီမှာဝိုင်းလေ40လည်းပြီးသွားဒီတော့တယောက်ကျန်သေးပါဝိုင်းပါဝိုင်း
to the top 5.
And with that, DRX need one more point. The
ဝေး
placement
ဖို့ရဲ့ location ရမိုက်နေသေးရလေ
to be drawn with 𝐓𝐸𝐻𝐿𝐽𝐿.
Oh,
I'm not too sure
come on,
who will win
yeah.
that tiebreaker, but if they get 2 more points, they will be free and clear. However, let's reframe over on this northern side of the circle. Pops very shortly here. Of course, 4 players alive for 𝐓𝐴, 3 for 𝐔𝐸𝐿𝐽𝐿𝐽. Aura have an off angle onto the 𝐔𝐸𝐿𝐽𝐿 position. And everybody has to move. It is a mad dash.
အေးမတိုးနဲ့ဟာ
Sit. Slap bang.
တိုးလည်းမရအောင်ဆုံးမိပြီးတေးမှာညက်စား𝐌𝐲နဲ့ဝေးဖို့နဲ့ပဲတည်းဖြစ်မှာဝေးဖို့ဖြတ်ပြီးတော့မှသူတို့စုံဝင်လို့ရမှာလေကောင်းလေးထွက်ရင်ထွက်သူတို့ဖြတ်မှာရ
Dinner is 10 points. That would put them at 94. They already have 2 eliminations to their name, so a very real chance. 𝐒𝐴𝐴.
ဒီနေ့တုံးလို့အဆင်ပြေမလို့
လုံးဝမဖြစ်ဘူးနော်ဒီလား𝐓𝐴ကိုအခုချိန်ကြီးလုံးဝမဖြစ်ဘူးနော်ငြိမ်းနေအောင်ဒီလား
သိန်းအောင်ကျန်သေးတယ်လေဘယ်ဖြစ်မလဲ
လုံးဝသူချစ်ကန်ဝယ်ဦးတည်ပြီးတော့ဒီလားလုံးဝကိုမနှုတ်တာ𝐓𝐴က
Such a pivotal fight.
အဲ့ဟိုပွဲတော့ကလည်း𝐌𝐲အဲ့လိုဖြစ်ရမှာဒီလားသူတို့ဘာလို့တိုက်ဆန်းလိုက်တာလဲမသိဘူး
𝐔𝐸𝐿𝐽𝐿𝐽 maybe try to third party this as well as the Falcons go down to 3. But 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐿 Red Force seems to be moving the arena across the way. Could try and have an impact here with 2 players looking to heal on up. It's up to Dom to hold the call.
ဘာပေါ်နေအောင်ကြည့်
Another frag around the edge.
ဟောရေးအဲ့တော့ဖူးလေးလိုက်ကြတော့နှစ်သိမ်းမဲကြတော့တယ်ဟိုရာနဲ့𝐓𝐴နဲ့ပဲကြတော့တယ်
time here. No will be allowed to approach as TZ the last on the high ground to find Ralph will get 1. Redox now with a chance to hold it down for the Falcons as 𝐒𝐻 has fallen as well. Last player for the Falcons alive, and they cannot make it. Top 8 denied. 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿 Red Force with 2 stand too fast in their way.
𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿 Red Force
Okay.
not the healthiest team, but still top 8. We look over now, and Horder's starting to crash in. 𝐓𝐴 broken apart. 𝐶 has moved deep. 𝐔𝐸𝐿 are also taking damage. They can still third party. 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿 Red Force. Question is for 𝐶 all by himself. What's going to happen here?
The placement points are kicking in now as well, so
for DRX,
they're looking good to overtake 𝐓𝐸𝐻𝐿. 𝐶 moves fast and out into the open. A pivotal position for 𝐓𝐴 Gaming right now. 𝐔𝐸𝐿𝐽𝐿 could potentially take the hillside away from Falcons who are gone already. 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐿 Red Force from 𝐒 as well. That western side could get
တော့လာပြီကွာမရတော့ထွက်တော့မှရတော့မစစ်လို့လည်းမရတော့ဘူးသိလား
ထွက်တော့မစစ်လို့မရတော့ဘူးစစ်လို့မပြီးတော့ဘူး
အဲ့တော့အဝေးဖို့ရှိနေတယ်
Ah, Weibo shi.
Order is starting to go in onto 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚 Galacticos. They're collapsing in. 𝐓𝐸𝐤 wants to silence the 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚 Galacticos right here and now. But can they get their teammate back into the fight? They need to be as healthy as possible to try and catch up in the points category.
Weibo là chicken mía này mà. Weibo chicken mía.
Bullets sent out his way, and
Okay.
throwing
Mà nè, bảo
away
có bị này
position
này.
on the northern side.
Okay,
They
okay.
try and mad dash up towards 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚, but it is not enough. They were 11 points behind at the start of this match. They are now 13 points behind. And the placements are starting to add up. They need a lot more than they can get with only 2 players alive. This may be the close down of the tournament.
I think so, brother. 33C. I don't know. Does he have a chance to get heat?
Cái gì cao lên chạm được to à, mía là.
Possible time, and 33Z is now in a vehicle, and he is going forward. Now, the narrative for Sook. I mean, Horda's got him pinned up. He's taken over this shack, and from one thing that I know, brother, from watching all these tournaments, once you have to go into the shack, it then becomes a death shack. I'm worried for Weibo Gaming.
𝐓𝐸𝐤 Galacticos surviving is a nightmare for Sook right now. Oh, there's 4 players from Horda. You bet they've got an aid, and they are going to push it right through the window here for PL. They are hoping
Tóc treo bây giờ mà.
repeat for Order.
Treo thay là UG đã biểu gì?
APG finally go down, which means that Weibo are
Đã biểu gì?
Weibo đi đâu vậy chàng ơi? Đá về, YG champion bây giờ lóc trên đi. Weibo chicken side không thế này đâu. Ông có Horda chicken side đâu.
Yeah, it's like the escape point kind of like.
From Weibo Gaming, the championship in their
fingertips.
Can
Ông có chicken side đâu, video bị.
If he does so, he would be stealing the
Big
championship
7.
away.
Đá
Không
về.
có bàตีlại được.
ตี
lại được. Order chẹp. Đá về.
It's only a matter of time. He's taking coin flip after coin flip, and the Molotov is burning at his feet. It's not connecting though. The spread's not there, but they've got nades pouring on in.
ตีmà miao. Sukaตีmà 3v1 miao.
Sook is weathering the storm that is battering down this shack.
Weibo ပြရင် champion ဖြစ်ပြီးဝိုင်းကြီးဟုတ်တယ် Weibo ပြတာနဲ့ champion auto ပဲပြဝဲကြံတော့လားလောက်ပါဟာဒါအေး
Yes, champion ဖြစ်သွားပြီ YG champion ဖြစ်သွားပြီ
𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐚 Galacticos will take PMWC 2025.
ตีလိုက်တော့ရပြီကြိုက်လို့ตีလိုက်တော့အမှตีလိုက်တော့ကြိုက်လို့
ဒါပဲသူမျိုးဒါပဲပြီးသွားပြီ champion ဖြစ်သွားပြီ
PMWC sent over to 𝐒𝐡𝐨𝐩 once again.
Come on.
ဟဲ့ရောဟေးဟာလက်ခွာနေမှာပဲ
Done the work. It is over. It's done and dusted. We
ရပြီလေမပြည့်နေနဲ့တော့ champion ဖြစ်ပြီဆိုတော့ open ထွက်တယ်ဘာမှမဖြစ်တော့ဘူးရ
and they need to be proud of
ဟာပဲ
themselves. History has
literally
been
down there.
𝐓𝐸𝐤 Galacticos, the champions. They worked hard to get
Oh
here.
my
They
God.
dug it out, and rightly so. What a relief it is to be champions, to cement your name in PUBG Mobile history. That's exactly what they did. And for the remainder of the points, we still have something up for grabs for DRX. Maybe they can pass 𝐷𝐸𝐿 and break in to top 4. But just like that, they get eliminated. But it comes down, of course, to the placement points. We're now down to our top 2.
They should have been able to leapfrog 𝐷𝐸𝐿 there, jump up to 4th place. But that is a beautiful result for 𝐓𝐸𝐤 Galacticos. They do not need a chicken dinner. They'll take it home on the points. Weibo with a misstep, a wide flank out towards 𝐓𝐸𝐤 Galacticos, and that allows the 𝐓𝐸𝐤 Galacticos boys to hold their nerve on the hillside. They play up on the ridgeline. They keep their
ပြစ်ပြီးမပြေတော့ဘူးလေဒီနေ့ကလုံးကြရင်မရဘူး
hold around them, and that
Oh,
seems to be the
yay.
story of the grand finals. Let everyone else make the mistakes.
That's right.
Play it sensible. Play it smart.
With their early point lead, they were able to just play good old-fashioned PUBG Mobile. They didn't have to do anything fancy. They didn't have to go out of their way to do anything extraordinary. They left that up to the other rosters, and like you said, that led to plenty of mistakes. 𝐓𝐸𝐤 Galacticos dominating the tournament without question. They refused to relinquish first place. Once they grabbed it, nobody was able to overtake it. The dominating performance in PMWC 2025. Teams fight. The only thing that's up for grabs is a potential elevation to the top 10. 𝐒𝐡𝐨𝐩 moves up. Horda starts to fire the shots. I love the off angle from 𝐷𝐸𝐤, who's going to be just up to the north. Darken might be able to mow him down. We already know our champion, but we still need to crown a winner chicken dinner.
One more to be earned. That meal may be a little bit ashen, but it'll be nice nonetheless. We've also got things like MVP to consider. coming on afterwards as well. Some nice prizes for plenty of players to try and chow down on to boot. 𝐓𝐨𝐤𝐞 looked to try and close the jaws here. 𝐒𝐴 had the compound for the longest time. They were this bastion in the middle of this circle. And now 𝐓𝐸 may be able to claim the final map here. And you can see the elation is sinking in for the boys on Yangon Galacticos. They are smiling ear to ear, and they have earned it.
Insane. And I want to say, Yangon Galacticos, we took note of them, right? We respected them coming into this tournament. But I don't think we put them as the favorite to take over the win, to actually be in first place, yet they took it by storm. They saw the opportunity, and they did not waste it. Darkin starts to move up. Blue most likely takes him out. If not, he's going to be very low health. Order. 𝐒𝐴 fighting it out.
Of
the way, and 𝐓𝐸 looks to be going towards a victory very, very soon. 𝐒𝐴 tries to clutch up. Can't do it. 𝐓𝐸 will take our final game of the tournament. But of course, the narrative has to go to Yangon Galacticos, the winners of PMWC 2025. Well done, boys.
Riyadh bows their heads in awe of Yangon Galacticos, for Smile, for Mernat, for Romeo, for 𝐓𝐨𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬. This is their moment. They have done it. That trophy sits in the middle of the stage. It's only a moment before they'll be able to ascend and lift it in the face of everybody who would take it away from them. Those keys crushed, and only one will be locked into that trophy.
16 keys started for this championship in the grand finals. 15 are going to be crushed. Yangon Galacticos, the only one to maintain their position, to maintain and save their key from destruction. An amazing performance. Again, a team that works so hard throughout every single stage. Yangon Galacticos earning their spots, refusing to relinquish first place all the way to the very end.
As they take towards the Crusher, you can see they will be dropping those keys. They will be picking up their own to rise above the rest, to be the one. It is Yangon Galacticos.
Ladies and gentlemen, our champions. Sorry, I'm stepping on your flag. The team, they persevered, they climbed the mountain, they survived the gauntlet that was Smash Sunday. Incredible. Congratulations, gentlemen. Emotions are, of course, running high. We could all see from your faces you knew midway through that game that you managed to secure the win. But for now, let's start things slow. Let's start things easy, okay? First and foremost, I would like to invite our key master, Dominic. He's going to come out and present you with your Esports World Cup key. There you have it. Look at that. And so you know what you have to do now, don't you, gentlemen? We have to send your opponents down from the grand finals, okay? We are going to crush these keys. 𝐓𝐸𝐤𝐞𝐧𝐬, would you like to start us off? Why don't you turn the key and start those engines? Right, the engines are started. You'll feel it underneath the feet. Oh, hold up. Okay. Hold up. Okay, Marnet, you can. Marnet, you can flick that switch. Push forward. There we go. Reveal that iris. We've opened it up. Look at those teeth. They are menacing. Okay. Master Smile, would you like to wave? Hold on. I'm going to give you a count. In 3, in 2, 1. Send them down. All those keys destroyed in the Crusher. Your enemies have been defeated. 15 teams' keys have been sent down into the depths. And now that your key is the only one that is left intact, I would like you to take your PMWC trophy key and place that into the center of the trophy and go and claim your prize. Walk that golden road, cement your legacy. Yangon Galacticos as our champions of PMWC. Congratulations.
你不老龙呀，手机没得单了。
30ထင်တယ်ဒေါ်လာ30ထင်တယ်အဲ့ဒီက30
Gentlemen, that must have felt good. We're going to get Coach Marco over as well so that he can do some translating for us. But wow, what a day. There's a lot of emotions that you guys are feeling right now. Please try to put into words how you're feeling at this moment, Romeo.
ကျွန်တော်အရန်စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားတာပေါ့နော်ဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အရန်စိတ်ပူရတယ်ရှေ့ပွဲဆိုနည်းနည်းအမားလေးဖြစ်သွားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်လုံနိုင်တယ်ဆိုတာအကုန်လုံးကိုယုံကြည်တယ်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတာနေတယ်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အမားမခံဘူးတစ်ဖက်သင်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်နေအဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့နောက်ဆုံးထိကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်နိုင်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ချန်ပီယံကြီးကိုယူခဲ့တာပါ
Yes, what Romeo is saying is, of course we are nervous. We are top of the league, you know. We just like did some mistake the previous rounds, but you know, like we just wait. Like we just play our own game and then wait their mistakes, and then we know that we can do it. We have a confidence to make it happen. Yeah.
Well, you definitely proved it up here. Say, Cloud, I'm going to come to you now because I want to ask you. We've heard some information that the teams that you would like to place in the base of your trophy, the crushed keys, are Alpha Gaming, Alter Ego, Erez, and Weibo Gaming. Can you tell us why you decided to choose those teams?
မင်းဘာလို့အဲ့လိုအတင်းနဲ့ဘယ်လိုရွေးခဲ့လဲပေါ့ဟိုမင်းတို့ငါတို့ခက်ခဲတဲ့အတွက်လား
Eva Gaming ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ဒီ day 1 day 2ထိနောက်ဆုံးထိကျွန်တော်တို့လိုက်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးတဲ့အတင်းပေါ့နော် Alter Ego ကတော့ဒါစီမှာဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲ PS ကတော့နှစ်တင်စတိုက်ရထားတဲ့အတင်းဆိုတော့ respect
So what he say oh sorry keep going
Weibo ကတော့တည့်ရတိုင်းပါပဲအခုနောက်ဆုံးချိန်ထိသူတို့ကဘာလဲဆိုတာရပါတယ်အတွက် so yeah
So actually, of course, like APG is a very good team, and then they gave us good pressure previous game before. Of course, Alter Ego, we respect Alter Ego because they are top level team. Of course, also Weibo Gaming. Everyone know Weibo Gaming. They are top of the league all the time. So we respect everything. Thank you.
That's good, showing your respect. Thank you so much. I'm going to come around here. Master Smile, we had a few opportunities to speak throughout the week, and you had some great performances, of course. You know, the crowd's been brilliant, haven't they? And you've got so many fans, you know, supporting you guys online, from home, family as well. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Thank you so much, everyone.
That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Would you like to say anything as well, Marnet? I feel like I'm leaving you out. What would you like to say?
အခုလို champion ရသွားတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရန်လဲပျော်တယ်ရန်လဲစိတ်လှုပ်ရှားတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီညီကိုရင်းနဲ့ champion ရတဲ့အတွက်ရန်ပြီးဂုဏ်ယူတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးနေတဲ့ fan တွေကိုလည်းရန်ကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်နောက်ပြီးတော့မောင်ပြီးကြရောနောက်လည်းဆက်ပြီးအားပေးကြပါအောင်လို့အားလုံးပြောချင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစောင့်နိုင်တဲ့အတွက်ရန်ကိုဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်
So what he's saying is like, of course, yes, he nervous, but he very happy at the same time. And then because he make it happen with these players, he's so proud of that. Of course, proud of our country, of course. So he want to say something to the fans who watching online. That's keep cheering for us. Thank you for the cheerings. For the next game, we were waiting. We're coming for the next game too. Next time again.
I love that. That's good. Thinking into the future already. Well, congratulations. Stay right here. I will be right back because what would a tournament be without some standout performances that we have had? Be careful. Walk your way over here because we have our Sony MVP of the PMWC here standing next to me. It is Doc from Alpha Gaming, everybody. Congratulations, Doc. You are absolutely phenomenal. Okay, I'm going to head back over here. Because for one final time, 𝐓𝐨𝐤𝐸 Esports Arena, make some noise for your 2025 PMWC champions at the Esports World Cup. It is 𝐔𝐴NGON Galacticos!
A dream come true, written in gold. 𝐔𝐴NGON Galacticos becomes the champions of PMWC 2025. What a moment for those four boys here, being able to conquer adversity, launch themselves into the stratosphere as 𝐔𝐴NGON Galacticos is your champions. Joining me here to talk about everything that has gone down, Seven, Neptura, Maxman. Seven, this is their moment, a moment that they will remember for a lifetime.
A moment that nobody expected them to be here. This is a team that qualified through PUBG Mobile Challenger South Asia Cup. For them to be able to go that route and not really have that much global experience. Only 3 of their players had PMGC experience in PNWI, and that was back in 2023. What an amazing performance, Neptura.
Fantastic coming in from them. It's so nice to see some fresh faces in here, faces we've not seen in a while, coming in onto the international stage and absolutely dominating.
Taking down giants here at PMWC, outliving Alpha 7, taking down 𝐴𝐤𝐸 Gaming, Alpha Gaming at the very end here, at this very last match. Truly just making a statement that anyone can dominate in PUBG Mobile Esports, and here Myanmar is the one to take it home.
It's a true underdog story, and you don't get them often in esports, which is so exciting for me to watch, for us to witness, for everybody at home to see as this team can rise to the occasion. And as you say, Max, the fact that anybody can do it, if they persevere, if they're able to put it on the ground, get win after win against all of these teams. And here is your confirmation here. Number one, 157 points at the very end, Seven. They take PMWC.
They take it, and the eliminations were there. The placement points were there. This team definitely deserved this championship, but we got to give some credit to 𝐴𝐤𝐸 Gaming. Nobody was expecting them to be in second place. Today, on the final day, Max, they decided to show up, and boy, did they with the second place finish.
𝐴𝐤𝐸 Gaming, I am begging you, keep this roster. You have so much potential. If you can re-qualify to PMGC with this team, and you just play the way you did today in your next tournament from the get-go, I really believe this squad could be taking home so many trophies.
Winning Hong Kong, coming into today, us thinking it's only ever going to be a 2-horse race, Neptura, and yet 𝐴𝐤𝐸 comes along, gets back-to-back chicken dinners, and then continues to make it happen as well. The meteoric rise we saw from 𝐴𝐤𝐸 today gave me chills.
Absolutely, same here. I mean, it's so nice to see. Even when they weren't winning, they were getting those second places. They were getting those top 5 performances with a decent amount of elims as well, right? So I wholeheartedly echo what you were saying, Max. Keep this roster, keep it together, re-qualify, and we're going to see. This is definitely not the last we've seen of them.
How about APG? We got to give this team some credit too. As much as I've been hating on what happened today, amazing performance, especially in the finals. It came down crumbling at the end. And once again, guess who's the one getting that Sony MVP award?
No.
That's right, Doc.
Doc, he just keeps doing it, man. He just keeps being MVP after MVP, and the team just can't win a bloody trophy. It's just not happening. Look at this guy.
Wow.
31 eliminations on his lonesome here in these grand finals over the course of 18 matches. Doc is truly a legend, and the only thing that could really get over the fact of being an MVP would be possibly winning a tournament, but that has not happened today.
But at least now the hopes are open, Max, that we could possibly get one player just winning all the global MVPs for the year. If this team is able to qualify for PMGC, even if they don't win the championship, we know one thing's for sure, Doc will be contending for that MVP award.
I'm actually very excited about one cool thing. East was talked about to possibly be joining the squad, replacing Reefus, who might be a sub, and Baron becoming an actually a content creator. If that happens, this squad might be that might just be the one extra change they need to go and win one of these international events.
Neptura?
No, I agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that roster evolves. I really hope that they don't kind of split up or disintegrate completely for me, because I still really like them. We've been very frustrated with them over the last couple of weeks, like very frustrated. But at its core, this is a very good team who knows what they're doing. I just want to see them not crack under the pressure, because I think today at least, as soon as they got close to actually being able to get that win, they went back to old habits. They started splitting up too much. They were way too slow to rotate, too timid to take, you know, decisive plays that would have won them games. They just fell back on old habits.
Well, let's take a look at those individual awards coming in here from PMWC as well at the Esports World Cup 2025. And we have, of course, Doc being the grenade master. Is there anybody else that's going to take that? Doc being the field medic. All right, he can't do everything here, guys. What's going on, Max?
How is he field medic when he's always away from his team?
I don't know. He's never there.
This guy, I genuinely mean this. I think that Doc has been the most enigmatic player we've ever had in PUBG Mobile Esports. Despite us being so critical, he keeps performing and getting these awards.
But of course, Smile will be taking best in-game leader here. Is there really too much surprise? 7. Yangon Galacticos was able to push them through to the absolute forefront.
And an aggressive IGL as well, right? 29 eliminations. That's, what, 4 less than Doc got? So while everybody sings Doc's praises for being such a massive eliminator, you've also got Smile there with 29. That's not bad either.
I gotta harp down on the point that I made for Yangon Galacticos. The way that this team played here on their first global event, especially for Smile, in 2 years, and being able to become one of these amazing players, being able to win an award as well, that is just so impressive, and I'm hoping that they kind of continue on with the performance that they had. They show us adaptability, and when we talk about championship teams, that is one thing we always bring up. You gotta be able to adapt to what the lobby is giving you, and you gotta take advantage to what it gives you.
Well, let's take a look at the Honored dominations as well coming in from today, because I can only imagine. Oh yeah, of course. Actually, this is, I think, across the entirety of the grand finals here. So Doc with 6 triple elims here. Ketch for Fireflux. We saw him early on in the grand finals, Neptura being able to position himself, and he kept on going.
It's one of those things where it's like, well, at least there's some representation somewhere, right? We think everybody expected a lot more from that team. There's a lot of big names on that team, so it's nice that they're able to be on the leaderboard somewhere.
Well, we've still got to talk, though, a little bit more about our champions here for PMWC. As Yangon Galacticos, you can see every single win, every single emotion etched on these players' faces, Max. Just fantastic stuff for them.
And we heard it during the interview. They said, we'll be back. They've got a taste of glory, a taste of success at PMWC. Now they know what to expect next time as this roster. If they make it into PMGC, the sky might just be the limit. The emotion, all of this adventure through PMCL to make it to this point. A true underdog story that actually found its culmination here on this last day.
Underdogs, absolute challengers these players are. They were able to qualify through that at Challengers Cup. It sends a widespread message to anybody that wants to become a professional player for PUBG Mobile Esports. If you ever dreamed about it, now is the chance. We just had a team being able to win it, and I can't wait to see what the rest of the year is going to be like.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine having this win under your belt, going back to your regional tournaments, being able to once again potentially qualify for PMGC now, and going, we can do this. We've already done it at PMWC. We can do it again. What a feeling that must be.
Particularly amazing considering, yes, there were some circles that went their way, but at the same time, where did they really thrive? As we take a look at them now, walking over towards the totem here to completely solidify themselves here at the Esports World Cup. But as I'm saying, Max, not only central plays, also edge plays. This team had the full package here in the grand final.
Genuinely, despite us seeing them for the first time as this roster on the international stage, their edge play was the best, and it was not even close. They would find the path of least resistance in the circle every single time. Well, not using a single player almost. They're making a statement that edge play is the way, and for them, it wasn't enough to claim the title.
And it wasn't just the edge play, it's the way that they were able to just gain control of all the ground near them. They were either, if they were in the north, guess what? There was not going to be a team anywhere nearby. Every single time we saw this team, they either had a 1-2-1 split, they had a 1-3. Sometimes they would end up inverting them too if they found a position that was great for them. This is the adaptability that I'm talking about with this team. I'm hoping it continues on and even progresses going into the next global event.
I think a big marker for how good this team is watching the rest of the lobby adapt to them. They weren't going, oh, you're doing something, but actually we can get rid of that and make you change to us, right? No, it was the other way around. The rest of the lobby, all other 15 teams had to go, you know what, you're right, have your space, we're going to do something else. They made these global teams change everything to suit them, and that is the mark of a dominant team.
And every player stood out in different ways. 𝐓𝐸, the utility, the scouting was so impactful. Smile, the IGLing on the edge has been absolutely fantastic. Marnet, Romeo, always putting himself in danger for the greater good of the squad. Every player had their impact, and that is why they were crowned your PMWC champions.
And there we have Mike McCabe here, the COO of the Esports World Cup Federation, or the Foundation, and of course 𝐿𝐴𝐚𝐭 now being able to position themselves here in front of the totem. It's a special sight as they will start ascending the totem. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, PMWC has not disappointed. And now we get to see as 𝐿𝐴𝐚𝐭 will not only etch themselves in history, but etch themselves in Esports World Cup history as well here at PMWC. And for one more final time here, the dream has come true. 𝐿𝐴𝐚𝐭 goes absolutely galactic here, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They are your PMWC champions. Magnificent scenes here from them, of course, to be able to put themselves in the history books. 7, what a performance.
What a performance indeed. Going from group stages, we thought that this squad was just going to be a surprise team.
Amazing stuff. Congratulations, your PMWC champions, Yangon Galacticos.
Oh my god. Cái gì này điều đó là tôi cho mình lên rồi. Cái sự gì này được anh buộc ra này rồi. Thì thế hôm nay tao kính của cái con này cho ông mà này, tiếp ra lại. သုံးသွားခဲ့လိမ့်မယ် PMWC 25 champion Yangon Galacticos
ကန်တော့3တန်း
ဒေါ်လာသိန်း30နော်ဒေါ်လာသိန်း30ဆိုညီမငွေရဘယ်လောက်လဲရောက်ကြည့်လိုက်90ရာထောင်တောင်းသိန်းအမြောက်4500ပဲထားအိုးအီးတွေပါပြကုန်ပြီအီးတွေပါပြကုန်ပြီတကူလေးထားမှာတိုင်းထားလို့မယ်တဲ့ဒီဟာทำไมต้องหนูไอ้ตัวว่า
Young Galactico
เนาะ
ဒါလေးဒီရက်ကတော့ပါလို့ဒီရက်ကတော့ပါလို့ဆိုရင်D1 ဆောင်းနဲ့ချန်ပီယံပြတ်ပါ
နဲ့ကဲအဲ့တော့
ဒီပြီးတာဆောက်ရမယ်
သင်ထားမယ်အားလုံးပဲကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်မြစုအခု10:46ပေါ့နော်ခိုင်းစံတော့ဆို17နာရီလောက်မြစု stream ပြန်တက်ခဲ့ပါမယ်အားလုံးပဲကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ဒီနေ့မြစုရဲ့ live stream လေးဒီမှာပဲနားပါအောင်မယ် congratulations YG ကဲအားလုံးပဲ bye bye ပါ